Flighting demons,
Creepy creatures, vipers, envious losers, envious demons.
creepy creatures.
Hell is your only future.
Your future
Is pain,
pissants,
deluded pissants. This is no game.
hey demons,
Hey demons, little angry demons.
no mercy for you. You're doomed,
Doomed,
condemned here by truth,
condemned.
by truth.
Your spiritual crimes will hang you high and burn you alive forever and ever and ever. No mercy,
For demons,
no mercy,
no mercy, no mercy.
no mercy.
Burn forever here,
Burn here,
no mercy.
no tears. Demons, demons,
Dance in the fire.
ugly demon liars. Burn, 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 burn.
Intuition,
Intuition,
recognition,
awareness, a mind. A mind illuminated,
illuminated,
a kind of beauty, beauty from within,
within,
within. Intuition, intuition
see,
from within. Midnight feathers of wisdom, raven eyes,
raven eyes,
spiritual eyes, see through matrix lies, worldly lies. Intuition
see,
from within,
spiritual sight,
spiritual vision,
illuminated mind.
intuition.
Seeing, seeing,
Seeing
truly,
intuition. against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. Darkness, storming, I will wreck you like an apocalypse, warring, a spiritual battle,
a spiritual reckoning.
Haunt you,
Raven eyes
will watch you
flying high
above.
Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams.
Watched by me,
You will bleed.
watched by my
Ravens and crows.
You will find no refuge.
You will have no home.
Hell is forever.
Your tomb is here.
You cursed evil demons
Evil demons
will burn,
here in the fire
cannibalizing each other.
forever and ever.
Here where you belong.
No moon, no sun
Darkness and pain.
will be your forever and ever. Cursed beings.
Today, I'm going to be asking 100 girls one question.
From 1 to 100, what would you rate yourself?
I would say
Here are the 3 rules.
First, you'll give yourself a rating with 100 being the most attractive. Then I'll take a Polaroid of you and place it on a board that is numbered 1 to 100, putting you at the number that you chose. But here's a catch. If your number is already taken, you must compare yourself to the people on the board and pick a new number that still makes the most sense to you. The goal? To have 100 girls accurately ranked in order of attractiveness. Hopefully.
On a scale from 1 to 100, 100 being the most physically attractive, what would you rate yourself?
82.
Why 82?
I would say I'm pretty good looking.
How attractive I can be, I can definitely hit like a 90, 95. But I don't feel comfortable being a 95. People stare at me in public. So I'd say like right now, 75.
Like a 65.
Why 65?
I don't know. Okay, 70.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I'll go 70.
You go 70?
I'll go a little more confident.
What is your best physical feature?
I think my eyes are my best physical feature.
And what is your worst physical feature, if you have one?
I'm not a big fan of my back.
I would say like a 60. I just feel like that number makes the most sense for me.
75?
75 is indeed taken. So looking at the remaining spots, which number do you feel like makes the most sense to you?
I'm gonna say 77.
So you're gonna go 2 above 75.
I'm gonna say 77.
You're gonna stick with 77?
Yeah.
68.
70. I grew up in the Philippines and I'm very mid there. I've never looked at myself as attractive.
So do you think you're mid in the Philippines but attractive here?
Yeah, kinda.
Do you feel like you're a more accurate 70 than she is?
She's very pretty. I think she's more attractive than me.
So out of the remaining numbers, which do you think makes the most sense for you?
I'll do 69. It's a funny number.
A 40.
What is your least attractive feature?
Sometimes I don't like how big my legs are. I like that my legs are big, but maybe too big sometimes.
Oh, so no one's up here. All these people think they're hot as shit, eh?
Do you feel like anyone has rated themselves a little too high?
Yes. I'm not gonna say who. Now, considering what I rated myself and then looking at other women, I would probably rate myself a bit higher.
I'm gonna go with 71.
Looking at everyone on the board, who is the most physically attractive in your opinion?
I have to say 82. She's gorgeous.
Like a 70. I guess I'll put myself next to that girl right there, 71.
72.
Yeah.
So you feel like you're slightly more attractive than 71. Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. On a scale from 1 to 100, what number would you rate yourself?
A solid 4.
A 4?
Yeah.
100 is the most.
Oh yeah.
And why would you give yourself a 4?
I mean, everything's attached, everything's where it should be, but like, there's obvious, like, I got issues. So physically, someone's gonna look at me and be like, she doesn't have it all together.
In your opinion, what is your most attractive physical feature?
Probably my eyes.
Eyes.
Yeah.
Blue eyes. Very nice eyes. Okay, perfect.
85?
I'm feeling like 100 today.
100. What makes you feel like in 100?
I just feel good about myself and I feel like that shines through.
Did you always feel like in 100? Or
No. I just started doing more self-love, you know?
100.
100?
Yeah.
What is the reason for 100?
Because why not? I like the way I look.
I'll do 99.
Can I guess 67?
Yes, indeed, you can say 67. Why 67?
That number just means a lot to me.
56.
70. I'd say I am physically attractive, but there are some points I don't like about myself. I'd like to be more fit. I would rate myself like below her because I really like how she looks, like 62.
Do you feel like you're slightly more attractive than 60?
I love her tattoos, but without them, me personally, I think she
Fire it up. my desire, my desire.
My
With my golden voice, I will shatter your false universe into pieces. Creepy creatures, I will smash and destroy all of the noise you cockroaches make. Creepy creatures, I will crush demons and slay dragons and seal you evil cretins in here. Demons and zombies, you belong here. This is your forever home. This is your forever tomb.
My beautiful, magical ravens and crows, 1,000
Magical seals,
will be placed on this hell
good spirits will heal.
and forget this torture.
Once set free from here, burn, you filthy liars, burn in the fire.
Demons will burn.
Demons will burn. Viking strong, pound the drums. Viking strong, pound the drums.
All night long.
Mad Viking metal.
Steel swords of truth.
Tempered by fire.
Raven eyes.
Stand watchful.
Eternity awaits us.
Forever strong.
Viking strong.
All night long. is yet to come.
You will face justice
For what you've done. You can scream and shout and yell. You will be sealed here in this everlasting hell. Justice will be done. Justice will be served. You will get what you deserve. Roast in the fire, dirty demon liars. Slice and dice.
Now is the time for you to pay. No more demon games.
Burn, burn.
The demon slaves.
Kingdom come. Kingdom come.
Thy will be done.
You are done. Roast done. Burn, burn. In this hell, it's what you earned.
Spiritual consequences.
Dance in the fire.
Filthy cockroach liar.
Burn. The best is yet to come.
Demons.
You are done. what you are. Fuck you, zombie slaves. Fuck you, zombie slaves. Stay here with your envy, jealousy, and rage. Spiritual species.
I am not you. I am not we. I am not in your collective human beings. Creatures, creatures, creepy, creepy creatures. Demons, zombie slaves. You belong here in hell realm. You are attached to this sewer matrix. You love this shit. You love this shit. You demons love this sewer matrix. You fucking demons. You fucking zombies. You demon tards. Big, small, big sex galore. All shapes and sizes. Monsters, demons, liars, liars. Dance in the fire. Filthy asshole liars. Fuck you, demons. Fuck you, demon followers. Fuck. Followers. You fucking liars. You fakes and frauds. You phony liars. Burn in the fire. Burn.
They're the tongue.
Fire it up.
Fire it up. Fire it up. Fire it up. Fire it up. Envy, envy, envy is evil. Envy is evil, evil, evil.
Envy is
Evil, serpent-tongued demons, cursed beings, lying demons, envious demons,
gaslighting demons.
creepy creatures, vipers, envious losers, envious demons. future. Your future is pain. Senseless. Senseless. Is no
no mercy for you. Condemned here by truth.
Condemned.
My truth.
Your spirits and crimes will hang you high and burn you alive forever and ever and ever. No mercy
For demons.
No mercy
No mercy. No mercy.
No mercy
Burn forever here.
Burn here.
No mercy.
No tears. Demons. Demons.
Dance in the fire.
Ugly demon liars. Burn, 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 burn.
Hello.
Da da da. Ooh, shh. No white guilt. No white guilt exists in me. I am my own being and proud to be. Viking strong.
Viking strong.
Pound the drums all night long.
All night.
No white guilt exists in me. Never apologize for being me. I love my people.
My people.
Created the modern world.
My people.
Built civilization.
My people.
Have the greatest music, art, and culture.
My people.
Have the best cuisine and architecture.
My people.
My people. Explorers and warriors.
We invent, we build, we design.
We conquer. No white guilt.
Viking strong.
Forever strong.
Forever free.
To be who I'm meant
to be.
Hoo-ha! glorious, glorious, just glorious and magnificent. I love that song. That's the first part of No White Guilt, a song that I wrote. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. This should be an interesting video. Who the F do you think I am? I know who I am. I know what I am. But do you know me? Now some people will say, where'd you get the idea for this? Well, it's a spin on a YouTuber that made a video about herself saying, who am I? Something like that was the title. And she did a little drawing on a board, and she wrote things down on it, and she called herself a mother, and talked about ironing, and doing dishes, and doing laundry, and being a mom, and being a wife, and she's celibate. She does not satisfy her husband sexually. She talked about being a witch, an astrologer. She talked about having 10,000 clients in astrology. She said she's been married and divorced multiple times, that she might be a slut. Well, I'm asking you, I'm putting my own spin on this.
Such thing as equal
Here in this
you to believe
it's a lie.
No equality.
No equality.
There are differences.
Face
the differences.
See
the differences.
We
are different.
Spiritually,
mentally,
racially,
culturally,
morally.
Different, different, different. Oh.
Differences matter. Differences. See the differences.
Face the differences. It's a zombie world. It's a zombie world. Zombie world. Demon tards and zombies. Demons and zombies. Losers and piss ants. Truth is just a feeling, they say. Feelings. Nothing more than feelings. Emotions and hoes. Zombies and trolls. Piss ants. Peasants, losers, demons. It's a zombie world, cruel world, wicked world. It's a zombie world, zombie world. Zombies everywhere. Cockroaches, demons and hoes. Demons and hoes, they have no thoughts, no ideas, no insight. No minds of their own. They listen to programming. See, hear, believe. Repeat. Parrot it back. They mimic and copy. Repeats and repeats. Madness. Madness. I am madness. I am the kill switch. Zombies scream, thunder cracks the pitch. Ending the matrix, shadows fall in line. The Raven King rises, fate is mine. Thunderous, relentless, darkness falls. Team evil crushed as the Raven calls. Doom for demons, judgment is near. Crimes and iron pounding in your ear. Flickers on every face. I am the ending, I am the night. Crushing the wicked with purest might. The kill switch thrown, the matrix undone. Evil defeated, victory won. I am madness. I am the kill switch. I'll end this matrix. I'll end this matrix. Seal in the demons forever. Fire and venom. Seal them in darkness. Watch it all fall. My ravens call.
Hello, hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome to the show. I hope you enjoyed the music from DJ Jesus, the hottest music in hell. And take a look here. This is DJ Jesus, the hottest music in hell on El Diablo Radio International. And then here is a new meme that I made while the intro music was playing. What do zombies and demons deserve? This is a question for everybody to ask yourselves and to type responses if you're not a cowardly lurking demon in the chat. What do zombies and demons deserve? Hell realm forever? Question mark. What do they deserve? It looks like we have a wonderful guest, a return guest. Hello, Wendy.
Morning, Stephen. Hello, everyone.
Good morning, Wendy. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I really enjoyed our conversation yesterday. And I love the way you weave all sorts of esoterica into a conversation, and that you can go in any direction and make it interesting and educational and full of spiritual wisdom.
Thank you. I'm glad you really enjoyed it. I always enjoy our conversations. It's wonderful to hear your voice again, and happy Sun's Day morning. I hope you're having a good morning. I hope you had it. Did you have a good rest last night?
It was pretty good. It's been a little bit cooler, which is always helpful. And I re-listened to our conversation, because there's always more to be had when you're listening rather than being a guest. And there was so much in there to pay attention to. So thank you again, and absolutely fascinating, and also empowering your message, which is such a big difference with other channels.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I really appreciate that. I'm going to see if I can switch this to bring you. Here we go. That's the option to bring you onto the screen. I really enjoyed our conversation as well, and it was a long live stream. So if people want to watch the last live stream, previous stream to this, Wendy was on earlier, and then I continued the live stream for a long time, and then I ended up falling asleep towards the end of it. But it was a good live stream, and if I'm not mistaken, a new Italian came to the show. Viewer, I'm trying to make sure I get her name right. I think it was Laura Lombardi, if I'm not mistaken.
That sounds right. And it was she's a real Italian.
Yes, Italian. I have to say Italian. I don't know why, but I know it's Italian, but I always say Italian, Italian. And I'm just teasing. I really do enjoy Italian people, Italian Canadians. My nieces are part Italian. Some of my nieces, because one of my sisters married an Italian. So they're half Italian. I have Italian. I can literally claim that I have Italians in my family.
It's wonderful to visit Italia.
Oh, you visited Italia?
And they have the most beautiful lighting and.
Oh yes, absolutely. See, all of this should be admired and preserved. Everything that European people have done, whether it's in Venice or anywhere, Florence, Venice, anywhere, from Italia to the great architecture and great works across England, across Ireland, Scotland, and even Wales. I know they're sometimes put down or made fun of by the English, but the Welsh everywhere. Germany, of course. It breaks my heart to see what's going on. And I don't mean that I mean that sincerely. I don't mean it in a half-hearted way whatsoever. It's been heartbreaking, and I'm not even there. I'm witnessing it from just thousands of kilometers away, secondhand, witnessing it through video footage. I can just imagine how hard it is for people in England to see these creatures that are destroyers, that hate you, coming aboard in their little boats, coming ashore, these invaders, and the ones coming to Spain and Italia and everywhere they can. They go to France, and then some of them go across the channel. Some of them stay in France, some of them stay in Belgium, but a lot of them go through Europe to get to the UK, as Wendy, I'm sure, already is aware. There's a lot of British people now that are aware of that, what's actually going on.
Yes, more are aware, and a lot of people don't say anything about it either. So, but there's definitely an undercurrent of people noticing the noticing, and just thinking about our ancestors, everything that they went through and sacrificed to make things be the way they are for us. It's a real slap in their face to allow things to get destroyed, because what's taken hundreds of years to build up, it can be destroyed in a matter of days or hours, with third worlders. So it is heartbreaking.
Yes, it is. And I understand how it's heartbreaking. And again, I'm admitting I'm from a distance. I see Canada being destroyed. But Canada obviously is not as old as Europe as a nation. It's not thousands of years old. It's just officially, I think, I'm not even sure, a century old, over a century. But it was established before it was named Canada in a country. It was a colony, as people are aware. So it's been around, and it took centuries to build Canada into what it is today. It took centuries to build America what it is today. And really, when it comes to the United Kingdom, it took over 1,000 years to build what is there today. It's many centuries, if not 1,000 plus years to create. And you know what it feels like watching? It would be, I wasn't there when they cleaned out my grandmother's house, the last grandparent I had to pass away, and the only one I was truly close with and knew, because one of my grandfathers died when I was around the age of 2 or under 2, somewhere around there. I was very, very young, and I wasn't around him much, even though after I was born. So I don't remember him at all. I don't remember him. So one of the 4 I don't remember. And one of my grandmothers died when I was in 3rd grade, which is still very young, a 3rd grader. And you're talking decades living after she died. She wasn't alive and around me very much in life. Another grandfather wasn't really close to us kids, my siblings and I. So I really only knew one grandparent out of the 4, and she lived into her late 90s. So I was not there when her house was cleaned out by my aunts and uncles. I don't know if my father was there, but my aunts and uncles were. I have aunts, and they are all married, so I think they were in charge. And I think I was told they were going to auction off a lot of things. Nothing was really passed out to the grandchildren, even gifts that we had given our grandmother that I probably would have liked certain things. I gave her a crystal, not a crystal, sorry, a glass blown. It looked like crystal, but it was a glass blown elephant, because she collected glass works. She had one of those little curio cabinets in her house, and she collected little things, little collectibles, little crystals, crystal animals, and also glass. And I got one in Mexico made for her, and I brought it back when I was 17 years old and gave it to her. And she had that in her house till the end of her life. And I never saw it again after she passed away. But I was told that all of her stuff was just auctioned off because my aunts and uncles really didn't care for it. But what I'm getting at is it would have been like being there and watching them just throw that into the garbage and smash it, or into a let's say a steel bin in her driveway. It looks like destruction. And I know that England is not my grandmother, and it's not my grandmother's things that she cherished and saved and collected, and she really enjoyed looking at and having in her house. But it looks like destruction, and there's an emotional attachment to what our ancestors had built, and it's beyond attachment. It's just sickening to watch these things destroyed, to watch them piss on war monuments that I haven't even visited, that are not in my town. I don't live in these English towns, and I don't live in Belgium, and I don't live in France. I don't live in Germany, but I'm seeing all this go on for years, and it's absolutely sickening. It's watching the destruction of what our ancestors fought and struggled and fought and sacrificed and died for, and in some cases were maimed and went through PTSD, war injuries, and it's terrible to see the disrespect, the disregard, the destruction, the graffiti, everything trashed, and the degradation, not just done by the migrants, but the psychology of the we'll call them native people, the native true English people, the true British people, the true French people, the true Belgian people, the true Germans, and it's being destroyed, and so is their self-confidence and self-esteem, and everything about them it's horrific. It's devastating to watch, and it is emotional.
It is emotional. And what happened to your granny's all her items is just a small version of what happened to what is happening to countries. And it also made me think about yesterday when we spoke about the time planning, and centuries versus days and hours, between the entities who aren't inside matrix time, and how they pass down all their belongings, as you said, they could have the same items for thousands of years. And it made me think of you've done paintings that look like stained glass, and that's the image that came to mind when you spoke about the custom elephant.
Yes. I was in a little Mexican place, a little Mexican town that was close to Cancun, Mexico, on that side of the country. So that's more on the Gulf Coast area. Than the other side is the Pacific, below California. So I was more below Texas in Cancun, and there were little touristy spots and little artisan spots where they made things. And I had that made. And I was 17, but I was thinking of my grandmother, and I saw what they were doing, and I thought, yeah, my grandmother collects crystals and little glass things, little glass animals, and I had that made for her, and it was difficult trying to get it back to Canada without breaking it because it was glass and it was kind of fragile. There were parts of it, and there was a little part that broke off, and I think she glued it on. There was a tiny part, but I had it wrapped up in paper and tissue paper and things, and then I put it inside of like a shirt or something inside of my carry-on bag. But they stuffed so many things into the carry-on compartment that I think somebody else's luggage pushed against my flexible. I had like a suede carry-on bag, so it wasn't a hard case or anything to bring it back. So I was worried about getting it back without it being smashed to pieces. And then it lasted all those years from me being 17. Many, many years, decades it lasted at my grandmother's house, and she enjoyed it. And then it was just gone. I don't know if it was thrown out, if it was auctioned off, or what happened to that, but that was the one thing that I probably would have liked to have back, because I would remember that my grandmother had it all those years from when I was a teenager, when I gave it to her as a little gift from Mexico. And Mexico is quite a distance from Canada. Flew down to Mexico for holidays one time and spent weeks there. Anyway, I didn't get to see it destroyed, but maybe it was just thrown in the trash. I don't know what happened to it. And I'm not saying I'm worried about it, but it represents what's happening in Europe, and it also represents what happens in this realm. It's really sickening when you really think about what goes on here, that we could work, and our ancestors and us and our children, if we have children, if we have grandchildren, just for generations, and for it all to be destroyed and essentially trashed, graffitied over, rubbished, burglarized, pissed on, mocked, and they laugh at us and try to tell us not to film in our own countries, and everything. All of it is what I'm getting at. All of it combined. And it shows what kind of realm this is, because that would never, ever be possible. It wouldn't happen in a good realm. It just couldn't happen in a good realm. And it's so widespread. It's happening in Canada with Indians, Wendy, just squatting down and pooping at gas stations beside their vehicles where they're filling up with petrol instead of going to the washroom. That's now common in Canada, within people straight from India and on the beaches. So some of the E. coli in the water is from these Indians just pooping in the water or right on the beach, just pulling their pants down like they do in India. There's footage of, I've shown it here, and I can't show it in graphic detail because other channels can get away with it, documentaries in those channels. But if I show it, they all of a sudden they'll lose my video, or they'll shut the live stream down, or they'll shut my channel down. But it's widespread in India, and they do the same thing here. You can't take the third world out of them. They're savages.
That's absolutely true.
Not civilized. So yeah, it's horrible. So what I'm saying is it's happening in Canada, Australia, the UK, Germany, France, Belgium. It's so widespread that people should look at this and say, well, it's a hell realm. It could only be a hell realm for this to be happening in all of these countries: Sweden, United Kingdom, Canada, America. It's horrible.
It is horrible, and it's so wrong. And it's not like it's occasional things going slightly bad in a few places. It's all over with everything. There's a downward degradation, and to not see it, you have to be completely blind and ignoring it and just drinking think positive juice all day long. I mean, the actual cognitive dissonance is so big that it's surprising more people's minds don't explode like tomatoes.
That would actually be amusing if it did, because a lot of them are working very hard to avoid facing the truth, to live in denial, to live with cognitive dissonance, to see them flooding in and just pretend everything's okay. It's beyond weak. It's actually mental. It's a mental illness. Like it's disturbing that humans can even do that, to watch this and have that level of denial and cognitive dissonance to avoid facing what's going on, because it's so blatant. It's right in our faces.
It is. It's not like there's no internet where you don't see things, and even just an everyday, going out to the supermarket or dealing with people, or having to make a phone call to like the bank, or ending up in a call center, or being told to phone back in 3 weeks' time. I mean, every single thing has gone downhill. And then when you do get good customer service where someone responds efficiently in a language you understand, you're almost shocked, because now having an efficient person is the exception, when it used to be the other way around. If you weren't good at your job, you didn't last.
Yes, exactly. It's all inverted. It's the opposite now. The exact opposite, 180 degrees polar opposite of what it was. If it was north before, it's gone south. That's the way it is on a compass. And you're right. Sometimes they almost feel like hugging the person. I've even just been overjoyed and rewarded people for either exceptional or at least very good or even just above average and good friendly service because it's so rare, whether it's in person. And I'll send them an extra tip, and then I'll make a point if it's a delivery of contacting. Like there's a lot of these apps now, you can contact them in chat even post delivery, and I'll say thank you for your service. You were very friendly and very professional and very good about everything. I added to your tip. And they know I gave them a good tip already, but I let them know I just added to your tip so that they're aware you got rewarded. And I think that's good to let them know. I think it's good because it also lets them know why so that they continue. I'm not saying I'm assuming they'll stop, but it's letting them know, hey, you're good. You're one of the good ones. Keep doing what you do. Keep doing a good job. You're friendly. You were professional. You treated me at the door like a human being. You weren't a zombie robot, or you know what I'm saying? It's just because it's so rare now. And as I've told you a story, and others I believe here, I think it was live, where I had bought a knife from Taiwan, Work Tough Gear, and the owner, I had bought 2 knives actually, and they were spaced apart by a couple hours. I ordered one, then I saw another knife that I wanted, and it became available. I think they notified me in email. I was on a notification when it becomes in stock again. Happened to come in stock 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours later, something like that. And I bought a different one. I bought 2 then, and paid for shipping for both when I ordered them on the site, taxes, shipping, everything separately. And they gave me a refund for the shipping and boxed both of the knives together. They didn't have to do that because I ordered them hours apart. Maybe it might have even been close to 12 hours apart. I can't remember the hours, but it wasn't a full day, but it was quite a bit apart. And they noticed it without me emailing saying, hey, can you box them both together and refund me for this amount of shipping and charge me less? I didn't ask for anything. They did it on their own, which surprised me, which showed me something about the company. And they emailed me and said, we're refunding you. I didn't ask for anything. I didn't ask for any shipping refund or them to box them together, one shipment. They did that on their own. They noticed on their own when they went to ship, and they sent me a full refund for the second knife for the shipping, which was from Taiwan to Canada. I think it was around $40 US. So that's close to 40 British pounds, I believe. It's fairly close, I think.
That's
And they didn't have
excellent. That's excellent. Sorry, excellent customer service. The noticing, the doing it, and the caring, because a lot of businesses would have just swallowed that and thought, yay, that's $40 extra profit for the month.
Yeah, or they wouldn't have thought about it and shipped in 2 shipments or boxes and not paid attention. Either way, they would have done what you said, but they wouldn't have caught that and then, we're going to actually refund them, because they had to go through a process to refund my card, or whether it was a credit card or PayPal, whatever payment method. So it's also a process. They have to do some work to even give me the refund. And they sent an email, we're refunding you this amount on your payment method. And they gave the amount. They sent me an email. I've never experienced that before, Wendy, that kind of customer service.
Yes, because it actually, in terms of time, it would have cost them time if you're counting all the steps that it took, because they had to then find your details and look everything up and match it and hold the items together and look for the right one and get the amount and get your email. It could have been like half an hour of time in total to do all that. And
I was surprised.
It's amazing, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It would have cost them time. And I thought to myself after I ordered the second one, oh, damn, I wish I would have known and ordered them both at once and had them both in my cart. I would have saved on shipping. But then I was just like, oh, well, I can afford it. And, I wanted both of the knives, and it just worked out that way. And then I got that surprise email.
Well, a great company to keep supporting in the future. If they put that much care into something like that, then you also know that they put care into their actual product.
Oh, they do. I highly recommend their product. And I sent him a response to that refund and said, thank you very much. You didn't have to do that. Amazing customer service. Keep up the excellent work. I love your products. And I mentioned I owned over 5 knives, over a handful already. And then I mentioned the YouTube channel, how I found out about their knives as well, to say this guy, and they know him. They've met him at knife shows and stuff. Scab, his nickname is Scab, Choir Boy Knives. He does knife reviews. And I said, he's actually, without being a salesman, just by featuring and showing your knives and doing knife reviews, got me interested in Work Tough Gear knives. And I bought 5 or 6 or 7, whatever knives. It's over 5 so far, large and small knives from your company. And I'm a collector, and I might do knife reviews in the future. And this is how I found out about your company. His videos made a point of mentioning him because they helped his channel early on. He's always been loyal to their company, and they do excellent work. Every single knife I've ordered from them has come basically the sharpest knives I have when they arrive. They're always perfectly sharp. I've had knives from other companies, including big companies, that came so dull I could barely cut paper with it. I had to sharpen the knife on my own, not just a little bit, but really sharpen it because it arrived dull. They didn't check at all, certain companies. But Work Tough Gear, they come, the blade is mirrored, the actual cutting edge, and then it's super sharp. And those are the sharpest large knives, like Bowie knives, that I have. You just take a sheet of paper, and for a big knife, I'm talking a 10-inch blade, 12-inch blade, to cut just right through the edge of paper and slice it just like a laser. That's how sharp they are. You have to be careful handling them, not to nick your finger or something, because it doesn't take a lot of pressure to catch. You have to be careful handling them. Whereas some knives, you don't have to be that careful. You should always be careful, obviously, handling knives, I recommend. But these knives, you have to be extra careful because they arrive super sharp. They don't require any stropping or sharpening when you get them. And they're big knives. And usually it's more difficult to get a big knife that sharp because of the thickness of the blade steel, the blade stock. So to get a really fine edge on it, it takes more work. And anyway, it's a great company. It's one of the best foreign knife companies that I recommend, except for, I would say the only other ones I would really recommend would be the knives out of Italy, like Fox Knives, and trying to think of the other Italian knives. Fox Knives, Lion Steel, and Bastinelli knives are made in Italy. Bastinelli is a brand and a knife maker. But in terms of Asian knives made anywhere in Asia, I recommend the Work Tough Gear out of Taiwan way more over Chinese knives for the most part. They just have them beat, hands down. The Taiwanese, and they're not a communist country. They're allies with us, with Canada, United States. I'm pretty sure with Great Britain as well. The Taiwanese people are very friendly. They're a different type of Asian than Chinese people. Chinese can be very cold a lot of times and not as friendly. Anyway, that guy runs a great company, and he's not a big company. He doesn't, sorry, that's my alarm. He doesn't have a lot of employees. So when they make a knife run, it's a limited number of stock, and quite often they sell it quickly, where it will be a knife release at, let's say, 9 p.m. on a certain date, and some of their knives will sell out in minutes. I was there lucky. My most recent one, I ordered it within seconds. I had it all set up to buy it and click the buy button. I had it ready to add to my cart and click buy as soon as it was in stock, because that's how quickly they go. One time I tried to buy a knife and it was out of stock before, when I had it in the cart, and before I could order it, it was gone. They sell out within sometimes seconds or minutes. And it's no joke that's how in demand they are. People love their knives. And the point is, I just love companies where someone that's running it gives great customer service, but cares and is passionate about their company, their product, their customers. He said to me in the email, well, we're trying to save our customers money. We don't want to overcharge anyone. And you just never see that these days. It's almost unbelievable. So rare.
It is rare, and that's incredible. You have to have the buy button on the screen to get it in time. That's a real testament to the quality and the enthusiasm and great service. I can just picture you now with the screen open and the button there, and you know that's he doesn't need to market his stuff to try and sell it with like fake only so many left and buy now before it's gone. The customer, you can just send out a casual text probably, and people will be snapping them up.
Yeah, it was sold out within a minute or two after my order went through. It was out of stock, and it's been out of stock since then. They don't play any games with in stock, out of stock. It's been out of stock for weeks, and I got it within the first less than a minute. I had my alarm set on my phone for 3 minutes before it was supposed to be available. They had a set time where it was going to be released. And I actually set my alarm on my phone. I've never done that before, Wendy, to buy anything.
That's a great idea. Sorry, that was a
And that's what I did.
in the field.
I was like, I want one. I don't want to miss it. And had I not done that, I wouldn't have gotten one. It was out of stock so quickly. I had it set for like 8:57, and it went in stock at 9. And right after 9, within seconds, it came up on their site in stock. And I ordered and snatched one up right away. And it's a beauty. Their quality, a lot of people have compared to custom-made knives are better. And they're not a custom. Like a custom company is if I spoke with a knife maker over the phone or email and said, I want a knife like this, and back and forth, and designed something just for me, which are very expensive to get a knife maker to make a knife just for you. You're looking at even a small knife, $600, $700, $800 for a fixed blade, not a folding, but a fixed blade custom. They're very expensive. You can spend thousands. Some of these custom knives, you can spend $10,000 if it's really fancy, out of fancy materials, expensive materials, and exactly the way you want it. It's like getting a commissioned custom piece of artwork done by someone that's, instead of a famous knife maker, a famous artist or semi-famous or just a talented being. They don't even famous side, a talented being to do something custom. Anyway, the quality is exceptional. It's just off the charts. It's amazing. And the designs, I could talk about this forever. I won't talk about it. I won't talk your ear off anymore about it, but I'll just say that they have knife makers, designers all over the realm, including Americans. So some American knife designers put in the designs, like the blueprints in a sense, drawings, and then if they decide, okay, we're going to make this, they'll make that knife, and it's a limited production run. And they make so many, and sometimes it's generation 1, generation 2. Sometimes if it's really in demand, they'll make 2 or 3 generations. Other times it's just a limited run. And if you miss your chance to buy that knife that they put out in March of 2023, you can't get it again. And it's just rare, and it goes up in value, and you wish you could get it, but they're not making it anymore. So you can't. If you miss your opportunity to buy that design, you can't get it. But my point is, they have some of the designs are by the owner for Work Tough Gear. Other designs are made by knife designers from Australia to Canada, America, and it's just amazing what they're doing. They're doing unique, high quality stuff that a lot of knife collectors and knife users and guys that go hiking and guys that go hunting just love. Just amazing stuff. And I would say it's one of the best knife companies on earth at the moment. Work Tough Gear.
It's wonderful that there still are artisans that make such high quality, and it fits into your model perfectly, that the fact that there aren't many artisans, that when you do find one, they're an exception and they're not the norm. And it also, what you were saying about having beautiful things and enjoying beauty and bringing that back in rather than the drab and the ugly.
Yes, absolutely. It does fit. And I love to support the creative, the original, the ones that make beauty and quality. And I said to him in email, you have a customer for life. Who knows how many more knives I'll buy from them over the years or till the end of my life here. And I'll always recommend them because of the quality, because of the customer service, because of the personal touches, the treatment, just all of it. And that's the way to do it. And that's the way not only to do it with a business or a company that's creating things. Think that's the way to do it in life in general. I think it's a good example. And I'm going to drop the link right in my chat. I know I don't have many people tuned in at the moment, but it's easy to remember. www work tough, and tough is TUFF gear.com. Work tough, TUFF gear.com. And it'll pop up and you'll see currently what they have currently available. They also have a coming up soon section because they have certain knives that are coming up in August 5th. They have knives coming up for sale.
You better set your alarm then. That's only how many days
If I want one of those, yeah, because it shows out of stock and then it'll pop in stock right at the time that they show. So it's 6 p.m. Pacific time, which would be 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in America. But I already have one of those with a different blade style. They have these ones that are coming up. But who knows? I might buy another one, the same knife, just with a different copper wash blade, just for collecting purposes, where I don't really need it, but I do love to collect. And they're just amazing stuff. So I love that when I can find that in the realm, not just with knives, expanding it beyond knives with anything. It could be with an appliance. It could be with a service that helps your home. It could be with staff. It could be someone that's better than Aunt Jemima that comes along that says, they come along and say that they know how to make Italian lasagna and ravioli, and then I'll hire them for me. Or a driver, some Negro that really knows how to drive and is a good limo driver or something.
I'm going to be learning how to make lasagna. I've never made it, so that's something I'm going to be learning in the next month or two. So it's one of my husband's favorite meals. No,
whose favorite is it?
It's my husband's favorite meal, and we're getting some gluten-free pasta in. It'll be coming in one of the orders because he does all the planning for us, which is great. So then, making the sort of making all the sauces. I'm quite confident with all the mince and that. I haven't made the what's called a bechamel sauce. I haven't made that in many decades, but I used to. So that'll be a fun experiment. I like trying new things out, and food is one of the areas where you can bring a little bit of joy, and because you have to have it. It's not like we can skip eating, so it's nice to be able to be a bit creative and find pleasure. So.
Yeah, it is fun to create a meal and to try out recipes, and then there's the reward at the end because you actually made something that you're tasting, enjoying, other people are enjoying. So there is a reward aspect to putting something together, just like building something, building a home, building a deck, and I mean physically with your hands, hammering nails or using a cordless or plugged in screwdriver to screw the framing of a deck together, and I've done things like that in the past. Or to install hardwood floor. I put in my mom's house before she passed away. I put in hardwood floor for her in her living room and dining room and all her bedrooms on the upstairs floor.
Oh wow. And you would have done it perfectly and with consideration, so that all the grains of the wood were in the right direction and made sure everything was flush and smooth and well sealed. What a beautiful gift to do for your gran.
No, it's my mom, not my gran. It's my mom.
Sorry, your mom. Sorry.
Yeah, it was for my mom, her house. So she had wide planks, oak. I don't know how to describe the stain of the oak, but it wasn't very light. It was medium. It was between, it wasn't dark and it wasn't super, super light, but it was beautiful. The oak that she ordered was very beautiful, the oak hardwood flooring. And I did it with stairs. I did the stairs. I had saws in my mom's garage, table saws, and all the tools there, the compressor for the nailer gun that you use, and flowed it right through from the living room into the dining room. And then she had different type of hardwood. I think it was a type of birch in the upstairs for her bedrooms. So did all the bedrooms. And anyway, what I was getting at, it's a feeling of accomplishment, similar to things that you work on. There is a feeling, and it's beyond just a fleeting feeling. It's something that lasts with you, where you accomplish something when you learn how to cook a meal, or you learn how to install or build something or create something. Your artwork, is it called needlepoint that you do, Wendy?
You can call it that, or just a form of embroidery. And I'm kind of self-taught in it, so I'm not going to win any awards, but I really enjoy doing
Embroidery.
it.
That I couldn't think of a
Yes.
term for it. Embroidery. Yes. There's an accomplishment. There's a sense of, I made something. I did something that, and I don't know if I'm explaining it the proper way that or the way that I'd like to, but it's beyond even accomplishment. Even though I don't own that house, my mother's house was sold after she passed away. And I think multiple people have owned it since then and renovated and changed certain things. And it looked beautiful, though. I did see pictures of it when it went up for sale at one point. And it was beautiful what they did, inside and out. And they added on, they made the house larger. And it was a fairly large 2-story house, multi-level, first floor, basement, first floor, and then upstairs. So it was a big house already, but they made it bigger with a huge double garage. So they had, I think, 3-car garage, and they did a lot of things with it, updated certain things, and it looked beautiful. The whole kitchen redone, and it looked lovely. But anyway, there's just a good feeling, especially when you make something, a meal for someone. It's one of the best parts of this life, I think. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Yes, and having quality ingredients. So whether it's cooking or putting in flooring, I mean, oak flooring is just so beautiful. And you said birch as well. I've never seen that as flooring. It must be lovely. Probably a lighter kind of tone.
Oh, they stained it. It came darker, actually. I think the birch, the actual wood, I know, has the birch bark. So if you're thinking of birch trees, it's very light and white, and the wood is
Yeah.
light. But it was a darker stain, not super dark, but almost a cherry dark, not super red, but very nice. Her bedrooms looked very nice when they were all hardwood floor added. And I did a job, how can I put it? In an older house, when you strip all the carpet, which I had to do too, I had to strip the carpet, rip it all up. All the carpets had to be ripped out, rolled up, cut out, and the under padding that was all stapled down. Then you have to get all the staples with a screwdriver, because you can't leave any staples in that are going to make the floor mess with the hardwood boards going down. You put wax paper down. But before I put wax paper, I screwed down all the plywood, because it was already an older house, and plywood over decades can kind of warp a little bit here, bend, so it can get squeaky. So I screwed it all down to the floor joists before putting wax paper and putting the hardwood down. So I took out all the squeaks and the soft spots in the floor first, which a lot of companies wouldn't do. If you were just hiring somebody, they would just quickly put the flooring down as quick as they could. But
Oh,
I took
wow.
the time to put in hundreds of screws, if you see what I'm saying.
Yes.
Because we're talking about a living room that's, I think her living room is around 25 feet long by, I'm not sure how wide. What's 25 feet in meters? The length of her living room would have been about 7.6 meters. My mom's house had a family room, living room, dining room, kitchen, and foyer on the main floor. And it was a big dining room and big living room. So you're talking about a lot of screws, screwing a lot of boards down before you even start putting down the hardwood. The hardwood gets nailed down with a compressor nailer, which I bought. So didn't have to rent one, just could take in my time. Didn't have to be back 2 days later or something. If you rent one from a hardware store or Home Depot or someone, it's better to just buy one. Buy the nailer gun, buy the compressor, buy the saws, buy stuff that you're going to use because you use it again anyways on projects. But anyway, what I'm getting at is I took my time and did the best job that I could do. And it did look beautiful. My mom really enjoyed it.
That's so thoughtful and considerate, and you've actually got that approach to everything that you do in your life. You know, with your music, with your art, with your message, all your videos. You do take the time and make sure that everything you do is got wisdom and beauty in it, and that is so rare to have. And what a pleasure, and you know, for the people with the floors to suddenly have all those squeaks removed, because that wouldn't have been on. They wouldn't have thought the squeaks could be removed. I mean, I think a lot of British houses squeak, 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 and I didn't know that you could actually get rid of them. Amazing. And
yes.
Oh.
You can. You just have to screw down right into the floor joists. The plywood boards underneath the flooring, the base of the flooring, and that's what removes the squeaks.
Oh, I guess with a whole lot of buildings, everything is done in the shortcut way, that you put the minimum amount of screws or nails in just to keep the things flat, but not think of the long-term sound and noise.
Yeah, the nails will come up eventually. Let's say a house is built in the 50s or 60s or 70s. Eventually the nails, if it's plywood, nailed down, then underlay, then carpet, eventually the nails get loose. People walking on the floors, just the house settling. Areas where you have 4 seasons, freezing winters, hot summers, all the temperature changes, humidity changes in a room. All of that works on nails, on hardwood indoors, or on plywood and nails indoors and outdoors on your roof. So most things are nailed down because nailing is cheaper. Nails are cheaper than screws always to buy, and then nails are quicker. They can use nail guns and pop, 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 pop. And
Oh,
even way
cool.
back in the day, just hammering them. So screws take longer to put in each screw, but a screw won't work its way up the way nails do. Nails get loose in boards over time. Screws don't. So what I'm saying is those that were nailed down originally, a few nails here spaced far apart, and I put screws in between. I could see where the nails were when you pull up all the carpets and the underlay, and then you see the plywood boards stripped, and then the nails. And I'd tap them down if I saw one popped up, or I'd pull it out and put a screw in, and then I'd put screws in between. So screw those boards down and it removes all the squeaks. You won't have a squeaky floor or squeaky stairs. I did that with my mom's stairs as well, going upstairs. She wanted it carpeted, but once I stripped the carpet, before the carpenters came in, I screwed the steps down to take the squeaks of the stairs. So then you could go up and down to the upstairs without squeak, squeak.
That's so annoying, all the squeaking on stairs and on floors, because it means that, you know, if the people above or below can hear all the noise the whole time, and it's really annoying. I mean, our home sounds like it's a ship in a storm. It's like creak, creak, people moving.
There is a fix for it, so that's the thing. If it was really bad, I would have taken the boards off and used like carpenter's glue for wood.
Okay.
And then screws. Because that stuff's very strong. It bonds wood to wood. It's a special type of glue. It's in a big container that squeezes out, but you can actually glue wood down to wood and bonds. It's made for gluing wood. Carpenter's glue or
Good to know.
adhesive.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, and screws, but get some good screws that are long enough, and also use screws. I've just been around like workmen and just in various building projects and renovations and construction companies, and I know owners of construction companies, and I've watched things my whole life and been around men that build and men that are carpenters and things like that, and just learned a lot of things throughout my life when it comes to that sort of thing. So these creatures on YouTube that say they're hilarious, these demons that say, "Oh, I don't think you've worked a day in your life. You're just a rich trust fund kid." They have all these stories in their heads. They have no idea what I'm capable of doing, building, repairing, what I've done for. They have no idea. And it's hilarious to me. It's the way this world works.
Yes. Doubting the truth speaker and believing all the liars like Dr. Romani and all the rest of the other ones that wouldn't know truth if it fell over them.
That's true. I've done basic plumbing at times for people. I've helped people with various electrical, installing a new light fixture like a chandelier, fixing a light switch. In high school, I took electronics and I took certain things. I could make things, circuit boards. I designed circuit boards. I did computer programming. I've done all sorts of things. It's not boasting. It's just the fact that I know certain things. And on YouTube, most are just demons with assumptions, lies, rumors. And that's what most people go by in this realm. It's beyond YouTube. And that's what I wish for people on my channel to learn, is to understand. It isn't just one narcissistic psycho, Jack Talcott, or this one, or whatever one I might be covering in a video, Dolores Cannon or Finkelstein. It's common in this realm. You don't have to look far to spot these creatures that would lie at the drop of a hat, not just about me, but about you and about Mayhem watching and about Salty Siren, and they might be your neighbor next door or across the street or down the street. It is that common, and most people go through their lives without understanding that there aren't just a couple bad beings in this place.
That was one of the things I learned from you, because in my head I thought, well, only because people say, oh, it's only a person having a bad day or one bad apple, but I kept seeing a lot of bad things, and I'd question myself and say, well, how can there be so much badness? And then it would be like, oh, maybe it was a bad day, but knowing that it's from top right down to the bottom, and from our neighborhood streets right up to the invisible levels as well. That was another thing that I learned from you, so I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
You're welcome, very welcome, Wendy. And I'm glad that you learned that from me. I wish more people would learn. What frustrates me is when people come here and waste years of my time pretending they're learning, and they leave and they prove they didn't really listen or learn anything while here. And that's happened a number of times. I don't even have to mention their names. You're aware of some of them for sure. So are others that may watch this video in the future later on. It's a list of them that were here for 6 months, a year, 2 years in some cases. Some cases it might have even been 3 years, and they didn't learn anything. And they demonstrate after leaving my channel they didn't learn. There's also channels on YouTube that have 300, 400, 500 viewers or 500 subs, or close to 500, let's say. Most of them are former people that used to be here that were banned, and they will believe every lie. It's hundreds of people in one location on YouTube that will believe every lie that is put into a video about me. That also shows what this realm is. Now that's on YouTube, but the same could happen to a being that's a good being in a small town or a city, where word gets around, rumors get around, lies are spread, and people will believe it. They could say I'm not a real being. They've said I'm an NPC. They've said I'm an AI. They've said all kinds of ridiculous lies. Said I'm a criminal, which is a lie. on and on and on. And hundreds of people applaud that. That shows you it isn't just a couple bad apples. It's most people they contact on YouTube that goes along groupthink, crowd behavior, following along, like Gustave Le Bon spoke about the crowd and how crowd psychology is different than individual psychology. They have a common enemy or someone they view as a villain. They view me as a villain. They would hear my laughter doing that and say, he must be a villain. He sounds evil. Didn't you hear him laugh like that? And it's just they're simpletons.
Your laugh is wonderful, and anyone with even a few brain cells would realize that you're a good being, and the laughter's you having fun. I mean, it's really obvious.
Not to them, though, because they're looking at it in a jaded way. They're looking at it through evil eyes and an evil lens, and we hate him. Therefore, anything they see or hear about me, they're going to turn into evil, including me being playful, mischievous, trying to play up the villain laughter like that. And to them, they'll hear that, me doing that in a live stream, not necessarily now, but other times, or in a video, and immediately, see? They'll say to each other, see, he's evil. He sounds evil. His laughter's evil. And Demon Slayer or someone else will put it in a video. And it's not just the laugh, it's anything. They'll try to use anything against me and say that means he's evil. They're looking for things to try to paint me as evil rather than looking for truth and trying to see how I am and how this realm is. They want to demonize and vilify me. And that could be done not just to me, but to anyone. It could be done to you. And I don't wish that at all. I hope it never is. I hope there's never a gang of hundreds in this realm that do that to you, Wendy, or to any good spirit on my channel, or any that I know in this realm. But my point is they could apply that to anyone in this place on a scale even bigger than that, bigger than 400 or 500, whatever number is hateful against me in his hate cult. It could be millions, just like the anti-white groups. They view us because they hear things about white people that are untrue. For example, they hear this rumor or this myth, the darkies are told that we ate dark people. There's videos now on YouTube. They believe that if we eat a chocolate that looks like a chocolate ear at a chocolate place, that we're thinking of eating darkies, black people. They actually believe it. There's black people that think, oh, white people used to eat us in America. They used to lynch us and they used to eat us. They're told this and they hate white people. Therefore, they believe it out of pre-existing hatred for whites.
That's just such a ridiculous thing. I can't think of anything more revolting than to eat, another people, person, whatever race they were from. It's just not. It's not in our makeup, and that's why we've got farming and raise cattle and chickens and eggs and make cheese. It would only ever happen if it was like a last resort. But then I think white people would rather want to sort of off themselves than have to become a cannibal. It would be so far beyond what it would be like destroying yourself to do that. It's just such a lie.
True, I agree 100%. The millions and millions, the vast majority of white people would never do that. Never. But these darkies in America, American blacks, or quote unquote African Americans, as they sometimes call themselves, claim that white people had picnics, eating blacks after lynching them, and taking trophies and souvenirs, like taking body parts like a liver and eating it, or a darkie's ear and eating it. It's in their mind. It's believable to them, not just because they're low IQ and gullible, but because they have such hatred for us. Hatred can influence and drive belief, including people to believe things that are ridiculous, completely false. It doesn't have to have any evidence because they're already anti-white. They fear us. They hate us. They grow up being told white people are bad. White people are evil. They're told stories that white people used to lynch us. White people used to eat us. White people had picnics. And then they believe it. They believe it. And now as for cannibalism, I wouldn't want to eat a white person. I wouldn't want to, even if it was a last resort and I was starving somewhere in a, I don't know, a snowy mountaintop where we can't move and there's nothing to hunt to get food and we're just starving. Like that would be, I don't know if I would be able to do it. I would probably perish or end myself and take myself out starving than just eat someone. I wouldn't want to do that. Is it a possibility that as being in starvation and hallucinating and you get delusional when you're starving and there's a whole process, a biological process that I could possibly do it? Maybe if the person also gave me permission and I somehow did something and cooked it and didn't really think it was, like, convinced myself somehow that it wasn't a human and it was delusional and treated it like it was deer meat or rabbit meat. I don't know. Maybe. But I don't know for sure if I could stomach it and do it. I don't know if I could. And I'm being honest. I don't know for sure if I could eat a human flesh as a last resort situation, dying of hunger, stranded somewhere, freezing to death and dying. I don't know. But I'll tell you one thing, Wendy. I wouldn't eat a darkie. I wouldn't eat a darkie. If I was going to eat someone, they'd have to be white. I wouldn't want to eat a darkie. I like dark meat when it comes to chicken or turkey or something, but I mean, come on, I'm not going to eat a Negro. I'm better than that. I'm above that. If I was going to cannibalize someone, they'd have to be white. I'm sure the darkies that tune into this are going to be enraged. I wouldn't even eat you if I was starving, darkies. I wouldn't eat you. I'm a king. I'm not a Negro eater.
I think I'd rather die of starvation than have to be faced with that choice. And oh, that's a sheep. Sorry, noisy out here.
Oh, that's okay. Might be a sheep from another channel coming around.
Maybe.
Could be a sheep just lurking.
Mr. Polly.
A little lurker sheep coming around. I wouldn't eat a darkie, though. I'd rather eat a skinny little Chinese person or maybe a Vietnamese or something. I wouldn't eat you darkies. You don't have to worry about me as a white man eating you, saying, you used to eat us. That's a big thing going around on the internet. These black Americans saying, these darkies saying, you white people used to eat us. Don't you know history? No, we didn't. We wouldn't eat you today. We'd say, I'll pass the white meat. I don't want the darkie. I don't want a darkie. I'd like a turkey leg. That's dark meat. I like that. I like at Christmas, my mom would always cook a big turkey. Or Thanksgiving. We have Canadian Thanksgiving. It's a different day than in America. Canadians would know, and some Americans might realize it's Canadian Thanksgiving's in October, American Thanksgiving's in November. But we'd have a turkey most of the time. It'd be turkey. Sometimes a turkey and a ham. But I do enjoy turkey legs. They're really good. And I enjoy the organ meats from turkeys, like heart, liver, all that stuff that my mom would cook. No one else wanted it. I always enjoyed it. It had a stronger flavor, but it's super healthy too. You'd get a real vitamin boost eating that stuff. Turkey heart or turkey liver. It's just loaded with super healthy things. Oh, I was going to ask you, Wendy, do you think you and others would be interested if I did a video on diet and explored the topic of how diet really doesn't affect our spirit? It affects our body, but not our spirit and our spiritual freedom.
I think it's a great idea because there's a lot of guilt that people go around with that they don't need to have about, eating and trying to live on fruits or air or, avoiding eggs and meat and all sorts of things, or end up trying to exist on crazy expensive things that when they could just go and get some, eggs and bacon and liver and be healthier. So, and also that you'll probably mention that what might work for one person doesn't work for another. I mean, there's so many myths that people are carrying around. I think it'd be fantastic.
Thank you, Wendy. Yes, I agree as well that certain diets, certain vegetables people are allergic to, they can't digest, which I would call an allergy. But it's also there's certain things built into plants, not just leaves, but I mean plants. Like I would include, let's say, broccoli as a vegetable, where people get terrible, not just gas, but indigestion. They can't really digest the broccoli or what's in it. Eating it just causes them discomfort or pain, and it's not healthy for them because their body is designed not to digest broccoli. And broccoli contains, I can't remember the name for it, but there's a certain thing in broccoli and certain other green vegetables. Well, tomatoes, it would be nightshade. They're known as nightshade, where they can cause inflammation in people. They're known for that. But it's bigger than that, is what I'm getting at. And you're absolutely hit the nail on the head, where diets should be custom for each person. What works for you might not work for someone else. What you love to eat, what makes you feel good, healthy, strong, and doesn't cause you pain or indigestion or any problems health-wise, might be totally different from someone else, even in your family, much less someone in a different country, in a different part of the realm. It varies. And also, yes, people that avoid certain things, believing, well, it's not spiritual to eat bacon and eggs. I think that's completely false. It's another program of this realm to push veganism and to get people to basically starve themselves and have health problems, believing that they're more spiritual if they do that. And beyond harming themselves, guilting and trying to shame others for life. For years and years, these vegans go around with their family members and their friends and people on the internet trying to guilt and shame and say, you're horrible. I had them on my channel attacking me early on in the first few months of me running the Sanity Machine. I recall once on my post, if I posted my dinner on my community page, they'd be attacking, saying, how dare you eat a steak? And that's not spiritual. I used to like your channel, but not anymore. You're posting a picture of a steak and you're a demon, Stephen. You're evil. You're eating a bloody steak with steak and eggs or all this stuff. One time I posted a picture of a glass of chocolate milk on Facebook, and I had a vegan attacking me over that. For just, that's the way they are. And I think it's so wrong. And I think they have this brainwashing belief that they're more spiritual if they don't eat eggs, cheese, drink milk, eat bacon, eat steak, eat pork, any type of pork chops, pork sausage, beef, any type of meat, poultry, especially bacon and eggs they seem to be against, and steaks. And it's just so wrong. It's so wrong. It's depriving yourself, and it's degrading yourself, even physically. Your health, your teeth will get loose, fall out eventually. After years of veganism, they go through suffering, unneeded suffering due to their diet, but they feel like this is the spiritual diet. And it's wrong, Wendy. It's devastating, and it's harming millions in this realm. It's widespread.
It is wrong. And to go vegan, all their foods are so expensive. The egg substitutes and milk substitutes and everything, the cost of those is way more than getting some, even if you're not getting organic, because that is expensive. There's a lot, the basic real foods are are more affordable and delicious. And if you have like some good quality food, you actually feel like you've eaten. Whereas I don't know if you also noticed that the vegans, they're always hungry and always thinking about food.
Yes, I'm laughing about it, but yeah, it's true. And they're also, especially maybe in Canada and England, they're always cold. I've seen them wearing like long sleeves on fairly warm summer days and spring. They get chilled. They have to go to tropical climates. They freeze. Their body temperature changes from veganism. And did you know that there's brain shrinkage from veganism long term, if you're a vegan for 8 to 10 years?
I know that
It's
now.
measurable.
It's something
It's
I learned from
measurable.
you. Yes. And another thing that I learned from you, because that of course isn't spoken about, because it's not a convenient truth, so it's hidden. It's just incredible. And I've got friends that have converted to going vegetarian, and I've noticed that their sense of humor has gone down sharply over the years as it goes on. So it's important to. I think your video will be really helpful, and it'll also stop people from going down that path if they think it's going to be more enlightening, because there'll probably be more and more messages over the years to change what you eat. And once people have run back to Jesus, they'll probably run back to cauliflowers and cabbages and other things.
And pineapple heads maybe as well. The fruitarian types. He's a vegan too. Did you know that his channel started off as?
Oh, I didn't.
I think he's still a vegan. Pineapple head. Yeah.
Oh wow.
He's not only an anti-natalist, but this character used to call his channel Benedictine the Vegan, and then he changed it to Benedictine the Truth. This guy on the screen, this pineapple head.
Well, if he was doing it to lose weight, it hasn't worked. He's not getting any thinner. So.
Oh, that's true. He's chubby, and then he's walking around like he's on broken stilts or something. He can't even walk. And he gets out of his vehicle. It's making him worse and worse. And as I say to people, we're already in a hell realm. So why would you want to make things worse for yourself and for others? Why be miserable? Why be unhealthy? Why create more pain? You're already in a hell realm. Who wants to be more miserable? The realm already tries to harm us. So why would you harm yourself with your diet?
That's so true. And it fits in exactly with what you're saying. And it's very empowering and strengthening to hear this. So everything that you do has got a reason, and you know what you're doing. And yeah, I think you should do the video. It'd be wonderful to hear, and I'm sure you'll add some good humor into it as well, which is the other part of staying well, is having a good laugh and a giggle, and being able to see the funny side, because there is a funny side of things, and the lack of humor these days is another change, because British people also used to have a really good sense of humor, like a dry one, and it's now people often scared to say anything or laugh, or and I think what they would really love is more humor.
Oh, I agree. I want people to laugh more. Humor is very important. And it's funny how that humorless twat, Justin with the big nose, he came over and left a comment on my channel. He has no sense of humor. He says laughter is the best medicine. He's not funny. His videos are depressing and humorless and miserable. And it's interesting how he claims that humor is good medicine. Well, he's just a depressing, miserable twat in his videos. He's a misery pusher. And as you said about the vegans and the vegetarians, they lose their sense of humor. They become human haters, miserable, angry, humorless. That's a trait that's very common with them. They become anti-human. They become hateful and bitter and miserable. They lose their sense of humor when they change their diet for long enough. It doesn't change in a week or two. That's what I want people to realize, because I know how humans are. They'll say, I went on a diet and I feel great. And it's like, how long you've been on it? 2 weeks or a month? Well, that's not nearly long enough. Almost any diet will make you feel better if you change things up in that short time. What's it going to do in 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? 10 years on veganism, almost everyone has brain shrinkage that's visible on brain scans. You don't have to trust my word. Just do the research, people. Look at the scans, or get a scan. Look at a scan of yours if they already have a CAT scan of you. Go on your vegan diet and at a certain point, pay for or request some kind of brain scan, a CAT scan or some other scan, and see, because it is real. Now, why would that be? And why are there no vegan tribes alive today, Wendy, that were from 5,000, 2,000, 1,500 years ago? Where are they? If that diet is so great, why didn't any of them, if they existed, if there were retarded people that didn't want to drink the milk of cows, goats, make cheese, eat the eggs, eat meat of whatever type of animals, where are these vegan tribes that have been around forever? Because I think that our diet is makes more sense, it is more natural. And not just one slice of liver, one bite out of a cow's liver has more nutrition than most of these vegans seem to get in months on their diet. And it's interesting too, how they want fake eggs, fake meat burgers, fake everything. Why aren't they just satisfied with vegetables, nuts, seeds? Why? Why are they craving what we eat in substitutes? Why?
That's so true, because their bodies know that they're starving, and that's why they're still hungry. And I mean, I like nuts and chocolate, that, because it's the actual contrast with the crunch, and but that's different. But just living on vegetables and nuts and seeds, I just couldn't do it. I did try being a vegetarian when I left school. I tried it for a few months, but my skin went grey, and I thought, there's no ways I can do that, and I just switched back straight away. And that was one experiment done, and that was enough. I didn't go through it to kind of damage my teeth or hair or anything else, but it's just there's just so many lies out there. And then with the media, the Medea being controlled by evil, wanting to harm, and then getting rid of channels that speak truth, it gets more difficult for people to find sort of an honest and truthful evidence-based information that they can trust. So that video will be a good one. And I don't know if you've done any research with menopause, but that was another area, like all the menopause symptoms and things. And it was funny, the one who went vegetarian kept saying to me, oh, well, I'm not having any symptoms because I'm vegetarian. Anyway, so I went through mine, and then it hit her like a truck, and she just blew up like a balloon. I mean, she's fine now, but it was so funny. She was so smug that I was going through it because I wasn't vegan, or vegetarian. It's just they just find excuses when they compare it against their own life, and then when it happens to them, they suddenly forget the sort of advice that they'd given or whatever they'd said.
Yes, I agree with what you said, and about their smugness. That's a common trait with vegans, with liberals, with feminists, with leftists. Very, very smug about what they support. They think that they have it figured out. They have all the knowledge. What they're doing is right. What everyone else is doing is dumb and stupid and wrong, and that's why you're that way. There are vegans that before menopause lose their period. Fruitarians and vegans, where they can't get pregnant. They are infertile because their hormones are so messed up from their diet. A vegan diet can affect people, or a fruitarian diet can affect people, especially women, to that degree. And it messes with men's hormones as well. Men obviously don't have periods, but I'm sure it affects their estrogen levels and their testosterone levels in men tremendously. So there are consequences for these new age diets. And I'm going to call them new age because people weren't vegans in this realm 1,000 years ago, or 2,000 years ago, or 5,000, in most areas, most of this realm. Now, some of them might point to small isolated areas. Maybe certain beings that are non-whites are able to be vegan in a certain part of maybe the darkies and the darker ones in India. There's dark Indians, there's lighter skinned people in India, darker Pakis. Maybe some of them that are vegans, maybe some dark Hindus, or I don't know, whatever. Maybe. But that doesn't mean that it works for European people. We're different.
We're definitely different. And I didn't know that about them becoming infertile. I knew that happened to anorexic women. Wow. And that fits into the whole policy of trying to stop the the birth rate for the European people as well, because the ones trying to become vegan and they're off to yoga classes and all of the namaste and everything like that. That's another way to just to keep the population shrinking and reducing. Very sneaky. And about the differences in what you can eat. It's interesting. It's just there was a woman. She's dead now, but she used to do these personalized diets, or not diets to lose weight, but diets for health. And she did one for me and my son, and she actually checked like what you could eat, and things like lamb and eggs were on it. But it was interesting. There was no fish, and it was a limited amount of foods kind of thing, and there was none of the. It was just. And then my son's one was completely different. There was some overlap, but even though he's like my child, his menu was different. So it is interesting. And some people probably can survive as a vegetarian for some reason, but it's not a one. It can't be given to everyone.
That is interesting about the diets, and it reflects what I was saying. It could be genetically related, could be mother and son, it could be brother and sister, or two brothers. That one diet works much better for one than the other. And I agree, it might work for some to be vegetarian, let's say long term, and they'll point and say, look, they're 75 years old, they look great, they've been vegetarian for 40 years. That's the exception out of possibly billions of people in the realm. That's what vegetarians and vegans point to. One famous example of someone that's lived a long life and looks fairly healthy, usually they're thin, but it's rare to see an old vegetarian or old vegan that looks healthy. They always look weak, sickly, anorexic, skin's weird. There's always something very off about them if they live that long term. But what most people do is point to the exceptions. And I'll say to those people, can you point to 10 million vegans that are 75? I know you can point to one exception. It might have worked for one out of the whole realm. A lot of times it's just one or two that they can point to that are old, that are still on that diet, that don't look sickly and haven't died. It's not that many. Just like you could point to one old man that's extremely tall, but not a lot of giants live a long time. If you're over 7 feet tall, you don't see too many 90-year-old guys that are 7 feet 2. You just don't. Just like you don't see a lot of 95-year-old men or women that are 500 pounds. You don't. Could there have been one exception or two in world history that lived that long? Maybe, but I haven't seen anywhere in my lifetime. A 500-pound person that's 95 years old. Where are they?
Exactly. And anyone that is that tall or survives that long becomes mentioned in museums and things because they are so unusual.
Yes, absolutely. They're unusual. They're rare. They're the exception. They're an exceptional person for breaking the rule. And unfortunately, sorry, a lot of beings that lean left, I don't mean who they vote for. They're liberal, they're leftist, they're feminist, they're Marxist, they're vegan. That group tends to point to exceptions and say, you're wrong because of this. There's one tall basketball player that made it into the NBA out of China. Well, they claim China has 1 point something billion beings. One of them grew to over 7 feet tall and played years ago in the NBA. Great. But for the most part, Chinese people, on average, are shorter than Europeans. Now, leftists can't accept that because they'll point to they'll keep pointing at that one basketball player. Well, that's known as an exception to the rule. They can't understand these things, Wendy. They're low IQ. Just like darkies can't understand per capita and crimes per capita. They can't understand that darkies in America are somewhere between 11 and 13% of America's total population. That's male and female. Now, out of the males, it's about 6 or 7. And that's males of all ages, old and young. Then you talk the young males, it might be 5%. So there might be 5%, and they commit about 60% plus of the violent crime. 5% of the population. And if you talk about males that aren't just young, that aren't 3-year-olds, it might be 2 to 3% of males 15 to under 30 are committing about 60%, close to it, the murders in America. So per capita, they are the most violent demographic, period. It's not even close. But you say this to a darkie, or Frojax on their channel says it to them, and they'll say, white people murder more. They can't understand per capita. They just can't do it. Any of them that has been on that show. And I'd wager to say that I wouldn't be able to find a darkie where I live that could do that. They could look at per capita and go, yeah, I understand it means this. They can't understand it.
I think because it works on being able to count beyond the number of fingers and toes you have. So, and maths is not really in their sort of in their forte range.
They have to. When I go on their show, I was tempted watching one of the darkies there to say he's got to take off his shoes and socks to be able to count on his toes.
It's true.
That's the reason he can't count that high. I will say that if I ever get on there as a guest, I'll say I'm going to try to help the darkies with counting and with per capita and understanding things. I'm going to try to help them out, and maybe if they get some watermelon, like a big slice of watermelon and different sizes of fruits, they might be able to understand better that the smaller fruits actually per capita are able to murder more and more violent than the bigger group, the big watermelon that they love. Maybe I could describe it in a way that I don't think I could. I'll try, but I don't think I could get the darkies to understand per capita. They just can't do it genetically. They genetically can't do it. Just like genetically, these tiny hats, if I glued Canadian change to the sidewalk, they'd be trying to pick it up. They just can't help themselves. They can't. It's genetic. It's in them. They want those shekels.
Yes. They would go home and fetch a screwdriver to try and pry it off as well.
Yes, they'd go fetch a screwdriver, and maybe a screwdriver and a hammer or a file, or they'd get something, maybe a pry bar or a crowbar. They'd want that money. They love those shekels. This big nose, Justin, born into a corrupt system. He's a big nose. Look at his avatar, Wendy. He posted this on my channel. He tagged me on my live stream and said, "Hi, Stephen, how's it going?" He's now a fan of Demon Slayer. He thought he was being sly by then posting after I said, "I'm doing great. I feel good. I'm not depressed. How are you?" I responded, and then he responded with a Demon Slayer link. But look at his avatar. Do you see what that is on the screen?
I'm peering at it. It says live, but I can't see what's behind it. Sorry.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, he's got a baby buggy. I think it's called a pram in Great Britain for babies. It's like an avatar of a black and white pram for wheeling a baby, taking a baby on a stroll, and it has the red circle around it and the strike through it, like no babies. He's against people having babies. He's an anti-natalist. That's his avatar for his YouTube channel.
I think he's asking to have his meme put into a pushchair, pram, buggy, or whatever you want to call it. I think he's wanting he's wanting a bit more attention.
It could be, Wendy. I don't think that he would be able to make a baby. I think he's probably impotent or castrated or something. I don't think he has to worry about having babies. I don't think it's possible for Justin. I don't think he could do it, even if he wanted
comes across
to.
single. He has the single vibe, so he might have to start a toy collection or something, because cats are more for girls, unless he's going to go the Matty route.
Cats are for girls unless he's going to. What was the other part? What route?
Oh, unless he's going to go the sort of Matt McKinley route, collecting cats in his house, then he'll have to get a toy collection or something instead.
The McKinley route, yeah.
Yeah.
The Humpty Dumpty. Yeah, he might do that. He might have cats. I don't know. I don't know that much about this Justin creature. I'm going to call him a creature because he's behaving like a real creature. He's kind of addicted to coming over and leaving comments. Now on my channel, he's trying to get attention. He's a little boy that wants some attention.
It's interesting what we were talking about how women are like sort of staying sort of like children, or they've been designed that they're like perpetual children. And you mentioned, well, it's more than 50% of the population because so many men have become crybabies and feminized and become like weaklings and stuff. It just illustrates that exactly how there's very few real men around.
Yes, and women are already around 51 to 53%, upwards in some countries of 55%, because more baby boys die as infants, like as very young ones. There's a greater mortality rate, and more baby girls are born. So there's a percentage difference where women are the majority. They're more than 50%. And then you add in these feminized males. So yeah, our society is becoming a crybaby, feminized society of soy boys. I'm not sure if it's on the screen. Maybe it takes a while to load, but can you see his avatar now?
I see it now.
Buggy, the pram. Yeah.
Yes.
So he's against babies. And he'll argue up and down that he's a fun guy. He's for laughter. He's not miserable. He's not against people. Meanwhile, his channel avatar that he advertises for his YouTube channel with thousands of subscribers is anti-children. It's right there. It's just, like he's pushing that right there, that agenda, which of course is a New World Order agenda. Tell white people not have babies, specifically white people. And the New World Order diet is veganism, not just to make people infertile and incapable of having children. Women go far enough on that diet, they won't be able to have babies. But beyond that, you're weak and miserable. Children or no children, whether they reproduce or not, they lose their sense of humor. They become miserable to be around. They become insufferable. The New World Order diet ruins lives. And this stuff, like this misery pusher, he's telling people not to have babies. It's right there. He's a creepy creature.
Very, very creepy. And there's no light in his eyes either. So he can talk about being happy, but if you look at his eyes, that is like pits of depression and hopelessness. And even his words he can't even put humor in his words. So they're all just liars, and they have to go and hang out together in their little band group. It's like, like a bunch of losers.
Are you talking about me again? Boo. Look at him, his little onesie. Crying, crybaby Justin. Oh, his little onesie. He's totally miserable, and he has light eyes, and what you're saying is absolutely true. It's depression in his eyes, misery, dullness. See, these creeps would say, oh, Stephen just doesn't like dark eyes, and what does he have against people? Well, Justin doesn't have dark eyes, but there's a complete dullness and depression in him that shows in every video. But creatures that are like him will pretend it isn't there. They'll defend him, like Mushroom Coyote is now a fan of Justin because he saw me talking about him on my channels. Look at the deadness there. Here's a new image. I'm not sure. It might take a second or two. But does he look happy or does he seem dark and miserable? And I cropped out a screenshot just of his eyes and his nose. I tried to crop out his nose. It was too big. I couldn't crop it out of the image.
The software said no processing available for that job, but yes, dead, dull eyes. They're like lifeless. There's no, whatever spirit in there is very different to what mine is, what yours is, and if you can't see it, then you belong here. It's just as simple as that.
I agree, Wendy. If someone can't see this, this is as obvious as it gets. And it's not just one screenshot. You could spend hours watching his videos, but then again, there has to be a spiritual difference. If someone watches video after video of him on his channel, showing how dull and dead his eyes are, and they can't notice, there's something wrong with them then. I can't help these beings that can't see. They're so spiritually different, as you said, from what we are. There's no helping them see. Either they can see it or they can't. And it's not up to us to bang our heads and waste the rest of our lives trying to reach beings that just can't be reached. It's right here on this image again. The dullness, the deadness of those eyes. Where's his spirit? I've seen depressed people with more light in their eyes than this. He just doesn't even look like he's a living being. Now, I'm not saying he's a robot. I'm not saying he's dead. I'm not saying he's an NPC. But there is no light in these eyes at all. None. There's just none.
And perhaps he started out with light in his eyes, like we were looking at the princes yesterday, how they started off sweet and lovely little boys, and how they changed, and whether that happened to him in this lifetime or whether he's been here so many times that things have changed. It's hard to know, and I don't think we can get the answer, but there is a definite difference, and it's helpful to know, to look for all these differences. And you've been working so hard to help people see what you do instinctively.
Yes, I do it instinctively, and most people go by the fear differences. We got to get beyond our differences, they'll say. We're all the same. We are all the same. We this, we that. And that's collectivism. Saying if we acknowledge differences, it's war, it's bad, it's argumentative, it's conflict. We don't want to do that. We're all the same, they'll say. And I'm saying the opposite. Let's look at differences. Let's examine differences. Let's face the differences. Let's face it, we're not all one type of spiritual species on Earth. There are observable differences between me and this. This is him on the screen. And the meme with, does he look happy? And all I did was take a screenshot of that section of his face. Deadness, dullness. And he's outdoors, by the way. He's outdoors. There's trees and leaves behind him. So people can't say it's a dark room or it's because of this lighting. It's outdoor lighting during the day. And this is me outdoors during the day. Granted, this picture of me wasn't taken yesterday, but it doesn't need to be. Still me. That's what demons would argue. They'd say, how old are you now? How old is Stephen? 60? And they're obsessed with trying to determine my age and my astrological chart. And they're just obsessed with how many coffees I drink and how many Coke Zeros. And these creatures are obsessed with they wish they knew every detail of my life because there's something wrong with them. They're evil spirits and they're obsessed with me. This is the difference. This is him. This is me. This is him. This is me. There's light in my eyes. Light and life. And look at this. There's a total deadness. It might as well be a corpse. I've seen corpses in a casket at an open casket funeral that look more alive than that. Some people might think that's just an insult or a joke. I'm not joking. I've seen relatives of mine that died that looked more alive in a casket than this. And that's what's happening in this realm. You have beings walking around. They're like the Walking Dead. They're like zombies. They're part of this realm.
No, the absolute difference, and it's like the meme you made with you versus Keith. There's just a stark contrast. It's the life and energy versus emptiness, voidness, and deadness. It's very easy to see.
It's very easy to see for you and for me. But I would say, Wendy, for millions, possibly billions, they can't see it at all in this realm. And I know that's strange, bizarre, but it is that way. I've seen beings that I wouldn't be surprised in my own family that if I showed them this meme on their screen or sent it an email and removed the words and just said, can you tell the difference? And they'd probably say, no, you both have the same kind of eyes. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with beings that can't see the difference. They can't see the way we do. I think this is the meme you were referring to.
Yes, that's the meme. And putting it so clearly with both at the same time gives no excuses, and not seeing and not remembering, compensating for the whole goldfish brain effect. There's no denying it. You can just see and you can feel, and if you can't feel, well, there's no helping.
There are beings on my channel, Wendy, that are regulars here that I bet if I never showed that meme again, if I didn't show this, which is just my eyes cropped from this particular photo, that's what it is from. But if I didn't show these ever again, there are regulars on my channel that have been here a long time that would say that they can't remember what color my eyes are, what they look like, the difference between my eyes and Keith, Creepy Keith. Regulars. It's not just beings on YouTube. It's unfortunate, but I don't think most in this realm have a memory, a focus, attention span, anything like they should. It's been degraded. And it's obvious to me that it's unfortunate. It's not what I want. I'm not hyping myself up saying my memory's better. And it's like being in a Twilight Zone episode because people's memory is so bad at this point. I don't know how some of them survive. Just basic get through life, not notice exceptional things or deep things about this realm, just day to day survive in life because they have no memory. They have no attention span. They have no focus. It's a stark difference between my eyes and his. Do I think most, even on my channel, would remember this and how different they are? I don't think so. I think I'd have to keep showing this meme every day. There's maybe a handful or less on all of my YouTube channels after all these years that might be able to do it, and that's it. It's very rare at this point.
It's a good meme to put in your community posts every now and again, maybe every week or every fortnight, just as a reminder. So that for any of the those that are obsessed with scrolling, there's something that shows that they're not looking properly, but those ones will choose not to see it, and every time they choose not to see it, they are choosing their destiny.
Yeah, it's excuses removal, basically. It's removing the excuses from them that they would use. But I'm in a weird, strange situation in this realm, having to show and tell people good from evil when it's this obvious. Before this lifetime, I never would have imagined I'd have to be in a situation where I'd even need to make a meme like this because it's so obvious to me.
Exactly.
It's just funny because it's like, oh my goodness, look what I have to do. I have to dumb it down to an idiocracy level of good versus evil and show them the obvious stark contrast, and they still can't see it.
You almost need to have a meme saying, this is a hand, this is a foot, this is your elbow. It's like that is at such a level they can't see basic things.
I might have to make a meme with various drinks, like a glass of water, a glass of orange juice, a tea, a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, say these are drinks, and then a cup of urine. This is not a drink. Do not drink your own pee. It's just look what the way they're behaving. They have to be taught everything. It's remarkable. It's almost unbelievable. It's so far gone here. It's gone so far in this realm. But it's funny in a way. We have to laugh at this stuff. It's the amount of beings. Hold on a second. I'm looking for this new meme. Like this one. It's going to come up in a second. It's loading, or it's being processed by Restream. Here it is. Demonic weirdo? No way. Trust me. It's funny to me because it's just so obvious. I never would have had to require someone to make a meme to show me this. Never. On YouTube 10, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, this could have popped up with no words and I would have said demonic. No one has to teach me or tell me or make a meme. I just recognize. But I have to do this. I'm not obligated, but I mean, for most to even have a chance in this realm, seeing what this is, they need to have a meme exposing it, because on their own, left to their own devices, they'll watch Dr. Ramen Noodles for years and never see what a demonic thing it is. They'll just never see the darkness and the weird eyes, and they just won't see it. They'll just say she's a nice lady and she's good. She teaches me about narcs, and they don't even notice she just loops and does the same video all the time, repeats herself endlessly. How many topics does she cover? She has tons of videos for years and so many followers, and she doesn't do anything different. Endless loop for money, for shekels. And they don't see it. Only in a hell realm full of zombies would a meme even like that even have to be made. It should be unnecessary is what I'm saying. People should be able to see this automatically, but they can't.
Exactly. And the first thing when I was in that meme, her eyes look like Prince Philip's eyes. She's got the same like vampire energy to it. Even the teeth were sort of seemed to be sharp, and that whole the evilness of it. And I wonder if people just put the video on and then don't look at the screen, and they're just hearing the voice and getting deceived and duped just by listening to the words and not zooming in on the eyes or getting a general sense of her energy, and definitely not remembering that if she's looping on the same topic again and again, how can you have a whole channel just doing one thing? And you call yourself a doctor, there should be other things. And it is interesting how and also how easy it is to fool people.
It's very easy for evil to fool people. It's very easy for evil to make lots of money fooling people. It's very easy for intelligent, above average, gifted, or brilliant beings that are evil to fool people. They're just easy prey. The way that humans are designed, whether it's average intelligence or low intelligence, humans are just easy prey for these demons. They can make a fortune. They can get millions of followers on YouTube easily and be repetitive and push the sameness and make the big googly eyes, the big Sam Paku eyes. And I would almost feel better, Wendy, if they weren't watching the screen and just listening. But I suspect a lot of them are looking at the screen. They don't notice. They're oblivious. Oh, you're heading back to make breakfast. Okay, yeah. Wendy.
Yeah. Thank you. And her eyes are so scary. They're like horror movies. I mean, it would be such a warning just to see that. So thank you very much for the conversation, and I'll let you continue, and bye for now, everyone. Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome, Wendy. I hope you have a delicious breakfast. Thank you once again for coming on. It's my pleasure to have you on here, Wendy. And I'll leave you with this. Instead of the scary, this is Dr. Ramen Noodles. She's still kind of scary, but she's made out of noodles. And she has the recycling bin right there on her box of ramen noodles. Dr. Ramen Noodles. She calls herself, I think, Dr. Ramani, something like that. Sounds Indian, but she's Dr. Ramen Noodles. She's got noodles for brains. She has noodles for brains. Creepy creature. She's a creepy. She's a creepy. She's a creepy creature. She's a creepy. She's a creepy creature. I don't know who Vavid Cats is. I have no idea. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. Dr. Ramen Noodles. Where's the other meme of her? I made a new one. I had to make two. I couldn't resist. I might even make more. It's just funny to me. I have to show her like this. Eat up. Dr. Ramen Noodles special. There's a cockroach. There's a cucaracha in her noodles. Soul food. And then there's a cupcake. And look at her mouth. Look at her face, her expression. Dr. Ramen. Dr. Ramen Noodles. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The duckies.
Quiet. Mask on. Mask off. Mask on. Mask off.
Karate Kid.
Mr. Miyagi.
No smoking.
Jello and starch for lunch. Morgue is in the basement. Thanks a bunch. Loosh Farm. Prisons for patients.
Human experiments.
Deep sleep. Psychic driving.
CIA overseas.
You see? Alphabet agencies. Black projects. Healthcare. Universities. Shock and awe.
Shuffle and walk.
Corridors full of tears. Oceans full of blood and fear.
Giddy up cowboys and cowgirls.
You're the cattle. Hear the death rattle? Hellcare. Hellcare.
Hellcare.
Hell stare.
Hell stairs.
Back at you.
Hell stairs. Back at
More. Morgue is called the nursery.
666.
Is the passcode key for entry.
We're sick.
We're sick.
We're sick.
Psychos.
And we're selling death here.
Misery.
Put in the IVs.
Misery.
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 Hellcare.
patience.
We're vampires.
For hire.
Vampires.
In scrubs.
Rub-a-dub-dub. Hop in the tub.
Sponge baths for demons.
Witchy cackles and laughs.
We dance and dance.
In the hallways.
Dancing nurses.
Smiling graves.
Silly corpses.
It's Hellcare.
Hellcare.
Chemo hair.
Don't care.
Don't care.
Don't care. Hellcare.
Hellcare. Hellcare. Hellcare. Demon care.
Hello, hello, my tiggers. Hello, hello, my tiggers. I don't know who you are. You're prattling on in the chat room, Vavid Cats. Sorcery and victory. Sure, Wendy. Good idea. I'll share that with everyone. Sorcery and victory. I thought I heard a tugboat on the river. Is that a tugboat?
Fire it up. I will use your mind against you. I will disarm you with the truth. With the truth. I will seek you through the darkness, storming. I will wreck you like an apocalypse, warring. A spiritual battle,
A spiritual reckoning. haunt you,
haunt you.
raven eyes,
We'll watch you
flying high.
above.
Wherever you may roam, you will be seen in your dreams.
Watched by me,
You will bleed
watched by my.
ravens and crows.
You will find no refuge.
You will have no home.
Hell is forever.
Your tomb is here.
You cursed evil demons
Evil demons,
will burn,
here in the fire,
cannibalizing each other.
forever and ever.
Here where you belong.
No moon, no sun
Darkness and pain.
will be forever and ever. Cursed beings.
Hello, everyone. Hello. There are some people on my channel that can't figure out how to block or hide people. I don't know if you realize, but YouTube does have that option available to you. If someone is bothering you, harassing you, stalking you, whatever, just block/hide them on YouTube, where you don't have to go to their channel. You can't see anything they're doing anymore. They're just out of your life. Block and move on. Block/hide, whatever. Block/hide user and move on. Simple. I don't know why it's that difficult. No one has to think about this for hours, days, weeks. It's not that hard. It just isn't. It just isn't. That's how to handle weirdos on YouTube. Now, if you want to say that you have to keep up with them, you don't have to. I've never said to anybody that you have to keep up with weirdos that make videos about me. I've encouraged people to learn the difference between my live streams and my recorded videos. Some people can't do that, unfortunately. There's a difference. I don't ask anybody here to watch this live stream's 2 hours, 59 minutes, 43 seconds so far. Now, let's say it runs 12 hours. I'm not asking you to watch 12 hours. I'm not expecting you to watch 12 hours. I'm not expecting anybody to see all my live streams in every minute. But I think you'd be wiser to watch my videos, the recorded videos that I've tried to guide people to. They're not really hidden. They're not a secret. I mention them all the time on my channel, The Sanity Machine. They're not hard to find, I promise. I'll show you right now. It's this simple. I'll click on The Sanity Machine channel. The Sanity Machine, I'll drop the link in the chat for people that are finding difficulty or it difficult to find. I don't think it is, but it's right there. The Sanity Machine. It's my main channel. And then you go down to playlists, and you can see playlists there, like my Alchemical Gold. This is known as a playlist or a series, Alchemical Gold. There's 12 and counting in this new series. This is a new series. Or you can go on my homepage of The Sanity Machine. Okay, this is on YouTube, but I'm using a web browser. It might look slightly different. Don't be baffled. It might look a little different on your phone than this because I'm using a web browser on a laptop. So it's a bit different than your phone. But find where it says, here's recommended videos. Go to the Esoterica. This is what I recommend going through first, if you can. Instead of wasting time on live streams or saying you don't like drama or complaining, there's no drama in this series. There's a series here. And I don't see a lot of comments on these. And I think I ended up turning off comments because I was frustrated. But you can watch these. And you don't have to say, I don't know what this character or this drama. This is about learning. 177 videos is showing right now in this series. Now, there's more videos than that I have not quite added yet to this channel and this playlist. But this is a lot of hours here. If you go through this, it might not be 12-hour live streams. It might not be as many memes and jokes and entertaining, but it's explaining this realm, this hell realm, reality, species of spirits, all sorts of things, okay, in a deeper way. And I am trying to help you. Intuition, psychedelics, soul contracts. You can see some of the titles here. This is called a playlist on YouTube. And it's on The Sanity Machine. I'm not being condescending, but so many people are lost and they can't seem to find this. And after years, it gets frustrating trying to guide people to something that you shouldn't need a roadmap to find this. It's not that difficult. These are called recorded videos, and they're in a playlist. This is my Esoterica series playlist. My Esoterica series, the greatest series. The greatest series. Face the Differences, Part 1, Part 2. A closed ecosystem of recycling. Soul contracts. 53 minutes, 23 and a half, 55, 55, on and on. You could spend hours and hours and hours watching these, but learning something rather than just watching a show. Why do I call my live streams a show? Because it is a variety show. It's different from this that's on the screen, Esoterica series. It's different. It's not all the same. So I'm not asking anyone to pay attention to drama, to demons on YouTube, Team Evil, any of that. You don't have to. I don't expect you to. You don't have to. It's your choice if you do that. Choose wisely. If you want to spend your time on that, go ahead. If you don't, spend your time on this. This is what I encourage. But I don't believe most people will. I don't believe most humans want this truth. I think they want drama. And I think they prove it, and it bears out on YouTube every day when I see channels with tons and tons of views, shit channels, shit shows, drama shows, drama channels, degenerate channels, losers. That's what people want to watch, cockroaches. You don't want this. And I can see that you don't. Not hard to find. I don't know what more I can do for you other than read you bedtime stories. Maybe I have to read them to you. It's already my voice in the videos, but maybe I have to make audiobooks and read to people like they're children. Maybe I have to infantilize people, especially grown women, and treat them like they're little children and read them a bedtime story. I don't know what more I can do, but I've tried my heart out to reach people, and they just complain. It's always complaints. I get more complaints per week than many of you can imagine. And I don't mention it always, but once in a while, an email will kind of bother me, or someone saying something. It's just so many complaints. I don't like complainers. It's already a hell realm. I don't need more people complaining to me. I just don't. Whining, complaining. At a certain point, I'm going to say, what more can I do for you? What can I help you with? Because I know how to block and remove people. And if people can't figure that out, I don't know what's wrong. Here's Dr. Ramen Noodles. She's rolling her eyes in a demonic way. Now, demons and cockroaches, and again, people treat it as just gossip, have said that's just blinking. That isn't blinking, because blinking is when your eyelids close. This is called rolling your eyes and showing the whites of your eyes, where your eyes roll back in your head. There's a difference between this, great geniuses, and blinking. But people have said that's just blinking when Landry does it and when Romany does it. Here's Landry. Now, people would say, I don't want the drama, Stephen. I can't. You're not learning then. You're not paying attention. You don't have a fucking attention span. And that's why it irritates me. Because you're missing the point. You treat it as drama. You don't know what I'm doing. You'll say you're showing Landry because you got beef with him. It's a conflict. It's a drama. I'm showing you how demonic he is. I'm showing you demons. And some of you viewers, I'm going to spell it out for you, miss the point and label it quote, drama or conflict or beef or gossip. You miss the point if that's the case. And maybe you're demonic yourselves. Maybe that's the reason you're just trying to drain me and annoy me. Because this is simple. You should be able to see this if your fucking IQ's under 50. I don't get the conflict and I don't want to. This isn't conflict. I'm showing you something that's demonic, and then I'm showing you here something that's demonic. So take a good look and learn something if you're here. And stop thinking it's conflict, it's beef, it's drama. You miss the point. You miss the fucking point. And at a certain point, the people that keep missing the point and keep annoying me end up going away from my channel. I'm telling you that I'm teaching something. And if you keep complaining and you're not learning, then I don't want you near me. Okay? Learn or leave. I'm going to make it that simple as a choice. Learn or leave. This is demonic behavior. That's not blinking. Okay, dummies, the dumb people that like to make excuses for snake eyes, for whiteout eyes, for tongue flicks. You have a million excuses. That's not normal. That's not blinking. And you better start get used to it. It's not beef. It's not drama. I'm trying to teach you something that some of you seem incapable of learning. Then go away. You're on the wrong channel. This isn't blinking. I'm going to keep hammering it home. Okay? Start learning or leave. This isn't drama. I think some of you are on the wrong channel. You belong on these shit channels. There's a lot of shit channels on YouTube for you. But you're missing the point of what I'm doing. And that is irritating. It reminds me of former family. Okay? It reminds me of former family. And I don't like that. And I start to think it's intentional to be irritating. I do. I think there are certain ones sent to my channel just to fucking irritate me. Because this isn't difficult. This is easy to learn. Similarity here. That's a woman, but look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. It almost looks like she's wearing a earrings. Bells for earrings, it looks like. Looks like a bell. Very strange creature. Very famous, though. You can follow this creature if you want. You want to be a zombie that's unaware. Follow these evil creatures. Follow Landry. Follow Ramen Noodles. Follow whatever. Here's the Ramen Noodles. Dr. Ramen Noodles special. Now people miss the point. Say, I thought you were serious. They can't get that I do humor as well on live streams. I'm multifaceted. I'm not one-dimensional. Don't get so confused easily. This is a funny meme. It's not drama. It's not hate. Okay? It's simple. 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 And if people can't get the simple, I can't help you then. I don't know what happened to you. I can't help everyone in this realm. I've tried for decades, and it doesn't work. Doesn't work. Because as I'm showing you things, you have it in your head that it's beef, drama, conflict. It isn't. It's analysis. It's thinking. It's doing what you haven't done your whole lives. Many of you are zombies. I'm trying to show you how to do something you don't do. Here's David Icke. I don't hate him. I don't have beef with him. I don't have drama. I'm showing you what he is. Some of you are just used to watching shit. You watch these shit channels. You can't tell the difference. Gobble this up then. Why do you think they're just showing one eye? Why do you think there's black and white? Both of them are in black and white, no color, duality. And then there's the red and black satanic color combo that I've spoken about for years. Red and black in the center and London Real. And it goes on and on. Duper's delight on their faces. They rub it in your face, and what dumb people do is say, do you hate them, Stephen? Do you have drama with him? No, I don't. I'm showing you what he is, though. Okay? I'm showing you what he is. I'm trying to. Is there a cost to you for not seeing what I'm trying to show you? Oh, there is. And I've even made memes to show that, to try to help you and illustrate it for you. You can get upset. You can say, oh my gosh, I don't like his tone of voice. I don't like how he's treating us. Do whatever. Feel sympathy for demons, and you're going right there in the bin. Whether you like it or not, you could say, I don't want that. There was a creature that used to come to my channel that just kept saying, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want you to do that. I don't want that. I don't want you to report me. They did get reported. They didn't want that, but it doesn't matter what the fuck you don't want. There's a cost. So go ahead, do this if you want. Here's another meme to try to help you. That's a recycling bin. You want to be a zombie? Jump in the bin. Get recycled. You want to defend David Icke and say, boo-hoo, Stephen's showing him with one eye. Stephen's mean. He has beef with him. You're missing the fucking point. And I can only say at this point, it must be intentional. It has to be. which bothers me. Why am I allowing certain people around? You're trying to irritate me. That's what I think. Because I've done all I can to make it very clear what my channel's about. So how you could miss the point, consistently miss the point for months, I don't know. I'm out of excuses for you. Answered prayers in heaven. There's the recycling bins. You see those papers that nobody gives a shit about because they're going to get recycled. They just toss them in the bin, and the bins are overflowing with unanswered prayers. That's going to be you. The people that don't pay attention, people that don't learn, the people that completely misinterpret my whole channel and what I'm doing. That's where you end up. In the recycling bin, recycled and fucking forgotten. Just like a soda can that's sitting in my recycling bin a year ago. I don't know how many cans were in the recycling bin 1 year ago today. I've forgotten what they were. You'll be forgotten too. You can say that's mean. You're fucked in your head. You just don't know what I'm trying to get through to you. That's where you're headed. So keep thinking you're clever and say, I don't get it. I don't get what you're doing. I don't have time for it. I don't have energy. It drains me. I can't keep. Then don't keep up then. Go the fuck away. Not asking you to keep up with drama. You missed the point of my whole channel. And I just don't have time or energy for people that consistently miss the point. Look at his forehead. That's a warning to you. Not just to him. Not just to this creature. I made the meme to warn you, my viewers. You want to act like him? There's where you're going. Do you see the symbol on his forehead? Do I have to spell it out? The arrows on his forehead going round and round. That's where that rude, psychotic, narcissistic nutcase is headed. And so are you. If you defend him and his kind and behave the way he did and live your life the way he does, you'll end up there too. Congratulations. And you'll see how funny it is saying, Steven says we're going to end up in the recycling bin. I don't believe him. Steven's this, Steven. And go ahead and end up there. You've been warned, told, shown, had it explained for decades. You have access to me on my channel, and what most of you do is complain. Or, sorry, not most of you, some of you. Some of you. I take that back. Not most, I misspoke. But is there only one of the creature on the screen? Nope, there's a lot like that in this realm. There's a lot of psychos in this realm. He's not the only one. Talcott's not the only one. It's not about beef. It's about showing you something. Do I assume that most humans can learn this about this? No, I don't. Because you've proven over years otherwise. Most of you humans don't learn. You don't learn. So some of you are so fucked up, you complain to me that this is drama and beef. You don't have time for it. Go away then. I already told you, I don't know why you're coming to my live streams. You don't know what my channel's about. You still don't know. You won't watch the videos that are sitting there recorded to be available to be watched night and day 24/7. But you come here and complain. It's just remarkable. What do you come to my channel to fucking complain to me for? I'm sick of it. I'm sick of complainers in general. Okay? I'm sick of complainers. I'm doing this for free for you. I'm not asking for your money. I'm not asking for anything. And people just complain. Some complain, not all. I'm not saying every person complains, but I'm just tired of complainers in this realm. Go to that corrupt system, Justin's channel. Born into a corrupt system, I think is the name of it. I'll hunt it down. Sorry, because people can't find anything on their own. They have to be spoon-fed. I'm sorry for even just saying that. Find it on your own. How the fuck are you going to do that? People can't do anything.
1, 2, 3. You know what I mean?
Why recording? Why recording? Google.
Nah, my mother.
Is this drama? Do you think I'm showing this for drama or beef? Why do you think I'm showing this?
This is my...
Here is allowed.
This is my...
Listen to me, listen to me.
Go on.
Here is allowed.
Go on.
Here is allowed.
This is my war memorial. So,
here is allowed. I sit here. No one is here.
Yeah, come near me.
Here is allowed.
You rest you want to get near me too. Hey, rest you want to get near me too. Hey. See it? Did you see it? Get closer. Know what I mean? This is our war memorial. No, this! Oh, no! 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean?
Why recording? Why recording? Google.
Nah, my mother. This is my...
Here is allowed.
This is my...
Listen to me, listen to me.
Go on.
So this is a pretty big guy, a British guy. And I applaud this reaction when he finally got some passion and shouted at them. They should be shouted down. They should be shouted down. You shouldn't have just said that it's my war memorial. It's my country. That's what I want you to do. That's my message to British people. Tell them it's my country. You don't tell me how to behave, where to film, where to stand, what to do. It's my country. My country. Fuck you. Get the fuck away from me. You're not going to control me. Tell me what to do. It's my country. Anyway, he was 90% there with what he said and reacted. Fuck them. For the people that are confused, that think showing these creatures is just drama, I made a video about the Misery program. I've done everything I can to help you see the differences, and some of you just can't see. You can't see. Go to his channel then. I dropped the link in the chat. It's right there. Born into a corrupt system. I made it easy since people can't find channels on their own. You don't know how to use the YouTube search bar, apparently. Some of you just are, you have to treat you like babies. There's the link for you. Click the link. Join this shit channel here. This is more at your speed. If you can't understand what I'm doing, go here and gobble up low-level misery that won't help you become empowered spiritually. It won't help you get out of this realm. It won't show you what the realm is. He doesn't talk about an afterlife. He talks about bodies dying, rotting, and being worm food. Go there. Go to the low-level shit. And just don't bother me anymore with these stupid complaints. I'm tired of it. I don't like complainers in life in general. Go watch his shit. He's a barrel of laughs, he says. Laughing is the best medicine, is his newest video, due to my criticism saying this guy's not funny. He's just miserable. Okay? So now he's trying to react and defend himself, saying that he's funny and he loves laughter, but when all his videos are miserable. He's fucking miserable. Oh, look at, he's trying to be funny. Shout out to my good man, Steven. He made this with 2,000 views.
I'm the king, not you, Diablo man. You're a twerp. A 50-year-old twerp that has nothing better else to do but troll people. And you say people have big foreheads. You should look at your own forehead. Look in the mirror, and you say I have dead stare eyes. You should look into your eyes. I notice everything this
I'll put up my eyes right now. You should look into your eyes. He's on Demon Slayer's channel. He thinks that that's me, the images that Demon Slayer uses. That's how retarded he is. Look at this creature. He says that I don't bother him, that I'm not in his head, that he's not obsessed with me. Why is he making short videos about me? Look at this idiot. Look at this. 105 liked this and 93 responded. Get him, Justin. Oh, Brielle used to be on my channel 3 days ago. She's the one that hardly ever stops in. She has MS. I remember her. Now she's supporting This shithead. Narcissistic people need to project their flaws onto others. Another one that went to Team Evil. Isn't that fascinating? I remember her, Brielle. She was always treated well on my channel, but now she's calling me a narcissist, telling him to keep doing you. It's fascinating to me. I was always very supportive of her and treated her well, but there she is, supporting this loser. She can't tell the difference between good and evil. Good luck, Brielle. You're on the way to the recycling bin. You spend your time watching shit channels. Fascinating.
Laughing is true medicine here. You know, they say it's the healthiest thing, it's the best medicine there is. I agree. I love to laugh, I like to joke around. See, I'm the type of guy that likes to have a good sense of humor. I'm the type of guy that likes to try to make people laugh, feel good about themselves, you know, just have a good time. Somebody's going through something, you know, tough, I like to try and cheer them up somehow. You know, whatever it is I can try and do, I like to try and do. Like when people say, you just made my day, you just made my day less awful. I love when people say that, because it makes me feel good knowing that I'm actually changing people's, you know, moods. You know, it sucks because life sucks so bad. You know, we're always going through something. You know, something's always bothering us, whatever it is, health wise, job wise, money wise, you name it. And then to just do something to make somebody laugh, that truly brings warmth to my heart. It does. Because just knowing how bad everything is, you know, the shit we go through, and then just to actually make somebody laugh and feel just a little better is, you know, I love to hear that. I really do. One thing that sucks though is when you're in a good mood, like, you know, let's say your day's starting out good, like you're having a good time. You know, you're in a positive spirits, you know, you're feeling good today, let's say, and then something just turns that all upside down. That's the part that sucks. Then there's parts where you're already having a bad day to begin with, and then sometimes something good happens later on, like, you know, somebody will cheer you up or whatever. Well, that's what I'm glad to do, is cheer people up as best as possible. I mean, I don't have a magic wand that I can just make people's problems go away. I'd love to do that, but I unfortunately can't. But if I did, I'd love to wave it. I really would. We all deserve to be happy. We all deserve to enjoy. And that's the thing. Not everyone here can do that, because we're all going through problems. Life is full of problems. Health-wise, money-wise, I mean, you know, a lot of reasons. And it breaks my heart.
Am I just sharing this for drama? Is that what people think, or certain people think? Certain ones. I won't mention any names. I could, but I don't have to. Does he look happy? We discussed this earlier when Wendy was on as a guest. Maybe I'm doing something more than drama. Maybe. I don't know. I'll leave it up to people to decide if they can see what I'm doing. Do I need to explain it every show? It becomes tedious for me to have to explain everything I'm doing all the time. At a certain point, if you can't think for yourself and behave and handle yourself as an adult, how in the fuck are you going to get out of this realm then? Because I'm not going to be holding your hand. You can't see what this is. You're looking at this going, it's just drama, it's just beef. Then you don't know what I'm doing. You don't know what I'm doing. And then I have to ask, why are you here watching my channel? Why are you here annoying me? I also want to say this. I'm going to put this right out there. Some people, some beings, some spirits can't be helped by me or by anyone. They choose not to help themselves physically, mentally, or spiritually. They just don't listen. When I say certain things, suggest certain things, try to help them or get them to help themselves, they don't do it. They're satisfied with being crying victim in this realm, complaining, crying victim constantly. And they're not getting out of here. All right? You can say that's sad, you can say whatever, but this is for VIPs only, for beings that want to learn. And it's VIPs only in terms of who gets out of this realm. Not all get out of here, in case you haven't paid attention. Most are not getting out of here. Most human beings, people, are demonic pieces of shit, and they belong here because they follow evil. Now, some people say, well, they drank the Kool-Aid, Stephen. They were programmed. Well, who followed? Well, they did. Is that not a choice to follow evil? Follow evil, follow demons, and stay with them. I'll make it simple for you. I don't know how much more simple I can make it for you. I think a second grader could understand this. A child, a 6-year-old, a 7-year-old. I don't know what's wrong with some of you. It's another thing that irritates me. It must be intentional just to irritate me. Because I don't know how you could miss the point this bad for months and just keep missing the point. Just like demons call this a drama channel. When I teach and have great conversations with Wendy, with RI, with many people that come here, KC, the list goes on. And you'll say it's a drama channel. What the fuck have you been watching? What's wrong with your memory? What have you beings done to yourselves that you can't remember these hours and hours of conversations live that are intelligent and not drama conversations? What's wrong with you beings that dare to fucking label me as a drama channel? What the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Look at your bathroom mirror, give your head a shake at yourself and say, how could I miss the point completely? What's wrong with you? Are you retarded? Or are you just evil liars? It's got to be one or the other, or a combination of both. Possibly a combination of both. Are you completely evil and doing this on purpose to aggravate me? Are you retarded and so dumb you can't understand? Or a combination of those two? Because otherwise, I don't know how anyone could miss the message of my channel and what I'm doing. I'm going to say it again. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm tired of any beings being like that, being here for months and learning nothing. You're wasting my time. So don't talk about your time and not enough time and draining. You're wasting my fucking time and energy on this. What do zombies and demons deserve? Hell realm forever. This is something you might want to look at. And some of you are like, well, I'm not a demon. I haven't murdered 1 million people. You might learn the hard way, like this creature here that would probably say he hasn't murdered anyone. His brother did. His brother murdered someone and went to prison. He said it right here on my show. If you have a memory greater than a goldfish, his brother's a murderer, this creature. This one's a narco psychopath that has abused his child. I have evidence of it. I know his full name. I know all about this creature. Because he's been a harassing demon towards me. I'm going to look into you. I'm going to look deeper into you. Some of you are going to learn the fucking hard way. You just don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. Until you're being recycled. And then some of you, I'd bet money, will be crying out for my help. And I'll just say, I don't know you. You had years to understand. I worked tirelessly to try to help you to see. If you pass away without seeing, I'm not helping you. You're a write-off. You're basically like a car that I don't want that's smashed and destroyed to pieces. And somebody says, help fix the car. I'm like, no, I'm not. I already tried for my life here. I already tried. I don't think you are learning. I'll say it this way. I don't think you are learning. Period. Point blank. I don't think you've learned a thing here. And that's what bothers me. You're wasting my time. That's what I see. Go to this channel. Here's another channel for you. For the people that say, I don't know what to watch on YouTube, Steven. I'm looking for other shit to watch. I'm tired of your channel. I'm bored. Go here. Here's a channel. There's lots of places you can go rather than harass me. Go over here. You could go on their panel. These shit shows run these panels with big fucking grumbling Leslie Creature and Noelle that likes to flash her pancake titties, and Zatoichi that likes to pretend to be a tough guy, and he's banned me and taken money to ban me. He's a degenerate fucking Shekels lover. Go here. There's lots of your kind over there. There's Silver Diamond, that witch that has her back of her vehicle covered in what I almost said stickers, but magnets. There's that creepy voice, Kindness Care. There's lots of your kind over there. Venus Cupcake, Stinky Noelle. You fit in. You don't have to feel insecure. You can go with your kind that stink, that chain smoke, that use drugs, that are low IQ, that are just talking stupid, useless shit day after day. Go there. Just don't bother me.
Nothing. I was just telling my dad I was talking to you guys. Yeah, he thought
I get
was,
you.
Yes, yeah.
Right on.
So he lets her on there, and she porn bombs channels, flashes her tits, tries to get channels shut down. She's okay as a guest because she's not drama. She's not a problem, Noelle, but he has every one of my accounts banned. I find this stuff fascinating, and I pointed out to show the differences, double standards, hypocrisy, certain things about this realm. But some of you are too dumb to get that. You don't get it. You don't get it. Maybe you should follow Big Fat Leslie. She's got a channel. You could watch her.
I've never been to Ohio. I would like to see what it's like.
You would like to see Ohio? Was it's like?
Yeah.
See, that's cool.
Why not? Something different.
It's flat land as far as...
They're geniuses. They never discuss anything meaningful. That's where most people belong. You can call me whatever the fuck you want, but this is where most people belong. On channels that discuss nothing of value or meaning. Go there. Leave me alone if you don't get what I'm doing. Grumbles and Leslie. She has a channel. You can watch this thing on the screen. You could buy her a razor for her face, for her lip. You could send her money for her teeth. You could look at her dead eyes and compliment her and say, my Leslie, what beautiful eyes of a zombie you have. My Leslie, what beautiful hair you have where you have videos of bugs in your hair. You're amazing. You can go where you belong, okay? Go there.
You can see in any direction.
Me.
Here we go.
Silver.
Here we go.
I
Here we go. What?
don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
You could go to the Baby Truth or Shit channels where they're telling you that Walmarts are going to be FEMA camps, and they started telling you that 10, 12 years ago. You can go to the Fearmonger channels, the Misery Program channels. You can do everything but understand my channel. That's what you can do. That's a good start. That's what a lot of people do. A lot of zombies. You can go to every channel, and I'm going to push people away. I don't want everyone around me. I want people to go where they belong. If this is up your alley, if this is the level you're at, go there.
See what happens.
What happened, Silver?
Not a goddamn thing.
No.
Go watch Noelle lift her shirt up and flash her pancake titties like she's done repeatedly on YouTube channels to try to get them shut down. And then interpret that as B for, I'm showing you what goes on in this degenerate hell realm in case you can't get that through your skull.
How was your day?
Why do you care?
Because I do.
Really? Because the last time you talked to me, you were a disrespectful little cunt.
Whoa. Hey now. Be nice, Silver.
She was. Tell him the truth.
Now, see, if you were a Viking, you couldn't say anything with this begins with a C or had C's in it.
What does that mean?
I've never been
what
a
does it mean?
Viking. I'm not going to ever be a Viking.
I'm in my
I'm
room.
just
I'm in my room.
teasing.
Snowbird time. I'm in my room. My vacation room.
Hey, Noelle, why don't you just say, like, you're sorry to Silver for what you did last time? I mean, is that too much to ask?
She doesn't care. She didn't think she did anything wrong.
You can't just say, like, oh, I'm sorry.
No, I can't.
Oh, what is with your pride?
Exactly.
Pride is a sin, Noelle. Jesus will get mad at you for that crap. Hey, whoa. It's over.
She did it again, didn't she?
Yeah.
All right, so I had to stop that because she did it again. I hate Trump. I have to keep telling you loudly every single day. Some of you will never get it, though. You basically, I do think you should be watching. You're on the wrong channel, some of you tuned in lurking. Should go watch Zatoichi, Leslie, Noelle, this one, Silver Witch. You're on the wrong channel. There's thousands, millions of YouTube channels for you. Why are you here? If you're not here to learn, you're on the wrong channel. Go away. Go with the shitheads. Go with the degenerates that itch their crotch like this itchy thing that scratches her crotch all the time. I have Silver Diamond crossed out in her real name, Karen. She is a Karen. Gross granny in a hoarder's little tiny house. Cockroach. You know what the best part is? Not just my freedom from this realm, but one day some of you are going to say to yourself, I wish I would have listened to him more. I fucked up. Great. Learn the hard way. That's the rude awakening. You've been told, I've tried to inspire you to fucking do something, to listen, to learn, pay attention. And it just seems impossible for most humans. So one day you can have the regrets. Oh, I wish I would have. You're stuck here then. You'll be sealed in and fucking forgotten. Enjoy it. You can be smug today, but I don't think you'll be smug when that happens. You'll be screaming, wishing you could get out of here. It's going to be horrific, and I've said it countless times, and some of you say, I don't remember you saying this. You have no memory. I wonder what some of you have done to yourselves in terms of drugs, in terms of all sorts of life choices. I wonder how some of you have just fucked yourselves. Not just in terms of memory, but morals. Absolutely sickening what you follow and what you side with. Good riddance to Brielle. What a piece of shit she turned out to be. Haven't seen her around in months. She barely ever dropped in. But there you go, catching her. She's loyal to a shit channel. No wonder she didn't have time for my channel. She watches absolute shit, like Justin shit, low-level shit, misery. What a fucking loser. You belong here, Brielle. Fuck you. That's not her, by the way. This dirty feet being is not her. I think some of you are confused and mistaken. You seem to believe that just because Stephen's trying to teach us something, he'll have sympathy on us. He won't hurt us. He's too gentle. He's too this. You're wrong. You're wrong. You don't know how strongly I support justice. You don't get it because a lot of you are not wired like I am. Mentally, morally, ethically, psychically, spiritually, you're different. You don't understand justice. Some of you just want to fuck around in this lifetime. Go ahead. But there's consequences, and that's the point. That's the part I keep pointing out to you. And I know you creatures are spineless. You want to live shit lives and be shit beings and not face any consequences. But you're going to. And you'll say, I don't want that. It's like that one that used to come around here. I don't want that, it would say repeatedly. I don't want that. I'd say, if you keep doing this, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to do something about it. I don't want you coming here anymore. I don't want that. If you do this, there's going to be consequences. There's going to be a knock on your door. You're going to be reported for what you've done. I don't want that. Doesn't matter what you want. So it's what's going to happen. I'll make it happen. And I'm saying it's the same thing spiritually. You could say, I don't want that. I don't want to get recycled, Stephen. You can say that. You can say, I don't want that. What's on the screen? You can say, I don't want that. I don't want to get recycled. I don't want to come back here. I don't care. You'll be like, what? Yeah, you behave like a demon. You're coming back. I don't care if you don't want to. It's not about your wants, you entitled fucks, to think, well, I don't want that, so it can't happen. Stephen can't put me back here. A lot of these demons are now saying, well, you'll see. Wait and see. Wait and see. There was a creature that used to say in her videos, what do you know? She would look right into the camera and lean her face right in close to the camera and fill up the camera and say, what do you know? Suspecting that I have knowledge that she doesn't, that I haven't shared. Maybe I do. Maybe you dumb fuck, smug, entitled humans that believe you know everything because you went to school or you did this or whatever the case may be. Girl power, feminism, there's all kinds of shit in your heads, all kinds of programming that pumps you up and pumps up your egos. Not just females, males as well. Dummies, degenerates with huge inflated egos. And you're the dumbest fucks imaginable. And you're wondering what I know that you don't know. I'll say it in one word. I'll sum it up. Plenty. Plenty. That's the word. That's my response. What do you know? What do you know that I don't know? What secrets do you know? What knowledge do you have that I don't have? Sum it up for you simpletons that can't understand what I'm doing in a word. Plenty. And it isn't just knowledge. It's beyond that. I have imagination, creativity, pattern recognition, problem solving. I have spiritual abilities, magical abilities. It's not just knowledge. As I've said, any idiot can amass knowledge in a lifetime or in many lifetimes. Anyone can do that. Wait and see. Wait and see what you're facing. Because you demons try to gang up on me here and you can't defeat me. Wait and see how powerful I am out of this body. I can't wait. I can't wait. And all your bitching and complaining and all that, it's not going to work. Not going to work. Your cries for sympathy, your cries for mercy. It's all demon games. That's what it is. Because if you wanted to be good spirits, you would want to change here. You'd change here, but you don't. Go follow this creature. Go follow Pinterest. Go follow nose ringers and the chicks with tattoos on their necks. This one calls herself a Mexican goth chick or something. I took a screenshot of that earlier. I saw it somewhere. Not on YouTube. They're everywhere. And a lot of you can't even admit to that. A lot of you humans remind me of Rashawn saying that she didn't see the bonnets around America with the darkies in bonnets. What a blatant lie. And she travels state to state. moving large load trucks where she's the guide vehicle. She's not driving the 18-wheeler. She has a company that guides oversized loads. Trucks with great big heavy oversized loads. She's a guide vehicle. So she does driving in a vehicle. In various states, from there all the way up to Illinois, from southern states, Louisiana, and all north to south. She doesn't notice the fucking darkies in bonnets. She said she doesn't see them. Fuck off. What a liar. She lied right here on my channel, and that's when I knew. Suspicions confirmed. I didn't trust her. She never got a wrench. I didn't trust her. She came from Ian's channel, Droopy Dog. Oh, there's plenty of places to go, Wendy. Millions. I think there's 120 or 150 million YouTube channels. Millions to go. Just they should just stay away from me. Stop coming here to complain and cry and not learn. Just go away. Tired of the liars. There's blacks in bonnets all over America and Canada. I'm in both countries. I've seen many places and cities in America and in Canada, and they're in bonnets all over the place. And a lot of you just love to lie and lie. You're just like Rashawn. She lied about the bonnets. Others lie about other shit. And you're no different. You're the same. She said on here, I don't see them. They're just on YouTube, Stephen. I don't see them when I'm out there. What a fucking liar. Just like Manny flicking his lighter to light a cigarette. I'm not smoking, he said to me, in case anyone remembers the last time he was here live. Are you smoking, Manny? No. Clickety-clack of a desktop, old school style keyboard where the clicks are very, very audible and prominent. What are you typing? I'm not typing. A lot of you, for you, is lying is like breathing. We can hear you. We can see you. And you still lie. Manny, Rashawn, and others. You're liars. You're just liars. And then demons laugh. They're leaving his channel. Good. I don't want demons around. I don't want liars around. Eventually, you show what you are. Your face always shows in the end. The truth always comes out. Just go the fuck away from me if you're a lying degenerate. That applies to any lying degenerate demons. I'm not typing click, 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 clickety clack. And then the lighter going, are you smoking? As though I care if he's a smoker. No, I'm not. No. Fuck. You think I want that around? And then his apology emails come and you people are just fucked. Do you think that's going to work on me? What do you think I am? Are you retarded? You that stupid? Oh, I'm sorry, Stephen. I won't lie anymore. Give me another chance. Give me 6 months to change. No. That's what I told him. No. You had years. You lied to me for years. Someone that was treated you very well. Tried to help you for years. And you lied to me live on my show multiple times for over an hour of lies about more than typing and cigarettes, but about who you hang out with and who you direct message on Discord. And I know he lied. Liar. So guess where you can stay? Any idea where you're going to stay? This is how stupid people are. They'll be scratching their heads. I don't know. Where's Manny going? Where's he going to end up?
Locusts.
Why, Stephen? Just because he lied? Just because Manny lied? Is that the reason you're going to put him in a hell realm and burn him alive because he lied to you? Just because he lied about a couple things? He lied to me for years. He lied to one of the only beings that went out of their way to help him. He didn't just lie. See, a lot of you demons try to minimize shit. I know your tactics. Who did he lie to? What reason did he lie to me? Why did he keep lying repeatedly on my show? Lie after lie after lie, every question. About trivial things. So can he be trusted with the more important things? With trust? No, he can't. And neither can some of you. I'm watching you. You want to whine, complain, lie, blame me, treat me like I owe you something? Fuck you.
For the longest time, they were a scourge to the earth. Wherever they went, in their wake was left destruction and chaos. They would go through the fields, eat the crops, destroy everything, eat literally everything that was growing, and then vanish, and move on next. Leaving again destruction, chaos, and filth behind, Uglifies everything, right? I think the locusts, though, are going to have, they've got to run for their money as the most destructive people who seem to fly in, fly out, and when they leave, the place is unrecognizable. As you can see in that first clip that we started off with, that is a woman. I don't know what's going on. I assume it was maybe a shoplifting thing gone awry. Maybe the people suspected that that's what's going on. I don't know what tipped them off, though. They just really have the minds of detectives that they were onto that. But she did manage to get some liquor bottles out of there and then just left. And she's offended. Super offended. Perturbed. I also don't understand what it is with trash cans. I've seen so many videos.
Some of you that come to my channel want to defend the darkies. Some of you say Steven's wrong on that. Steven's racist. A lot of you just come to my channel with this smugness and attitude like, oh, you don't need to deprogram. You're not programmed. You're not programmed to think that if somebody exposes the darkies, they're not racist. You just are programmed, weak-minded follower fucking zombies. You can stay here forever in this realm. You could think for eternity that I'm racist. That's how dumb some of you are. You've done nothing to deprogram. So you're lazy, you're weak, you're zombies, and you think, oh, Steven's the wrong one. Go ahead. Think that for eternity. See where it gets you.
Of certain types of people just picking up trash cans and dumping them out. I don't know if they get some sort of a thrill about the action of dumping trash on the ground. I don't know if it's because there's some sort of pent up something going on and they just feel like uglifying everything else. Water always finds its level. Misery loves company. Maybe they want to bring down everything to their level so that they don't feel so bad about themselves. But in this video, you can see this man just picks up a trash can and dumps a thing of trash into a river. Walks off. Not a care in the world. I hope that made him feel better. I hope he really felt a lot better about his life. A lot of people, like when they are in their 20s or whatever, teens, 20s, they're living with their parents. They don't have a job. They can't get a good job. They got a garbage car. They feel bad about themselves. So their mode of operation is not to find the nearest trash can and dump the trash into the river and then walk off. Yeah, I feel a lot better. Their mindset is, okay, I'm going to move out. I'm going to get my own apartment. I'm going to find some roommates. I'm going to hustle. I'm going to get a good job, get a nicer car, and I'll make it. Not with these people, on the other hand. They seem to get...
Do you like the darkies? Do you want to stand with them? Do you want to defend them? Do you want to make excuses? I'm sick of defenders, excuse makers. I'm just sick of these beings that, oh, they're darkies. There's nothing wrong with them. King Steven's just racist. Or Darky must have heard him somehow, or this, or they imagine these scenarios in your heads. You're not thinkers. You're not truth seekers. You're fucking losers. You're demons if you're doing that. That's all you are. You can't face reality. You can't deprogram yourself. You can't see where you are. You're not worth my time and energy. That's all. And a lot of people are like that in this realm. Defend the demons until you're sealed in with them. Congratulations. Real smart move. Really smart.
Get a great deal of satisfaction just from throwing trash cans full of trash into water. By the way, Have you noticed that in certain towns there's always like bacteria epidemics where they have to close the beaches because there's like too much bacteria in the
Yeah, and there's shit in the water and E. coli due to the Pakis and ones from India and Canada quite often. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason. They're polluting our waters, the areas where we swim, swimming pools, lakes, rivers, everything.
the water. This happens a lot.
Have you ever looked at the rivers in India? Maybe that's why. Maybe if you bring the third world over here, you end up being the third world.
Lot at beaches that are primarily occupied by certain people. And that's probably because they are defecating in the water, they're throwing trash, they're just generally like the locust going through and making everything dirty and gross. And thus, no one else can enjoy the beach. Here's a woman, this video is going super viral. This woman just decides to just walk through a store and push things off the shelf. I don't know why, don't even ask me why. That is a question. The question as old as time, why? Why do certain people do the things they do? With such frequency as well.
This clip is a mere 7 seconds long. It has
Gotta love this frame too, by the way. These girls are all dressed up. They're out. This is probably like a Sephora or some makeup store. They're dressed up. They're out on the town. They're going to spend their hard-earned money. And in fact, that's actually one of the pleasures of having money. I know that's not like a rich mindset. Like rich people are hoarders and rich people, for the most part, are extremely stingy. They don't want to spend their money. But for normal people like poor people or middle-class people, when they get a little bit of money, they want to go spend it. That's the fun. That makes going to work worth it because you got to spend it on something you've always wanted. So that's how their mindset when they walked into the store. Other woman, she gets everything for free. So it doesn't really mean anything. Everything's like a Christmas present. And it's owed them. Not just that.
I like how the white girls have an honest reaction on their faces. I'll zoom in for you. I'll crop it for you so that you can see better. Because it is tiny. And I'm on a laptop. But I love how they react. But the funny part is, I would bet most of those white girls, if they asked them what they thought of darkies, they'd probably say something, how can I put it? Sorry, I was reading something. Now I'm having to hop between my live stream and my email, which I hate doing, of course. I hate emails. Most of it is just like that. It's just more stuff that's distracting and it's annoying. I lost my train of thought now. These white girls, the reaction on their faces. I was going to mention something about the young. They're fairly young. They look to be, I don't know, teenagers, maybe 18, 19. Could be younger. They might be 16. I don't know. I don't think they're very old, but anyway. Say something gentle, yes. They would say something that doesn't come across as racist. They'd say something like they're not all that way, or not all black people, or don't be racist, or they would try to correct a white man, most likely. Yeah, I try to help people see. You're welcome, Wendy. I'm glad someone appreciates what I'm doing because I'm just tired of all the complaints. And anyway, it's just annoying. It really is. It just is. One more time, I'll Now I'm just distracted. My whole flow's thrown off. And I'm starting to get pissed off as well. I don't like having to handle all this stupid shit when I'm doing a live stream. I don't like having to do this. All right, I'm going to move on from this. Sometimes things become just too tedious for me. And I don't like having to explain everything because I'm not paid to be a kindergarten teacher. And it would be understandable for 4-year-olds and 5-year-olds if everything needed to be explained once, twice, 3 times. Then I would have more patience. But when it's adults on YouTube, I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't like having to do this at 5 a.m. I just don't like it. I don't like having to handle this. And it's just kind of thrown me off track of things I wanted to talk about and cover. Because I'm distracted by other things. It bothers me. It irritates me. And I do think that that's the role of some beings in this realm. To be like mosquitoes. Just be irritants. Pests.
Illegal migrants. 60,000 illegal migrants stormed the Spanish enclave of Ceuta, the largest single-day migrant invasion in the history of Europe. Looks like a scene out of Camp of the Saints.
Increíble la situación.
Just look at the sheer deluge of numbers. Literally screaming Allah Akbar as they flood in. They're already looting shops. Rioting on the streets. Invading residents' homes. Trying to smash their way in. Then this clip, a white Spanish woman filming the invaders.
Does this matter at all to people, or is this just news you don't want to keep up with?
Gleefully inviting them in. Have you ever seen anything like it? Have you ever seen such a brazen illustration of pathological altruism? Yeah, she's really about to get what she voted for. Don't worry though, because the media tells us there's lots of women and children.
Mujeres, niños que están cruzando a nado, podemos ver que están mojados.
Yes, so many women and children.
La frontera del Tarajal, esta mañana se ha producido una situación crítica, había un centenar de personas.
You just can't move for women and children.
Vemos a muchísimos niños, Sandra, cruzando esta frontera. Como decía, esta mañana se ha producido una situación muy crítica.
But why is all this happening now? Incentivized by Pedro Sanchez's insane new law that regularizes illegals. Eventually millions of them. The illegals pounced on a Spanish Supreme Court ruling that said migrants couldn't be returned if they arrived by sea. So they're simply swimming around the border fence.
Videos posted on social media in recent days show groups of migrants entering the sea in Moroccan territory and swimming to Ceuta. They can be seen entering Ceuta in swimming costumes. In several clips, men can be seen arriving still clasping flippers. One even appeared to film the journey himself, posting it online.
The illegals themselves are boasting about how they took advantage of it all.
Está hablando de unas 40,000 personas.
Oh, but it wasn't a fuck up, was it? It was all deliberate.
Some say we've gone too far, that we're going against the current. But I would like to ask you, when did recognizing rights become something radical? When did empathy become something exceptional? Spain is above all a welcoming country.
A lot of this has been called just news, grouped in and labeled news. And certain people have said, I just don't have time to keep up with all the news and watch all this, and as though I'm just covering news. I'm just like TV, I guess. They don't get it. They don't get what I'm doing. That's what irritates me. But the words they say show me they don't get what the fuck I'm doing. And I don't give people years and years of chances anymore. A lot of you have had months and months. Some of you have had years, and some of you I just don't want around me anymore. And that's my right, because it is my channel. I'm not stopping you from using social media, YouTube, TV, the internet. Have at it. But I don't want everyone around me. That's all. That's all. Not everyone belongs around me on YouTube or in life. And with some of you, I'm just going to send you off and say, go away. You didn't get it. You didn't pay attention. You didn't learn. You didn't get what I was doing. You missed the point. You didn't fucking get it. I'm not a drama channel. I'm not a news channel. I'm not just trying to show you news. You don't know what the fuck I'm doing. And that's on you.
And this is the path we choose. Dignity, community, and justice.
The corrupt Moroccan government is also facilitating the invasion. Some say on the direct orders of King Mohammed VI. Primarily as a punishment for Spain striking a lucrative gas deal with Morocco's adversary Algeria. The displacement of such a large number of people from Morocco to Ceuta could not have taken place without the Moroccan authorities knowing about it in advance, or without them allowing such a phenomenon to occur. It was also organised by leftist Facebook groups, the pages for which have now mysteriously vanished. Don't go away though, because wait until you see what could happen next. Just think about this for a second. Your grandfather had more testosterone at 60 than most men have now. Researchers found a 17% drop in one generation. Sperm counts are down over 30%.
Both men and women who have lower fertility, on average, these are studies, there have been about 4 or 5 studies that have shown this, lower fertility and sperm count on the male side die younger. Okay? This should be of concern to everybody.
Yeah.
Your life
it makes
expectancy
sense.
is yeah.
You have less vitality. You have less energy,
yeah, and
less
the things that
life force.
affect your sperm, your vitality, your testosterone are also affecting other. It's a canary in the coal mine, if you will, of lots of things that are.
So.
Mira, lo que he podido contar es que cada minuto están entrando por esta puerta 200 personas. Esto es de verdad, estos son datos reales, estos son datos contados por mí ahora mismo.
200
he contabilizado
personas por minuto.
200 personas por minuto están entrando por esta puerta.
It's just news. Tens of thousands flooding in will change Spain forever, but it's just news. Oh man, it's so frustrating. It's like talking to beings that they resist and fight learning at every opportunity. They make excuses and tell me that I'm confused, but they're very confusing the way they word things. It's not worth it in the end. It's just they're making it difficult and a hassle, and oh man, it's just fucking. It's like I ask myself then, what the fuck am I doing this for? What's the point? People are so dumb they don't get what I'm doing.
2.000 a los 10 minutos, 4.000 a los 20, 6.000 cada media hora. Llevamos desde las 10:30 en directo. Llevamos de las 10:30 en directo. Son más de 2 horas. Más de 2 horas. Estamos hablando de 30.000, 40.000 personas en lo que llevamos de programa.
Y este gobierno no considera que esto es una emergencia nacional. No es una emergencia nacional.
To put this into context, even during the very height of the 2015 refugee crisis, the highest number of arrivals into the entire EU in a single day was 11,000 people. We're talking a 600% increase on those numbers. The whole city of Ceuta only has a population of 84,000. By the end of today, that'll probably have doubled. Betrayed by their own government, Spaniards in Ceuta hit the streets to protest, with the illegals visibly taunting the demonstrators. Taunting terrified locals who were doing TV interviews.
Como mujer, esto es para vivirlo. Esto es una invasión. Han empezado por Ceuta, pero esto es la frontera a España, la frontera a Europa. Hoy ha sido Melilla, mañana será Canarias, pasado será Tarifa. De verdad, es que no hay derecho.
Lorena, la verdad que ahora estamos en un momento muy complicado.
Gangs of Spaniard men tried to do the job police apparently couldn't. Then the police started attacking the locals.
Oye,
And to add insult to...
Is that just news or is this tyranny? Is this just the generalized news? What is this?
Injury. Right as the invasion happened, Ceuta's police and military commanders were busy.
Is this an invasion or is this just basic, no care for it news? What is it?
Busy elsewhere, toadying up to the Moroccans during a ceremony at the Moroccan embassy. Hordes of illegals also invaded the Spanish territory of Melilla. Don't worry though, because the illegals say they just want to get to Spain to become professional footballers. What could possibly go wrong?
En Marruecos, ¿por qué decides venir a España?
Ya, yo vine a España porque quiero cambiar la vida, ¿sabes? Tengo problemas en Marruecos, no quiero volver a Marruecos.
¿Qué problemas? ¿Qué problemas tienes en Marruecos? ¿Qué te pasa?
Problemas que la gente con una colega que muerte y uno puede sentar ahí porque hablar cosas no buenas para mí, ¿sabes? Puedes morir una persona y yo o la otra persona.
Yeah, he seems like a future pillar of Spanish society, along with these brand new doctors and engineers.
I have a question for everyone. Sorry, I'm kind of I kind of feel like ending it, but I don't know. Maybe I'll go for a bit longer. I'm not sure how long I'm going to live stream this. but I've been thrown off track in a way. I wonder why in this realm, why should it take so much to motivate and inspire people to seek the truth? To get them to see that what I cover on my channel is the most important truth. Why do you think that is? Let's set aside spiritual differences, spiritual species. Let's, for a moment, a thought experiment, assume that we're all the same or similar type of species of spirit. Why is it that some people need years and years of hand-holding and inspiration and motivation, and but like, why is that even required to get them to look into the most important truth topics for their spirit and freedom? Why would that even be necessary? It's what I wonder. I have to wonder that. Why do I have to work so hard to try to help people see what matters in this realm? Why is it that way? Why are some people just like they treat this like it's just an ordinary channel and they can just go to these shit channels and they just don't have time because I'm covering too much news, or like I'm wondering. No one ever had to push me to look into this realm and analyze and seek the truth and try to go deeper and see what's going on. I have to fucking wonder what's wrong in this place.
Groups of young men wandered the streets aimlessly, looking for food. Yeah, they look really malnourished, don't they? Even as far north as Barcelona, residents are preparing for the invasion by barbed wire in their windows. But why is...
So are we the same? Is that why they're putting barbed wire? It's not just barbed wire. That's razor wire. It's different than a barbed wire fence. Those are razors. That's razor wire. It's known as razor wire. It's different from barbed wire. That's what they use in the tops of prison fences, not farmers' fields barbed wire fence. That's prison. Why? Because they know there's difference between these invaders from Africa and the regular Spanish people. That's on their balconies. See, I feel sorry for these people because they know. They didn't vote for this, obviously. They know the danger. They're not for this, and they're trying to protect themselves. They're being affected by this, but they didn't want this. And they're still being affected. And that's a lesson for some of you that couldn't learn, like the creature that used to come here that would keep saying to me, I don't want that. And I said, if you keep coming here, this is what's going to happen. Well, I don't want that. Well, life doesn't work that way, by what you want. Okay? And the person that's putting up razor wire realizes they don't want these beings in their country, but they're coming in, they're flooding in, and they're trying to protect themselves and most likely protect their family with this. Some of you would say that's an extreme measure. They know what's coming. They're not naive and stupid like some of you that just call this news. I don't have time to keep up with the news.
But why is all this really happening? Well, we don't even need to theorize, because they'll tell you directly why it's happening.
Pedirles a las personas migrantes y racializadas.
And some people will say, why does this matter? Why do you care, Stephen? That's a question I've been asked for many years about all sorts of topics. Why do you care? You don't live there. Because a lot of you beings have no care. So it's unfathomable and confusing to you why other beings do care about what's happening, because you don't have any care. You'll say, why do you care? It's not where you live. I can't wait to seal you in here. It's what you deserve and where you belong. You careless, thoughtless creatures.
It's happening.
Pedirles a las personas migrantes y racializadas que por favor no nos dejen solas con tanto facha. Y claro que sí queremos que voten. Claro que sí. Hemos conseguido papeles.
These fascists to vote. Look at her. She's completely part of the anti-white calling white people fascists. She's a leftist. And this always infects women. And they just like Orwell wrote, they're the most fervent adherents of the party of propaganda. She gets very passionate about it. About them taking over her fucking country. What a psycho.
Es regularización ya. Y ahora vamos a por la nacionalidad o a cambiar la ley para que puedan votar, por supuesto. Ojalá, teoría del reemplazo. Ojalá.
I hope that, quote, replacement theory can help us sweep this country clean. They want replacement theory. They laugh at it and call it a conspiracy theory, but they're actually doing it. And that confuses some of you because you're dumb. You can't pay attention long enough to see what they're doing. They deny that replacement theory is real while they're doing it. That's enough little confusion to fuck your minds, simpletons. And you'll say, why are they? You just don't get it. You don't get it. You can't fathom that demons lie. Even that's too much for some of you. I've had people on my channel, like that Lord Scotland creature, that said, why would they lie about you, Stephen? One of the most retarded questions I've ever been asked in my life, not just on YouTube or by a YouTube viewer, but by anyone. Why? And I said to him, why would demons lie? What an excellent question. Why would they lie? And then he said about someone else, if they're evil or a liar, I'll be a hard-boiled egg. Well, you are a fucking hard-boiled egg. You're a fucking idiot. There's a lot of you in this realm. It's not just him. There's a lot. There's a lot of you that I suspect you've never truly used your brain or your mind, ever. You're just functioning on basic survival instincts that are biologically programmed into your body. You can't think. You can't think. Sweep this country clean. And look at the pose of a feminist giving the muscle pose that's been famous on feminist posters for decades. Female-led. This is what you get. You get anti-white communism and let the invaders in and let them sweep our country, quote, clean. Quite the opposite. They'll fill it with trash, with shit, with crime, with depression, misery, drugs, everything. Grape. It's disgusting. And some of you are so stupid. You'll just say, well, I don't have time for this news.
Y ahora vamos a por la nacionalidad o a cambiar la ley para que puedan votar, por supuesto. Ojalá, teoría del reemplazo, ojalá podamos barrer de fachas y de racistas.
Very loud, very angry female. Loud and angry and emotional. Fascist and racist people. As though white men are racist. There's a lot of them in Canada, United States, Spain, France, Germany, Sweden, the UK, Australia. They're everywhere. You know, I had people less than 10 years ago deny that Australia is full of feminists. They had a feminist female prime minister at the time. A lot of women just lie, deny, and just shit. If that hurts your feelings, too bad. Women are generally not for free speech. They're for more tyranny. Men are for free speech and see the value of free speech and freedom. Women don't care about free speech in general. That's a major difference between the sexes. Men know how important free speech is, far more than women do. Women like her would remove my free speech in a heartbeat, the one at the microphone and the one applauding, and many Canadian women. That's what women do. Their power is trying to silence others.
Este país con gente migrante, con gente trabajadora. Claro que yo quiero que haya reemplazo, reemplazo de fachas, reemplazo de racistas.
Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni sensationally demanded Spain be kicked out of Europe's Schengen agreement to prevent the illegals reaching the rest of Europe.
Those scenes you're seeing in Spain today, many of those young men, lots of them dangerous.
They want a war bigger than World War II, and they're setting this up. It's all a setup for a bloodbath. And some of you just shrug your shoulders. What do you care? Why do you care about this, Stephen? What do you care for? What? Why do you care? You're not over there. You fucking retarded demons.
Will be heading towards Calais and coming to our country too. It is time to wake up. This is a battle for the future of our civilization.
Today's scenes out of Ceuta could be tomorrow's invasion of the entire continent. And it was all deliberately allowed to happen by our own traitorous political leaders.
She is the opposite of everything that we stand for in this country.
Your based right-wing tradwife e-girl, sir.
She is the opposite of everything that we stand for in this country.
Your based right-wing tradwife e-girl, sir.
Eat the rich. I don't know what happened at the thing last night. Actually, can you tell me?
What's the point, Stephen? Is this just supposed to be funny? Is this just drama? Why are you sharing this? Why do you care? Why do you... it's just dealing with zombies. It is draining. And most of you in this realm are zombies and demons. Most of you walking this earth at this point are zombified at best, if not demonic evil in support of just the most wicked shit. There was a speech long ago by an Englishman named Enoch Powell, and it was nicknamed, he didn't have a title for it, but later on people named it his Rivers of Blood speech, that he predicted this decades ago, that there will be rivers of blood because of what's going on with flooding our countries. And that was way back before in those times, people said it was too much. There was hardly any in the 60s in Great Britain compared to now. In Britain, France, Spain, Italy, it's night and day. The flood of these invaders. But Enoch Powell, a brilliant man, an outspoken man, a man that actually went around speaking with ordinary British people in the streets and at their doors to find out what they wanted and what they saw happening. And they didn't want immigration all those decades ago. The average British person did not want what was done to Great Britain. The average, and I'm not saying average is a put down. I'm saying it as the average person didn't want this. They didn't vote for this. Way back in the 50s, 60s, 70s, this started, but it was amped up massively in the past 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. Past 5 years, it has been amped up beyond belief. Now, some people would say, how do you know about Enoch Powell? You're not British. Why do you care? I don't want cockroaches around me like that. If that's your mindset, go away from me. You're toxic. I'm in the same realm as people that live in England. I have people I care about living in England, like Wendy, for example, and Bobby, and others. I have a friend on the Isle of Wight that I've known over the years through social media. I've known people in Ireland in my life. England, Ireland, Scotland. I don't think I know a Welshman or a Welsh person that I like. They tend to be douchebags and weirdos like that crazy guru and that Martin Leitke. It's Leitke. Crimes of beauty, he said. Crimes of beauty. Crimes of beauty. It's Martin Leitke. It's not Leitke. It's not Leitke. That creature is Welsh, apparently. Anyway, I don't know anyone from there that I like. I don't know a Welsh person that I like. Maybe there are some good ones there. I'm being a bit cheeky. I'm not writing off the whole place, but maybe there are some there that are good. But everyone that I've known so far is a douchebag. But I absolutely do care. And I'm sick of people saying, well, why do you care? Why do you care? You don't live over there. Fuck, man, it's just sickening. Canadians do that, certain Americans, people on YouTube. Why do I care? Maybe you should look in a goddamn mirror and see that you look like a cockroach for even saying it. These creatures that say, why do you care? Why do you care? You don't live there. It's not, they're not invading your home. You want to talk about tedious and draining dealing with these creatures. Why do you care? Why do some of you white people care about Africans and Haitians and blah, 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 but you don't care about white people and white countries and Europe being invaded and destroyed? Why don't you care? My response to them, why don't you care about white people, Europeans, European countries destroyed? Why don't you, cockroaches, care? That's my response. What's wrong with you? How come you don't have any care? You treat us as like we're faulty for caring. Like, well, why do you care? What do you care? What do you care for? Why would you care? It's not your house. It's not your country. You don't live in Spain. You're not Spanish. It's not your house. What do you care for if boats are landing on the shores of England? What do you care? Well, why don't you care? That's my response. What's wrong with you creatures? Fucking psychos. Zombies, demons, psychos, cockroaches.
You okay, man? What is going on? What's going on? What's going on? Sorry?
Oh, and it's this. Sorry for jumping in so quickly. I didn't want to, but this thought just came to me. Billboard Chris is often asked, why do you care about that? Do you have kids? Are you married? Are your kids trans? Are they transitioning? Why do you care? Why do you care about how many kids this affects? Why do you care about how many children are being sterilized? Why do you care how many kids are on hormone blockers? It's a sign of a cockroach. As soon as they open their mouth and say, why do you care? Right away, I know they're a cockroach. Right away.
Get out of Leicester. Are you threatening me? Good day to you all. I am your host, your humble narrator, Charlie Veitch, and I thought as America and Israel intensify their bombing using bunker busters, B-2s, bringing in the B-1Bs.
Do you know what most of you care about? Your programming. The shit they programmed you with, you care about it. You don't just have it in your heads. You care about it to defend it. That's what most of you care about. The toxic propaganda and programming that fills your skulls. That's what most of you care about. And there is going to be a bloodbath in this realm. There is going to be. And there's beyond the physical, material realm, there's going to be a spiritual war, the likes of which you can't even imagine. And I'm even talking to good spirits. I don't believe for a second that even the good spirits that hear my voice can truly imagine what a massive war this is going to be. What a massive, massive war it's going to be. And I wonder if there's even a true good spirit on earth that can imagine there's no limits to what I will do to these demons. None. Nothing's off limits. No mercy at all will be given to these evil creatures that would love to do harm to every good, innocent being that they could. And they've shown it. They've shown it. There's no excuses for people saying, I didn't know how evil they are, Stephen. I've been showing it for years. They've shown it, and I've shown you. You have not a goddamn excuse left saying, I didn't know, Stephen. I didn't know I was in an evil hell realm. Bullshit, you liars. You liars can stay here with them. Stay here with the demons you defend.
The B-52 Strato Fortress. Look at this guy filming. Imagine filming in central Leicester. Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, dude.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah,
all the best.
Litchfield, that one, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nice town, Litchfield. Yeah.
So they're treating Charlie like he's a celebrity, Charlie Veitch. Do I support everything Charlie Veitch has said or done in all the years he's been on YouTube? No, I don't. I don't. Do I support some of the stuff he's saying and doing today? And how many he's reaching? He's reaching a hell of a lot more people than I can. 855,000 subs, 346,000 views on this, just on this video. 11,000 likes. I never get 1,000. I almost never get 100 likes because most of you are pretty lazy and hateful that watch my channel. That's reality. Lazy leeches, lurkers, cockroaches. That's what's around. So I'm glad he's reaching some people in the UK with these topics. I'm glad someone is. Like him or hate him. Glad someone is. People. You know, people will misconstrue that, even just that word, the P, P-E-E, and then pull, P-U-L-L. They'll say he's mocking, he hates his audience. They just put all kinds of hatred and shit on top of things. That's what they do. They play demon games. I've made videos talking about demon games or certain demon games they play, but it's more than I can cover. It's endless in this place. This place degrades spirits. And what most of those degraded spirits want to do is blame everyone else. Not my fault. They did it. They're evil. They lied to me. They programmed. Well, who followed? Who bought it? Who followed? Who drank the Kool-Aid? Just like with feminists like Kirsten. Oh, college programmed me. Feminism, it's never her choice. She didn't choose to join a Marxist fucking group at college on her own and become part of it. Well, yes, she did. But did she ever take responsibility and be accountable? Nope. Not her fault. Is it ever a young woman's fault in the minds of society when they join Marxism, feminism, Antifa, supposedly anti-fascism, which it is, the group isn't at all? Women never take responsibility for joining these fucking hate cults and hate movements. Ever. I've yet to see it. Not a single woman has said, it's my fault, Stephen, it's on me. I was part of this hate cult that hated men, and I was a Marxist, and it's my fault. It's on me, and I'm going to try to make amends to bashing all the men. Like, they never do that. Never. It's very similar to women in divorce. It's never their fault. I don't hear women going, yeah, we got a divorce. It was my fault. I caused the divorce. I was a bad wife. I did that. It's just never like that. It's always, it was his fault. He was a bad husband. Men are narcissists. Men are pigs. Men are this, men are that. They'll destroy men in divorce court, take everything, and then say it's his fault. Women in leadership roles destroy nations and civilizations. It's what they do. And I know that bothers some of you. How can you say that? There's no teaching you. You can't learn, because I've shown that for years on here. And how slow are some of you? You're slugs, you're snails. You don't want to learn. You resist learning. And you'll say, thank you, I'm learning. I don't believe you. I think you're liars. A lot of you just want something to watch. Something to watch. You're bored, lonely people, and you're not here to learn. You're lying. If you were here to learn, you'd be learning.
What that frequency is coming in to disturb. And that is why I could not bear it, and I just could not watch it. All right, beautiful souls, welcome back. A slightly different video today in the sense that there's no introduction. We're going to go straight into what so many of you have been asking for, and I needed time for the energies to settle around this, and I feel that that time is now. What I haven't got in front of me is my computer. I won't be bringing up any images on the screen, mainly because it's not going to have a positive effect. I did want to mention I viewed the clip of the awards show that he was supposedly at, and I managed to look at that for about 8 seconds before my senses began to shut down. What it told me very quickly within those 8 seconds is that it was very strategically put together. From the colour scheme, from the symbolisms, and if you really paid attention to what was going on, there was something much, much deeper at play. So from my perspective, not worth tuning into, not worth listening to. And I want to answer your questions just because I know so many of you who have been emailing in, messaging, you guys just want to know the truth. And I could really feel that so many of you are just fed up. You're fed up with the...
Yeah, I'm fed up. Some people would say, why are you showing her again? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why are you showing Talcott again? Why are you showing this woman? Why this? Why that? What does it matter? Like, what are you doing on my channel then? You're not curious. You're not interested. You're not passionate about studying. I want passionate truth seekers around me. I don't want complainers.
The nonsense that is coming onto your screens. You're fed up of being told untruths, and you're fed up of almost being manipulated to think a certain way. And I know that many of you, that inner knowing, you guys already know. But if there's something that I can clear up for you regarding this Jim Carrey saga, I'm going to tune in right now to see if there is any information that would be helpful for you and beneficial for the collective consciousness. So let's find out. Okay, there we go.
You know it's on when she starts making that wind sound, that windmill sound, or whatever you want to call it. I can't do a voice impression. I haven't practiced or tried too much, but I tried a couple times over the past so many weeks. I tried earlier yesterday for a minute or two. I don't spend a whole lot of time, but whatever she's doing is kind of strange. But you know it's on when she starts doing that wind sound. And I do think it's worthwhile to watch some of these things. And I do think it's worthwhile not to just fixate on one single topic and to cover different things and sometimes to have a laugh. I know it's weird to people that just can't do it in this realm. But I find certain things amusing, and they'll say, why are you covering this? And I thought this was a serious channel, and here you are covering this and laughing. I do what I want on my channel. I've always called my live streams a variety show. Complainers, just go away. It's not your channel. You don't have to understand why I do what I do. Just get the fuck away from me.
To see if there is any information that would be helpful for you and beneficial for the collective consciousness. So let's find out. Okay, there we go. So that's the exact current that I felt when I looked at that award show clip very briefly. There is a current, very harmful current. What it's doing is, the longer you tune in to something like that, the more it's going to affect your mental energy.
By the way, if anyone has this question on their mind, Stephen, why don't you want everyone on your channel? I want everyone on my channel and everyone around me in life, everyone, like I want to be covered in leeches and covered in cockroaches and maggots, leeches, ticks, cockroaches, maggots, sewage, because that's what most of you are in this earth, in this Hellrealm system. The majority of beings here behave that way. That's why I really want you all around me. That's why. And I've jokingly said her channel's one of my favorites, but it's also half true. I like watching this once in a while. It's funny to me. It's funny to me. It's something that some of you aren't. Some of you are just beings that I don't want to around me. You're not funny.
So let's find out. Okay, there we go. So that's the exact current that I felt when I looked at that award show clip very briefly. There is a current, very harmful current. What it's doing is the longer you tune in to something like that, the more it's going to affect your mental energy, the upper energy centers of your body, which is intensely being used to disconnect you. So even as you watch, and depending on how sensitive you are, some of you may not even be able to feel it. But for those of you who are more sensitive, you could start feeling nauseous. You may even have a voice that just tells you, turn it off. Turn this off. This is absolute nonsense. And what that frequency is coming in to disturb. And that is why I could not bear.
Interesting how in this video 4 months ago, and again, most people will say, oh, why are you covering this? What do you mean? What's the point? 4 months ago when she said nonsense, she said nonsense. She didn't say nonsense. She started doing the Osho S, nonsense, at a certain point, which leads me to believe that she's a fraud, that she isn't actually channeling anything. And some people, well, what does it matter? Because it's developing your fucking discernment. I'm handing out spiritual lessons and some of you don't know what I'm doing. You just don't get it. You're wasting my time. You're showing up on my channel not to learn. You're here to aggravate me.
And I just could not watch it. It is not one that is going to help you fulfill what it is that you desire in your life. It's not going to help support you. No, it's going to cause mass confusion. That's why it was put out. And what we call this, when stuff like this is going on, is we call this an attack on humanity's heart, our hearts, our purity, our inner knowing, our connection to the source. There we go. So this attack came through the channel, and the best form, a black screen that we're all kind of addicted to. We're always on it. And this form of channel can, just give me a moment. Baby. Just gonna settle that. Baby. Just give me a moment. Baby.
She even makes that sound at her pets. I mean, this is unbelievable. I needed a good laugh. This woman makes me laugh more than some people that come to my channel on a regular basis. And that might shock some of you. You're like, what? You like her more? Yeah, she's actually more fun and funnier than some beings that are regulars on my channel that come here that just aggravate the shit out of me.
Can. Just give me a moment. Baby. Just gonna settle that. Baby. It's okay. Yeah, you go with Daddy. Go on. Go with Daddy. He was just soothing himself there. So let me just settle that back. Yeah. So that's the way, the most effective way right now to destabilize the human being, the body, and all that we are. And that's because there's an electrical current as you hold your device, as you watch the screen, and that current carries frequencies. And that is what is emitted as you watch, as you listen. That's what your beautiful bodies absorb. That's what it knows. And that is why I will not put that on the screen. And I'm not even going to put images of him up. And I feel that we're going to find out very soon as to why. So let me move away from that now. And let me just see if we can get a message from somewhere in his field, his soul, if it would like to communicate with us. Yeah, there we go, okay. So the immediate message that is coming through and that we are being directed to is the heart, And there is a real manipulation of this part of our bodies, of your bodies. And let me just see.
There's an obsession in this realm with the heart. There's an obsession with the heart in this realm. By leftists, by New Age people, by religitard people, by YouTubers, by so-called truthers, baby truthers, obsessed with the heart. Obsessed with the heart. With the heart of Jesus, with the heart of Mother Mary. There's a lot to witness. They always go back to the heart, the heart, the heart, the heart. And then Joshua S. John recently said, not the organ. No, of course not the organ. I don't mean the organ heart, because he got it from my channel, me saying that. That the organ's staying here. Your heart's not going with you. I'm going to switch to this just temporarily because I want to cover this before I'm done. Medea. Greek mythology, Medea, daughter of King whoever. Medea is known in most stories as a sorceress, an accomplished pharmakia, a worker in an accomplished pharmakeis, a worker in pharmakia, medicinal magic, pharmakia, big pharma, often depicted as a high priestess of the goddess Hecate or Hecate. She is a mythical granddaughter of the sun god Helios. But Medea is not just a goddess or sorcerer related to pharmakia. It's also a place. And it's still used today. Medea, media, pharmakia, big pharma, the connection. Why are there so many big pharma ads on mainstream media, on the news? They're all sponsored by Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and Bayer and aspirin and this, that, the other. Selling you pharmakia. Anyway, this goes way back to, at least the claim here is around 700 BC. The tragedy, Medea and Apollonius of Rhodes, the epic Argonautica with the Argonauts, Jason and the Argonauts. But Medea is actually strewn throughout, we'll call it human history, for lack of a better term. I had a dream decades ago that I still remember on a world called Medea. And I wrote it down, a summary, because I thought of either writing a book or a movie about it. It was that detailed. I lived a lifetime. And this was decades ago, before I knew the history of Medea. Before I'd ever heard of the word, I dreamt of Medea and living somewhere that was entirely different world or realm than here. Anyway, it's unfortunate in this realm that I just no longer believe that most people are capable of learning, nor they don't want to, and I don't think they're capable. I just don't. I see evidence that they can't learn. Beyond just don't want to or too lazy. Can't learn. Can't sit and listen to someone and learn something. Can't do it. A lot of people in this realm, which they're just a waste then. I don't want them around me. They're a waste of my energy, my efforts. They're a waste.
Okay, so this is what they, when I say they, this is, I want to get this real clear. They. Okay, so people in power, people who are pulling strings behind the scene. Yeah, okay, it's that. It starts delving into a spiritual battle, which is much more than what we see with our physical senses and what we are able to perceive in the physical manifestation and this mass. So the message is that he was being manipulated by something much more than just a person. Much more than someone who had a lot of power. This was a real spiritual attack. And for him, yeah, it just been going on for too long. It had been going on for such a length of time that it's just unmanageable. It's unmanageable. And what happens in this place is that when you're so open, and when you've been on stages, and when you are the attention of many eyes, the world sees you and puts you on a pedestal. They see you as great.
Great. Now there she's going with this, even at the end of a word that ends in a T. If I went back to Wikipedia or changed topics, I think most people would be lost. Most people in this realm have the attention span of a pissant.
They see you as great. They begin to, and the word is like it's a fangirling, where you start kind of worshipping someone. And what he is saying is that the reality of what he experienced was not at all like this. It was not at all grand, 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 grand. Was not at all like this. It was not at all like this. At all like this. It was not at all grand, and how the outside world perceives those on stages. And a lot of that is because they see the worship, they see the cameras, they see the money. So all of that is a great illusion. And what he is saying that is actually happening, that he saw with his own eyes, he interacted with, was a darkness that got you to that place, that got you to the stage in front of the fancy lights and the cameras. But what it would do, slowly, strategically, is it would, let me just see if I can bring this through, because it is getting a little bit more difficult now. And I want to get back to this point as well, as it is all unfolding. It takes the soul, little by little, and many that are signing these contracts to be on the stage, because it's done little by little, many don't even realize it's happening. And that is the diminishing. Something is missing over time. So as the years go by, they can feel something not quite right with themselves. And many don't realise they haven't pinpointed the connection with the soul and the representation of that which they are signing away. I am going to have to stop. But thank you so much. It's the ultimate suppression and the freedom of his voice. And he wants to let people know. Let me just see if I can get this. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, that's really sad. He wants to let people know that he is no longer here. He is no longer here. And that unfortunately, he was taken. He was taken. And that's the reason. Right here. That's the reason that he was taken. Yeah. I'm going to have to stop the channel, beautiful souls. I'm actually just going to turn it all off. I won't do an introduction to this, as I mentioned at the beginning, but I wanted to get it out to you. Share with me in the comments. Thank you so much for being here, beautiful souls. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, look at that.
What does it mean to be enlightened? Do you lose some of your normal human emotions? I mean, do you still get angry? Do you ever feel like kicking a dog or hugging a tree?
You certainly lose many things. And you gain only one thing. It is a very losing business. You gain yourself, and everything else is lost. Anger, greed, jealousy, all is lost. But it is not a loss, because you come to realize the ultimate greed, jealousy, all is lost. But it is not a loss. All is lost. But it is not a loss, because you.
Okay, so there's the proof that Osho and that Asian woman, he's the prototype. Most of Osho's videos, almost all that show up on YouTube, are at Osho International, so they could be copyrighted, and I don't want to get burned by that. Anyway, there is the proof. I think it might prove it to a whole one or two beings in the whole realm, because I don't have faith in humans seeing anything, learning anything. I just don't. People demonstrate every day that they're not learning. So what are they doing here? I don't mean in this realm. I mean on my channels. I don't know what they're doing. Why are they hanging around me other than to just bother me? That's what I see. For the most part. Medes. The Medes were an Iron Age Iranian people, Persian in other words. Persian, who spoke the Median language, Media, and who inhabited an area known as Media. Media, the Medes. They left no written record. Knowledge of the Medes comes only from foreign sources, such as the Assyrians, Babylonians, Armenians, and Greeks, as well as a few Iranian archaeological sites, which are believed to have been occupied by Medes. That's where Media comes from. Old Persia. The old Persia. The Median Triangle. Interesting. Anyway, it's a rabbit hole that people could go down. There's a lot that most people will where are you going to learn that? Are you going to learn that on shit channels? You're going to go to the cockroaches to learn about Medea and the goddess Medea and the place Medea? The Medes? Median Triangle, Medea, Medes, Goddess Medea, connections. Most of you watch channels where the person running the channel doesn't know anything, but you're just spellbound, like David Icke fans. I showed earlier, not on this stream, I think it was my previous stream yesterday. They're just spellbound, listening. That's human. That's what humans are. They're spellbound by Osho. They're spellbound by David Icke. Most people are spellbound by politicians. That's human of you. Most of you are spellbound by these liars. And then when someone comes along that's truthful and has honor and has knowledge, you just don't listen. You don't learn anything. And it's extremely frustrating, but it shows me what this realm is very clearly. Most beings that I've encountered in this realm, I could talk to them for years. And then a little bit of time goes by. And if I said to them, what did you learn from me? All they'd be able to say is something extremely vague, like, I learned a lot from you. They wouldn't be able to name one thing because they're not really learning. They're not paying attention. They're pretending. They're pretending. And that's what I notice about humans. It's very human. Now, a lot of you say, well, it's human to be it's very human to fucking pretend and to lie and to follow evil. That's what's very human. A lot of you hype up human as though it's the top of the pedestal or the mountaintop. It isn't. It isn't. You're warped. And I don't think most of you will ever deprogram yourselves. You don't even make an attempt at it. You just believe whatever the fuck you were told. It's all you do. They told you humans good. You're a human being. You're good. You're this, you're that. It's human to be this way. It's human. And all you do is follow. You're just fucking natural born followers. You're not thinkers. You just follow. Cradle to grave, you follow lying psychos. And you never deprogram the lies that they taught you. You never even attempt it. Most humans never attempt it. That's what I notice. So how am I supposed to respect you when what most of you respect is evil? You're fine with carrying evil programming, cradle to grave. You make no attempt, most humans, to deprogram and to learn anything at all. I'm not from here. I'm not a human being. I'm not staying here. I've said that countless times, but maybe I have to keep saying it and saying it and saying it.
Hey white people, do you wake up with an overwhelming need to eat black people? Yes, I said eat black people. Some of them think you do. We're gonna get into that and so much more in anti-white TikToks. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better.
Guys, before we get into today's video, please like and subscribe. Today we're getting straight into anti-white TikToks. These have just so many different topics that they cover, so I'm excited to get into it. Let's start with number one, with black chocolate.
So I went to Reading Terminal and I thought this was interesting. Chocolate noses, anyone? Anyone want a chocolate nose? How about a chocolate ear? Does that sound appetizing? A chocolate liver, that's not grotesque at all. You might even want a chocolate heart for your child.
Let's go ahead and pause this video real quick, because are my eyes deceiving me, or in the middle of those chocolate hearts, is there a white chocolate heart? Okay, so let's make this make sense. Nonetheless, I'll let her continue her video.
That might be the best thing yet. How on earth is it appropriate for anyone to pretend to consume chocolate items that are representative of dismembered body parts in a country that was built on slavery and that used to actually sell these things as treats and souvenirs after lynchings? Sell these things as treats and souvenirs after lynchings. And that used to actually sell these things as treats and souvenirs after.
Does anyone love this black chick's nose ring? She's got the nose ring, the septum piercing that so many women have these days. It's so common. But a lot of you would argue there's nothing wrong with it. Why are you talking about the physical? Looks don't matter. The body doesn't matter. We should just be talking about spiritual things. How come there's such a connection between these nose ringers and evil? Well, you don't want to look at that. People don't want to look at connections and patterns. Most of you spend your whole life resisting. You don't want to learn. You don't want to. You want to say, don't judge, Stephen, don't judge. So what if she has a nose ring? Well, she's pushing a lie that white people ate black people, that it was common to have them as, quote, treats after lynchings. A lot of you are gullible fucking losers that will believe anything. That's the truth. And that's what I see in this realm, on YouTube and in person. A lot of you are unteachable, unreachable. Nothing gets through. You're blockheads. No truth gets in. You're blockheads. You're like cinder blockheads, concrete blocks. Nothing gets in. Beings like me try to get something in there, some truth, help you see. You'll believe anything. You'll just believe anything. You'll believe her saying this.
Tend to consume chocolate items that are representative of dismembered body parts in a country that was built on slavery and that used to actually sell these things as treats and souvenirs after lynchings. How is that appropriate? And yes, it absolutely is that deep. You're talking about Philadelphia. This is the nation's first capital. This is where Penn's Landing is. This is where George Washington's home, where his slave quarters was uncovered, is. This is where they wrote the Declaration of Independence and hypocrisy. It absolutely is that deep. And this is where Washington Square Park is, where hundreds of black bodies are buried underneath that park.
Okay, let's go ahead and pause here. I got into
Black bodies, black voices, black this, black that, black. They make everything about skin color and race. And they'll even call race skin color. They'll just say that's all it is. And they're oppressed due to their skin color. Black bodies buried. And this works on people.
to some of the comments and they're very, very interesting. Is it just me or is everything racist? Another one says, what the fuck? They want to eat us so bad? Another one here reads, very inappropriate. Guys, it's chocolate. Chocolate is brown, typically. There's also white chocolate, which is why they had white chocolate hearts on display, which she showed in her video. I don't think this entire business is built on this insatiable need that white people have to eat black people. I don't think it's a racist joke. I don't think it's insensitive. I don't think it's inappropriate. I think they had molds for different body parts and decided, let's put chocolate in those molds and sell them to people. And I keep hearing this over and over again, this they want to eat us, they did eat us, they were literally consuming us, they're cannibals in reference to white people. While there are, I think, a handful, if that, of historical references to this, this is taking a jump, a leap, and a bound in a different direction, coming after a chocolate shop for selling particular shapes of chocolate. But these particular type of people see race in everything. A candy is never a candy. A look is never just a look. A word is never just a word. A phrase is never just a phrase. It always has to harken back to some sort of racist past here in this country. When do we set this aside and decide that a chocolate nose is just a chocolate nose? Next TikTok. My big brother is going camping with friends. My brother is a black man. I am scared for my brother. I shouldn't have to be. Now this is obviously in reference.
And no mention by her that it's another nose ringer.
In this country. When do we set this aside and decide that a chocolate nose, he's gonna.
So the darkie had a nose ring. The darkie had two nose rings. This one has nose rings as well. And she doesn't want to recognize a pattern because you can't mention it, right? Nose ringer after nose ringer are anti-white. They're liars. Anyway, I notice patterns and I mention it. I don't expect people to learn. I don't expect it. I just don't. I don't think most in this realm are capable of even learning that. They just can't do it. Too bad. So be it. Too bad. So sad. Go away. Leave me alone. That's what I'm going to say to people. Leave me alone. And I'll keep pushing people away. I don't want everyone around me. I don't have to accept everyone. I don't want every spirit around me. Go away. Leave me alone. This is the best intro on YouTube. Hello, hello. She has the best intro on YouTube. I find this amusing. I can't help it. She's got the microphone over here. She's got the sounds, the waving arm. She's got the prayer hands. She has the orange tinted glasses. Just remarkable. Remarkable.
All right, beautiful souls, welcome back. A slightly different video today in the sense that there's no introduction. We're going to go straight into what so many of you have been asking for, and I needed
No introduction. That introduction was amazing. Amazing. Look at the decorations, the decor. She's filling up this space with interesting things to look at. The beads on the counter or on the table. This is amazing. This is wonderful. Hello, hello. I try to make learning fun. Most people don't get it. They just say, I don't get it. They don't get it. They just don't have time for it. They don't see how it's relevant. Most people just don't see anything. And they'll get angry and argue if I say maybe they can't understand. They're too far gone. They just don't get it. Dr. Ramen Noodles, 2.12 million subscribers. Why are you covering her, Stephen? What's this about? What did she ever do to you? Do you have beef with her? Do you have this? Do you have that? And just people are all over the place. Most people will never learn. They wouldn't even be close to understanding why I would cover her. They just wouldn't get it. They wouldn't get it. Most people that have come to my channel over these years don't have a clue what I'm doing. Even if I say what my channel's about and the goals and the message, they don't get it. They never will. Never will. I think most of humanity is a write-off in terms of learning. They can't learn. Now, there's some beings that might be good spirits but are dumb, and they'll never be able to find their way out of here, left to their own devices, that should be set free. Yes. Yes. If they're good. But a lot of these dumb beings aren't just dumb. They're evil. And they support evil. They stand with evil. They stand with evil deceivers, evil YouTubers, evil creatures, evil ones in power, evil abusers. That's what they support. You support evil, you can stay here. I don't have any tears for you. No mercy, no tears. The ones that stand with evil. I could show this and people say, why are you talking about their eyes? Like, most people spend months or years on my channel and they don't get it. And it is frustrating. You'd have to be retarded to spend time on my channel and not learn. There's something wrong with you if you're not learning here.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another video from Pink Tourmaline. And this is 3 days in a row. We got 3 interviews in 3 days. This is really exciting. And this was always big vision for this channel to have it become more of a podcast, as well as I'm still going to be doing my breakdown videos. Obviously, that's still going to be a major part of the channel. I love doing those. I love diving into other topics, but this is just a fantastic way to get my head and all of our heads around truly phenomenal information by interviewing people such as Alexandra Hoffman here. So Alexandra, just so you guys have a little bit of background, she's actually a subscriber and a member of this channel, somebody that I had a talk with last week, and I didn't know too much about her, but she's been commenting in some of the live streams. Well, I had a members only Google meetup last week, and we were talking a little bit more, and I got to realize that she's actually had a number of out-of-body experiences. She is knowledgeable about Kundalini, which is something that's been a little bit controversial as of late on the channel. Obviously, Isabella Green talks about it. Tony Sayers has a totally different viewpoint on it. I personally don't know too much about it, so I thought it would be cool to also briefly touch on that, just to learn from Alexandra's perspective of what she understands about Kundalini energy. Is it negative? Is it serpent energy? Or is it being misunderstood? So we're going to get into all of that. And she's had a lot of insights about the nature of reality, the structure of the matrix, the energetic grid that she's seen in OBEs.
Why are you showing these two, Stephen? Why are you being mean, talking about their black eyes and them being black-eyed demons? Some people will say that openly. Some of you won't say it, but you're thinking it. I just don't believe you humans. I don't believe that most of you in this hell realm, sewer matrix, can see, can learn with help, not on your own, not with help. I don't believe you can do it. You've demonstrated the otherwise, that you can't learn. Most of you that I've tried to help and spent tremendous energy, effort, hours, time, just a waste. Most people can't learn. Hoffman is a Jewish name. I think she's matzo ball soup. Huzefa, he might be a tiny hatter, he might be Arabic. But Black Eyes Club, and people love it. I know, you just love it. You love it, you love it, you love it. Almost no one in this realm has been able to even understand the Black Eyes Club or Black Eyed Demons Club that I've talked about. It's just laughed at and mocked by fools. You're a realm of fools. And some of you are going to burn for that. Good luck, lazy, dumb fucks.
Around the planet. Buckle up. We have so much information to go through, so many things to cover in this interview. Without further ado, Alexandra Hoffman, welcome to the channel, and thank you for taking the time, but welcome.
Why do I try to teach beings thousands of things when they can't learn one or two things? That's probably one of my flaws, because most beings in this realm don't learn. They just don't learn. They'll look at this and say, what's wrong with them? You're just jealous. They have more subs than you. And it's the same old demon shit. That's what many of you do. I'll drop a link for their channel. I'm so jealous that you can go subscribe over there and watch them. I don't want most people around me. I don't. I don't want beings around me that are incapable of learning, that show me day after day, month after month, that they're not learning. Go away.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let's get into the mix here. Maybe people are going to be, obviously, if people have been in the live chat, they've seen you commenting, but most people are going to be new to you. So first, let's back up a little bit. I know you used to work in fintech. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your life prior to all of these experiences?
Okay, sure. So it was pretty ordinary. I had never heard about OBEs, NDEs. I certainly did not know about, the prison planet, soul trap dynamic until this year, actually. However, before that,
massive lip fillers. I agree, Wendy. She's had lip fillers put in and massive work done on her body, on her face. It's obvious that she is not natural. It's her choice, Stephen. That's what demons do and cockroaches. Why are you mentioning that? That's irrelevant. That doesn't matter. The material, the physical doesn't matter to the spiritual. I've heard all the excuses over the years, all of it. There's nothing new you demons could come to my channel and say, or write about me and say. Nothing. I've heard it already. You just say the same shit, you demons, trying to defend. It doesn't matter if she's, just doesn't matter. Don't judge. It doesn't matter. Don't judge. Don't judge program. It's just exhausting being in this realm. Trying to teach people is more exhausting. I could chill out the rest of my life and never attempt to share any knowledge or spiritual wisdom again with humans, and I'd be less tired. It's exhausting trying to reach people. Because why does it take so long? That's a big hint to me that people aren't learning. Why does it take so long? Look at the eyes. Where's the light? I mean, in the dark part, the black part. Where is the light? Is there any reflection? Where is the light? I don't mean the whites. I mean in the eyes. Where's the light? Where's the light and the life? Okay? Where is it? And why is there a pattern of this showing up time and time and time again that I've shown for years? I bet there's some watching that say she's a beautiful woman. How dare Stephen say this about her? I wouldn't doubt it. This is a realm of the lost beings that just can't see anything. Black Eye Demons Club. Black Eyes Club.
That I was working in international commodities trading. We traded like oil and gas and chemicals. I was in fintech in that area. I worked with systems like financial systems, and I did training development just to teach people how to do it. So
got it. And then after you had this work, when did you?
Here's a spiritual lesson for people. It's not just me applying it to myself. You should say these words out loud. What is obvious to me is not necessarily obvious or even seen by others, because this is obvious to me. Okay? That's a spiritual lesson for today. Say it to yourself. What is obvious to me may not be obvious or even seen at all by others.
Did you first learn about reincarnation?
So reincarnation, like since I was little, I do have like a...
She calls this a prison planet. This is not a prison, and this is not a planet. Okay?
A Christian background. And so I had heard about reincarnation, but I've always kind of believed in it. It's they're kind of competing ideologies, but I held them both equally. So
yeah, that's one of the things about, let's say, Christianity and Islam in particular, the idea of just a single life. You just kind of come in once and then you go out to...
Is he a Muslim? A former Muslim? Is he a Christian? What is he? He's a black-eyed deceiver. So she. They stick together. He'll interview her. Do you think I could get either one of these on my show? I don't think so. I could offer them money and they wouldn't come here. And that still isn't enough to get people to open their eyes. I could offer them money to come on my show and they wouldn't come on. One of the best parts is, and this is in the future, you're going to realize what I am and why they're afraid of me. That's going to be one of the best parts, because a lot of you are wrong. You're wrong about your assumptions, and you're wrong what you believe about me. You're wrong. You're going to learn why demons fear me, and it's going to be a rude awakening for some of you when you're spending your eternity with them because you chose Team Evil.
One of two levels, right? To pure bliss or pure torment. I don't know. That never really resonated with me. It just didn't make sense on some deeper fundamental logical level. But whereas versus the idea of we always are, we are infinite, we are eternal, and these are just different lives that we incarnate. As to what the purpose is, that's another question, obviously, that we're diving into. But that always made a lot more sense to me. Now, you've always had a feeling about reincarnation. And I know you also mentioned something that you, in your email to me, something about the difference between invocation and evocation. I'm still not sure I've got my head completely around that. Can you describe this? What's invocation? What's evocation?
Okay, sure. I guess I could start with saying that I do have like a background in what's called high magic, which is the art of the ultimate goal of high magic is to stop the compulsive reincarnation cycle, as it is like in Buddhism and like several other traditions. Like we want to stop reincarnation, and so high magic is a series of practices that are conducive to self-actualization and ultimately to stop the reincarnation cycle. And I was also in planetary magic. That's like my specialty, which is working with the 7 classical planets according to and Hermeticism, if anybody's familiar with that. And so that is the art of going through the levels of the heavens, if you could call it that. And I do, it's going to be necessary for me.
Huge pupils, no light in them, looks possessed, looks demonic, because it is. I don't care if you agree or disagree. That doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter. Follow all the darkness and demonic shit that you want. You have a whole realm full of it to follow. And that's what most beings will do. They'll follow all the dark shit.
Me to use sort of magical terminology to explain this. It doesn't necessarily reflect the same terminology in Prison Planet. So there's like a little bit, I'll try to like translate as much as I can, but like whenever we die, we ascend through certain levels, right? According to this, these ideas.
According to the ideas in high magic, you're saying?
In planetary magic as well. So they kind of share that, like we ascend through what are called the heavens in Gnostic cosmology. And so planetary magic is what, like we think that each planet represents a level. Our symbols, we're not talking about like the physical planets like up in the sky. We're talking about like levels of the soul that are named after the planets. And so invocation, and this is where invocation and evocation come in magic. You sort of like, if you want to work with principles outside of yourself, if you want to work with principles inside of yourself, like say that I want to invoke the principle of happiness, or I want to ramp up my communication. I want to, I want abundance, that sort of thing. You're going to self-actualize on those levels. So you are invoking into yourself these principles for betterment. At least that was my approach.
Islands.com. Today we're in Los Angeles exploring the La Brea Tar Pits.
The La Brea Tar Pits in the heart of Los Angeles are one of the city's most unique places to explore. The tar pits and the museum are located in the Hancock Park area of the city, and there where natural asphalt has seeped up through the ground over tens of thousands of years. The outdoor area is free to explore, and there's lots of different tar pits to see, including the main one in the front, which has an example of what it would have looked like for an animal to be stuck in the tar pit.
Pit 9 is super small, but it trapped at least 27 Columbian mammoths in it. This little tar pit right here. So this is how all the 27 mammoths fit, is that all the bones just get jumbled together in the tar.
This is a really fascinating area to explore, and I'll show you more on the active dig site after going to the museum.
All right, let's go to the museum.
Looks gruesome. They put that in there. That's fake, obviously, but gruesome to put that in there. Tourist site. Tar pits, tar pit eyes. Tar pit eyes. Over 400,000 views on this. Every channel seems to get views except what I'm sharing. My channel is the most shadow banned on YouTube. People don't have to believe that. I know most people just believe lies. That's what you do. That's what humans do. You're drawn to lies.
Dig site after going to the museum.
All right, let's go to the museum.
A lot of people just see the outside, but I highly recommend you go into the museum. It does cost, but it's one of the most interesting places to explore in Los Angeles because of the unique scientific history. After paying the fee, we began to walk around the small central building. It's not that big, but it does have a lot of unique exhibits to see. By far, the most visited exhibit is the huge Columbian mammoth they have on display. This is truly an amazing thing to see in person, as this animal was massive.
That's a Columbian mammoth, and it's considered average size.
Next to that, they have the wall of direwolf skulls. They've found thousands of direwolves here because they would come attack the mammoths that were stuck in the tar, and then they themselves would fall in the tar as well.
This is my favorite section. There's over 400 of the 1,600 direwolf skulls they found here.
As you continue around the museum, you can go to the fossil lab where you can see them actually working to clean and preserve the fossils that they found in the tar. Lastly, there's a tar pull area where you can test how hard it is to pull yourself out of the tar, and there's a skeleton of a ground sloth as well. This is just a few of the things you can see in the museum, and there's a theater that shows more about the history of the area. In the middle of the museum, there's an atrium which you can walk through that has lots of plant life, a small waterfall, and a little creek. After exploring the museum, we went back outside and went up to the second floor where you can look out over the tar pits and down on the atrium as well.
What do you think?
It's pretty cool.
We're leaving the museum and going to check out one of the current dig sites, Project 23.
The rest of the La Brea tar pits are located outside of the central area. If you continue walking along the path, you can go to an actual dig site where they dig during the summer to try to find new fossils. There wasn't any digging going on when we were there, but it's still cool to see. There's a half dozen or more pits that you can see around the area, and when you pay for the museum entrance, they'll give you a map to all of them.
So you can go around to these pits, but most of them are not currently active. The only one that's active right now is Project 23, but it's still cool to see these old pits where there's still some tar in them. And keep your eyes peeled, as you may even see the tar bubbling in one of these pits. Thanks so much for exploring the La Brea tar pits with us, one of the most unique things you can visit in all of Los Angeles. Be sure to like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next video.
It's too bad that liberals and a lot of migrants ruined California, it was a beautiful place. Decades ago, it was. You don't have to understand. Most people tuning into this just won't understand. They'll say it still is, and Steven's wrong and he's racist. That's what you do. You just program robots. That's what most humans are. Just robots, followers, zombies. You don't think, you just follow. So why should you be let out of this realm? If all you do is follow liars and evil, why do you deserve to be out of here? Why?
1,000 likes on it. You don't have to be scared for your black brother who's going camping with his friends. He's probably going to be fine. He's going to return from the camping trip. And what a weird thing to think of. Now, this is obviously in reference to the Nolan Wells case. This has a chocolate shop for selling particular shapes of chocolate. But these particular type of people see race in everything. A candy is never a candy. A look is never just a look. A word is never just a word. A phrase is never just a phrase. It always has to harken back to some sort of racist past here in this country. When do we set this aside and decide that a chocolate nose is just a chocolate nose? Next TikTok. My big brother is going camping with friends. My brother is a black man. I am scared for my brother. I shouldn't have to be. Now, this is obviously in reference to the Nolan Wells case. This has nearly 75,000 likes on it. You don't have to be scared for your black brother who's going camping with his friends. He's probably going to be fine. He's going to return from the camping trip. And what a weird thing to think about with his friends. He's probably going to be fine. He's going with his friends. He's probably going to be fine. He's going to return from the camping trip. And what a weird thing to think about, that because a person of a particular skin color is hanging out with people of a different skin color, that he may be unsafe in their presence. It's really strange. And I think it's a strange assumption that we've made in this Nolan Wells case, that because he's black and he so happened to be hanging out with a group of white people, that there is somehow a racial element to this, and he's a black boy attacked and killed on the basis of his blackness. That's strange. Guys, speaking of the Nolan Wells case, this case is covered very differently depending on who you hear the details from, which is why you guys are always asking me where I get my news. And that's why I'm excited to say today's video is sponsored by Straight Arrow. Straight Arrow covers today's most divisive topics without manipulation, bias, or agenda. They're just trying to bring you the facts and allow you to step out of whatever echo chamber you may or may not be in. For example, with the Nolan Wells case, I looked it up on Straight Arrow and I found an article titled "Unsolved Murders Are Becoming Apparent in the Media. Is it reality or noise?" And in this article, they go through the different things that influence these investigations, like treating all deaths as investigations, or the news media's role in cold cases, and the hysteria that can be created around certain deaths. You watched that TikTok, you saw the hysteria. Even has been confirmed. And then you get TikToks like this where somebody says they're scared for their black brother to go camping with friends of a different race. It's strange. You're weird. It's like we're in this world where we are all just participating in this mass psychosis in regard to race, even though we have very little evidence to back up the many claims that people are making online about the dynamics between white and black people. You really should not be afraid because the people around you are of a certain race. I know on a video last week, I showed you a black woman saying that she felt more comfortable around Crips and Bloods than she did around a group of white people. There's absolutely no evidence to back up making a claim like that or to back up feeling that way, but yet here we are in the mass psychosis where just because we believe white people bad, we say things like this. And if it's not blaming white people for innocuous things like brown chocolate or saying that you're scared for your black brother going camping with them, there's a push for segregation. This next TikTok is about creating a black economy.
You guys, have y'all seen that video of that lady that went viral saying that there's 58 million black people in this country, and if we all just donated $1, we can create like a just this great economy? Sorry, my dog's doing a lot. I mean, seriously, can we get some people in power with integrity to create this committee, like, and really get these monthly subscriptions going, really get it going? And because like this, I feel like this is it. This is really it. We can really do this. And there's so many people that was under that. It was so many black people allies that were under this viral post about her saying this, and how they were down for this. Let's go. Let's get it going.
Okay. I guess if we want to segregate the U.S. economy, we got to start.
All right, I'm going to switch the topic here over to Schopenhauer was right about women all along. Is this woman holding up a pregnancy test in public? Is that what she's doing? Is she holding up a pregnancy tester in public? Look at what is this? But anyway, Schopenhauer is a famous philosopher. One of my favorite essays by him is called On Noise. I think I even did a reading of it one time at one point. It might have been one of my earliest live streams on my channel. I just wish I were in a realm full of beings that were curious, eager to learn, interested, and it's just the way things are going in this realm is I think they're going to be surprised by what's coming and what they get based on what they've done and what they've supported and how lazy they've been.
In February 2026, a woman invited 400 men into a mansion and slept with as many as she could, on camera, for money. Then, she announced she was pregnant with 3 possible fathers, no idea which. Her name is Bonnie Blue, and this isn't about judging her. She is the clearest picture that we have around what modern dating has become. Now here's what this video is going to uncover. Women have never been less emotionally aware about a relationship, and as a consequence, men have slowly backed away from committing, and for many, they've stopped showing up completely. Nobody trusts anyone, and the most connected generation in history is the loneliest ever recorded. And while it might feel random, it isn't. It's one system collapsing. And a philosopher named Arthur Schopenhauer predicted this whole thing in 1851. But at the end of this video, you'll know exactly what broke, who it's hurting most, and why you were right, that something here is deeply wrong. Now, before the 5 pillars, you need to know exactly who Schopenhauer was, because this is real philosophy, not internet commentary. He was a German philosopher writing in 1851, laying out a framework that reads like he knew exactly what was going to happen in our society. He wrote a work called Parerga in Paralipomenia, and inside it, there's a section called Aphorisms on the Wisdom of Life. And in that section, he lays out 3 categories of honor. The first is civic honor, the mutual agreement to respect other people's rights so that they respect yours. And this is the foundation of a functioning society. The second is official honor, the expectation that a person who's holding positions of authority is qualified to be holding it. The third, and the one he spent the most time on, is sexual honor. And here's what separates Schopenhauer from every other talking head on the internet. He wasn't making a moral argument. In his words, all honor really rests upon a utilitarian basis. Utilitarian, it exists because it works, because it holds something together. He did not call sexual honor sacred. He didn't even call it God-given. What he did call it was functional. And then he describes exactly how it functions. He wrote that women, collectively, developed what he called an esprit de corps, a group strategy. And the strategy itself was simple. No woman gives herself to a man except in marriage, enforced collectively, and every man would be, in his words, forced to surrender and ally himself with a woman. And through that arrangement, provision was guaranteed for an entire female race. Sit with that for a second. Schopenhauer was arguing that sexual honor in itself was a female strategy, collectively, to secure long-term commitment, resources, and protection from men. And it only worked if every woman participated. Not fair, not beautiful, not cinematic, just the deal, the structure. And it held 5 things in place. And when that broke, all 5 broke with it. The first thing sexual honor held together was commitment. Schopenhauer described a transaction, and that word feels cold, especially against partnership. But to his defense, he was being honest about what sat beneath the surface. Women maintained sexual exclusivity. Men, in exchange, committed fully. Resources, protection, long-term partnership. Now I want to be clear, this is not some modernized red pill talking point. This is a philosopher in 1851 describing the architecture of the deal. Man undertaking responsibility for all women's needs and also for the children that spring from their union, an arrangement on which is based the welfare of the whole female race. Both sides had something to lose, and that was the entire point. And the women who broke this agreement, they didn't only affect themselves. She is false to the terms upon which the male capitulated, and as her conduct is such as to frighten other men from making a similar surrender. It imperils the welfare of all of her sisters. Frighten other men from making a similar surrender. When men see that the deal is broken, they stop making the deal. And that in itself doesn't hurt one woman. It hurts all women because the system only works if men believe that the terms are reliable. Now, look where we are. The General Social Survey has tracked sexual behavior in the United States for decades. Among women born before 1910, only 3% had 2 or more sexual partners before marriage. 3%. By the 1940s birth cohort, that number was 26%. The median number for lifetime sexual partners for women doubled, from 2.6 for women born in the 1940s to 5.3 for women born in the 1970s, a twofold increase in one generation. And the shift was sharper among women than it was for men. By 2013, the CDC found that the gap between men and women in relationship to their lifetime sexual partners was no longer statistically significant. The numbers converged. On a population level, women's sexual behavior became almost indistinguishable from men's, statistically speaking. That's the Esperte corpse dissolving in the data, Schopenhauer's structure collapsing in real time, measured across generations. And here's what followed. Less than half of American households now include a married couple, 47.1% as of 2024, down from 78.8% in 1949. The average age of first marriages among men is about 30 years old, where for women, it's about 28. And that is the highest ever recorded in American history. And according to the Institute of Family Studies, nearly 3/4 of women, 74%, and 2/3 of men, 64%, between 22 and 35, reported that they hadn't dated or had only dated a few times in the last year. The report's own name for this is the dating recession. Not my words, the Institute of Family Studies in 2026. And here's the part that nobody really wants to say out loud. Half of these young adults, 51%, said that they actually wanted to start a relationship. They want it, they're just not doing it. The gap between desire and action is exactly what Schopenhauer was describing in 1851, 175 years ago. The deal dissolved. Without collective enforcement of exclusivity, men stopped reading commitment as a rational trade. Why surrender your freedom, your resources, your future, when the terms of the commitment are no longer guaranteed? When the structure that once incentivized commitment completely disappears, commitment disappears with it. And again, the people most affected by this are women. This entire system was designed to benefit them. It was their strategy, and they abandoned it. If you've ever felt like everybody says that they want a relationship, but nobody knows how to actually build one, you're not imagining that. The gap is the exact thing that Schopenhauer described, and you are standing inside of it right now. But the people who cannot pair up are not the ones who pay the most. The heaviest cost falls on the people who never had a say in any of it. And the numbers there are worse than almost anybody is willing to say out loud. The second thing that sexual honor held together was children. The system was never only just about the two adults who were making the deal. It was about what the deal produced. Children born into a structure where both parents were invested, where the man's commitment included responsibility for the offspring, and where the woman's commitment and honor gave the man confidence that the women's children were his. Now that might sound really uncomfortable in 2026, but that is what the mechanism was. Paternity confidence was the engine underneath a lot of this. Without it, the man's surrender made almost no common sense, especially biologically. And Schopenhauer was very blunt about what happened when women broke this commitment. Any girl who commits a breach of the rule betrays the whole female race, because his welfare would be destroyed if every woman were to do likewise. The punishment was social exile. She'd be cast out with shame and avoided like a plague, not cruelty for its own sake, enforcement. Because if one woman could break the structure without competence, the whole system weakened. Now look where we are. 1 in 4 American children, roughly 19 million kids, are growing up within a house with either biological, step, or adoptive father. The United States has the highest rate of children living in single-parent households of any nation in a 130-country global study. That's more than 3 times the global average. And this isn't static. The number of children in father-absent homes homes has more than doubled since 1970. Roughly half of Black children, 29% of Hispanic children, and 20% of white children currently live in homes with no father present. Now, these are Census Bureau numbers published by the National Institute of Demographic Studies, and the outcomes are measurable. Children in fatherless homes face statistically higher rates of poverty, behavioral problems, lower educational attainment, and incarceration. Now, here's where Bonnie Blue becomes relevant again. 3 men believe that they might be the father of her child. She filmed the ultrasound. She monetized the announcement. Paternity confidence here doesn't approach zero. It gets turned into content. Schopenhauer described a system where children were a product of mutual investment and mutual certainty. What we're looking at now is a world where a child can be conceived in a room with 400 different strangers, and the question of who the father is becomes a form of entertainment. Now, Schopenhauer, he wouldn't be surprised. He named this mechanism. When the esprit de corps dissolves, when paternity confidence collapses, when commitment becomes optional, children are the first collateral damage every single time. And here's what makes this really hard to talk about. The conversation around fatherhood has become so politically loaded to the point where stating basic, clear census data feels controversial.
As Wendy mentioned, creepy voice. This woman has a strange voice, but what else is new? I'm glad Wendy noticed. Most people wouldn't notice, but I'm not disparaging Wendy for noticing, but it's a hell realm. This is just, it's everywhere now. And it's going to get more demonic. It's going to get creepier. Things are going to degrade in society. Relationships it's already obvious. Marriages, divorces, children raised without both parents. It goes on and on and on and on. If you look at the metrics, everything's worse today than it was in 1900. What's good? What's better than back then? Technology. That's it. That's about all you can point to. Saying, well, tech is better. Yep. What else? What has become better? Look at the deadness of her eyes. But what else is new? That's this realm. It's everywhere. And I try to point it out. And what most people want to do is just watch these shit channels like Forever Con Man.
Are you going to talk about me again? I love to just analyze NDEs and say the exact same thing and then have my hand out for shekels for my last timers club. You can just pay me for just the same surface level basic shit for years.
And I just think most beings are lost causes. They're so basic. They're so limited, so basic, such simpletons. They can't notice anything. Anything. Even when it's pointed out to them, even when someone breaks it down and makes videos pointing it out, explaining it to them, making the connections for them, showing them the connections. Most people are just lost in this realm. There's a part of me spiritually that wants to just say, save the animals. Let the humans stay here. I don't know how many in the end are going to be not demonic, because most of you go over to the dark side and you look it and you behave it, and it's just obvious. It's obvious that you are nothing like people were in 1980. Okay? I'll just take that number. I was alive in 1980. You're not like that today. You're more like this one on the screen. Now, is she sharing some truth here? Yes. But is she doing it for money? I'm pretty sure she is. I'm pretty sure if money weren't involved, if I turned off my YouTube Premium, I bet there's ads through this and it's for money. And she has 89,000 subs, and she has a website, and I bet she does YouTube for money. Would she do it for free without money involved? Doubtful that she'd spend any time doing a whole 25 minutes, and I'll spend tons of hours and hardly anyone views it. Because most of you humans are not interested in truth. Deeper truth. Big picture truth that shows you the realm, not just one topic. You're simple and lazy, and you're not truth seekers, most of you on earth. You're not looking for spiritual truth, so you'll just get recycled. No matter what material realm truth you have, you're going into the bin. Congratulations. You're going to follow dull-eyed, dead-eyed demons right into the bin. Good for you.
But again, these aren't value.
Give them money. Give them money.
Judgments. These aren't opinions. They're data. They are structural outcomes. Remove the structure that incentivized a two-parent investment, and what do you get? Fewer two-parent homes. The children didn't choose this. The structure failed them. And whether or not you plan to ever have children, you are dating and building a life inside of this culture that produces these outcomes. The odds a relationship lasts, the level of trust in which you...
They'll look at you as though you've lost your mind in the future. When people describe remembering a time when humans had a personality and weren't just dull-eyed, dead-eyed, no personality, zombified, Walking Dead. It's almost here. And you'll argue with me, most of you humans, that this isn't a hell realm. You're absolute fucking zombies already.
You start from, all of this was shaped by whether the structure held in homes like the ones that you grew up in. Now, here's the part that turns this whole story around. Everybody assumes that a system or a structure like this was created to serve men. It didn't. It was created to support the group that is now paying the consequences for this collapse. And once you truly objectively look at who that is, this argument stops being the one that you expected. The third thing that sexual honor held together is the one thing most people don't want to listen.
No, it was all to support men. That's the female view of the West. Men wanted marriage. Men wanted just one wife. The wife is a slave. Men didn't want to date multiple women and have variety and not be committed. Men set up the whole system that oppressed women as wives and mothers and housewives, and were taken care of as men went out to slave away and work. Women are always the victim. You're always the oppressed. No matter what system in the world, women will argue they're oppressed. In China, in America, in Canada, in the UK, anywhere on earth, women will say women are oppressed everywhere. No matter what the system is, how it's set up, you're always the oppressed. Always, in your minds. Is there ever a time when women aren't the victim?
Listen to. The Esprit de Corps existed to protect women as a class, as a group. Its entire focus.
Yes, it did. But you women today don't understand that. Because you're smarter than we are. That's why. Women claim they're smarter. You don't understand basic things. The West was set up to protect women and children, not men. But you treat it like, oh, you white men have always been privileged for centuries. You're just so messed up. That's why so many men are done. You're privileged and crying victim. It's just unbelievable. You can't make this shit up. Women as a gender across the world are clueless. Clueless. Just clueless.
Focus was to give women security and leverage over men. And Schopenhauer was not subtle about this. Women have to band together with a show of Esprit de Corps and present one undivided front to their common enemy, man, who possesses all the good things of the earth in virtue of his superior physical and intellectual power, in order to lay siege to and conquer him, and so get possession of him and a share of those good things. Common enemy, lay siege, conquer. This is extreme framing, but outside of the language, look at what he's actually describing. The only leverage women had historically, the ability to control access to sex in exchange for long-term commitment. That was the strategy. And it worked precisely because it was collective. Because one woman acting alone has no real power. Women acting together creates scarcity, and scarcity creates leverage. That leverage.
You have leverage and power, women. Leverage and power using your sexuality. This is how women get by in life. And it's observably true, by the way, whether it was 1930, 1950, or today. Today, they just give away their sex. You don't need any commitment at all. First, if you went on a first date and you're an attractive man, there you go. That's all it takes. They hook up, as they call it, with anyone. They have huge body counts in the hundreds.
Leverage is what forced men to agree to the commitment of the terms, and he was very clear about what happened to any woman who broke this rank. She is cast out with shame as one who has lost her honor. No woman will have anything more to do with her. She is avoided like the plague. The punishment in this did not come from men. It came
from other women, but they don't do that anymore. Women don't shame other women. Women praise sluts. There's no such thing as slut shaming these days. Women praise promiscuous women, women that cheat on their husbands, women that steal other husbands, women that do all kinds of slutty, whorish things. They're praised and rewarded these days. It's all changed.
From other women. Because every woman who broke the rule, she weakened the leverage for all women. Collective enforcement for collective benefit. Now again, look what happened when this dissolved. A study published in Evolutionary Psychology in July 2025, spanning 5,331 participants across 15 samples in 11 countries. What they found was the number of past sexual partners is inversely correlated with how desirable they are as a long-term partner. Meaning, the higher the body count is, the less willing people are to commit. And this held regardless of gender. There was no meaningful double standard as a long-term partner. Meaning, the higher the body count is, the less willing people are to commit. And this held regardless of gender. There was no meaningful double standard in this data. Meanwhile, 83% of women say that they prefer a committed relationship in comparison to uncommitted sex. 83% of them. And counselors who do work with students report that there's a long-term monogamous relationship described, almost without exception, as a desired goal. So women overwhelmingly want committed partners, but the system designed to produce them is almost gone. And you might ask, what replaced it? Well, OnlyFans now hosts an approximate 4.6 million creators. The majority of them, women, commodifying sexual access for profit instead of...
I like how women pretend that sluts and ones in porn are just these rare women that... There's a lot of older women that pretend that. Too bad Louise isn't still here. Because she'd say, no way, there's that many? Yeah, millions just in America. There's millions of women on OnlyFans showing everything, having full-on sex, using sex toys. Totally. So how are they going to be wives when everyone's seen them that wants to spend $4 or $5 a month can see the woman that someone, like, who wants to marry that? Why would you? But women don't get it. They don't get it. And they try to minimize and lie and say it's not that many women. They're the exception, Stephen. There's not a lot of sluts around that are showing themselves and having sex on video. Oh, yeah, it's millions. Millions. Just like when Manny was here, he said millions when he was live as a guest. He couldn't believe it. Yeah, it's millions. There's not just a few porn stars. There's a big percentage of young females in America. I think it's 20% or something on OnlyFans. So go ahead. Tell me that women haven't changed and aren't openly slutty these days, and it isn't just a large number, because it is. You're wrong again. A lot of you are in a bubble. You're either in a bubble, in denial, or pretending, not honest. There's a lot of that. Women don't want to see their gender the way it actually is behaving. They don't want to look.
Collective leverage. And women's self-reported levels of happiness has also declined, both absolutely and relative to men's.
Yeah, being sluts and hating men and being feminists is making you unhappy. Good. You deserve it. Relative declines in female happiness decade by decade. And there's a gap emerging with men becoming more happy as a lot of men avoid women. Because you don't give us peace. And we can't trust most of you. And just look at the behavior of females on YouTube. For example, it shows a lot. Marcella, Callie, Carmen, Louise, Kirsten. Do I need to go on?
Especially since the 1970s. That's Stevenson and Wolfers out of Yale and Wharton. Peer-reviewed, real data. The unspoken agreement that women had was women collectively controlling access to protect every woman's future and their children. When it broke, yes, women gained independent sexual freedom, but they lost collective bargaining power. The marketplace shifted from what are you offering to earn exclusive access into how do you compete for attention in a market that has no barrier to entry. And I want to be clear because I already know what the comments are going to say. So you want me to go back to the 1950s? No, I want you to understand what you lost so that you can make an informed choice about what comes next. You cannot fix any barrier to entry. And I want to be clear because I already know what the comments are going to say. So you want me to go back to the 1950s? No, I want you to understand what you lost so that you can make an informed choice about what comes next. You cannot fix anything if you refuse to acknowledge what caused it to break. Because Schopenhauer, he called this utilitarian. And
We should just keep allowing women to lead society. Society's been completely feminized, and this is the result. Everything's breaking down. Not just relationships, not just marriages, everything. Borders, everything. We should just say, women, have at it. Lead us. Show the way. Lead the way, as I said to Talcott. Lead the way. Show me the way. Show me the way. You're smarter than we are. You're attending university way more in Canada. At certain universities, Canadian universities, it's 85% of the students are female. 85% are women. And then most of the professors are. And most psychologists are, psychiatrists, psychologists. It's around 85%. It's wonderful. Just lead the way in society. You're doing great. You're educated. You're strong boss babes. You're awesome. You're better than men. Lead the way. Show us the way.
And he was right. The Esprit Corps was a utility. It performed a function. And when it was removed, nothing replaced the function. Women were told they gained freedom. And in some important ways, they did. But freedom without structure is just chaos with better branding. And data, it shows what's actually happening in the outcomes, not what you're told is happening on TikTok. Women report consistently being less happy now than they were when the system was intact. That is a measurable result. And the people most harmed by the collapse of female collective strategy are women. Now, whether you're a man or a woman, you are standing in the exact market that this collapse has created. And you can feel the difference even if you haven't been able to directly tie a number to it. But underneath the leverage and the freedom, the old system.
You made the greatest deal in history, women that went and rejected the 1950s and said, we don't want to be 1950s housewives. We want to work. We want to be wage slaves to Rockefellers, big oil, big media companies, and Rothschilds and Rockefellers. We want to work. We don't want to sit around in pajamas all day and be housewives and do some light dusting and cook dinner for our husbands. We don't want husbands and children. We want to be alone. We want to be old cat ladies with boxed wine and ordering food and have no one to talk to when we come home to our house or our apartment or condo from our job. We don't want a man to provide for us and care for us. We made the greatest deal in history, feminists. We reject all of that. And look what you got today. You got what you wanted. Women got what they wanted overall. And very few women oppose it. I know not every woman is for it, but very few oppose it. Feminism was always cancer, going back into the 1800s. Now, most women will never do that research that a man like me's already done. They'll never do the research. Too lazy and not curious enough. And they just think what feminism must have started off as good. You make assumptions. You're not curious truth seekers. I don't see truth seekers that are female on my level in this realm. If I'm wrong, show me. Bring them on as a guest to discuss all sorts of topics with me. I want to find the female truth seekers that are on my level, that are leaders. Let's see them. Let's see them. And why does that sound competitive? Because in a way it is. But women want to compete with men, so have at it. Come on my show. Be competitive. Show me that you're just as good as a man or better. That's part of the way women behave these days en masse in society, in Western society. country to country. They say they want to compete with men. Come on my show. Compete with me. I'd love it. I'd love for that to happen.
Quietly produced one more thing, and it doesn't show up in marriage rates or happiness scores. You likely can't even point to it directly. And most people, they only notice it after it's already gone. The last thing that sexual honor held together was trust. This one is harder to quantify.
Sexual honor was terrible. That's outdated. That's 1950s stuff. Women don't want that. You don't want to wear dresses and you don't want to be feminine. That's gross. You want to pretend that you're men and be like lesbians, like many of you behave, with nose rings and covered in tattoos, and you grow your armpit hair and you dye it and you don't wear deodorant. There's all kinds of stuff of women rebelling against femininity. I don't know why a lot of men would want you. Kirsten didn't like, apparently, when I talked about smelly vaginas. Maybe it hit home. Maybe she took it personally. Maybe Kirsten needs to wash her smelly vagina, along with Callie and Louise and Carmen. Maybe Manny has to wash his smelly vagina. I don't think he had any balls. That Paki, Indian, whatever, that used to come here, that lives in England, that was treated very well and lied to me and lied about me for years. That guy. Maybe he's got a smelly vagina. I don't know. But I think maybe Kirsten did. Maybe that's why she couldn't have a long-term relationship with any boyfriend or man in her life. You should just go lesbian. Maybe you should date Louise or Carmen or someone.
But that doesn't mean it's not the most important, because Schopenhauer's entire framework of honor,
She has the smelly puss. She has the smelly puss. Kirsten, if you're tuned in, maybe your pussy's smelly. Maybe you got to wash between your legs. Maybe you stink. Maybe that's why when I made fun of Team Evil Demons and said she probably stinks, you took it personally and bashed me to Mushroom Coyote in private on Facebook Messenger. I know all about it. I know all about it. I know what you said about me. I know all about it. I know how two-faced you are. So if you still tune in here, maybe it's why you could never show your face again. Because you're a two-faced piece of shit. You're a Janice. You're a creep. You're a loser. The boyfriend that dumped you was a micro penis, and he dumped you. He rejected you. He had a voice like a little Michael Jackson girl, a high-pitched voice. I saw him on video and heard him. You shared with me. A micro penis, intersex, dumped you. You got to be 40 years old now. You don't have a man. Good job. You need more feminism and Marxism, dummy.
all three categories, they rest on the same principle. Shared expectations produce cooperative behavior. Civic honor worked because people agreed upon what was fair. Official honor worked because people agreed on what qualified somebody, especially to be in a position of power. And sexual honor worked because both sexes agreed to the terms. Men knew the deal, women knew the deal, and everybody operated inside the framework. And that shared framework created something fragile that we don't talk about enough. Trust between men and women as groups. Now, again, look where we are.
Trust between men and women as groups. Now, without the stats and the graphs, most people, if I said it, that the trust is at an all-time low, which I knew before this, it's observably true. Most people would say, oh, you're so negative. And no, I know someone that got married, and this anecdotal, exceptional shit where I know one couple that got married. There's priests that go years now, Catholic priests in Canada, with no marriages. No white people get married. And they used to marry many, many people weekend after weekend. Marriage is way down. Children is way down for white people. The propaganda, the feminist psyop worked. You ate the poison pill. You drank the Kool-Aid. Who do I mean? Most women across the West did. And there's women that say, I'm not a feminist, Stephen. And then you start asking about their views. Do you think women should vote? Why, yes, of course we should. We should have all the rights of men without going to war. Yes, that's men's role to die for us, to protect us. We should be able to vote to send our sons and brothers to war, to die for us. We should be able to vote for that. with no responsibility. Most of you women are feminists that say you're not feminist. You are feminist. You support everything feminism did the last 150 fucking years. You're retards. You're children in adult bodies. You're like, I'm not a feminist. You don't even know what feminist means. I don't believe that women can think the way men do. I don't buy it. Because if they did, most women would realize, yeah, almost every woman is a feminist. Almost every woman in Canada and United States is a feminist.
1972, 46.
And yes, I'm including the ones that are conservative and vote for Trump. They're for all the feminist shit that's already been done. They're for almost everything. So yeah, almost every woman alive today is a feminist. You went along with all that they did.
6% of Americans said that most people can be trusted. By 2018, that number dropped to 34%. In a 2023 and 2024 Pew survey,
I think you're going to live to see it go into the single digits. It will be not a high trust, but a no trust society. A no trust. I'm not saying this to be negative. I'm saying it to prepare you dummies. And for the most part, most of you that tune in, and most of you on YouTube are dummies. You sit here lurking. You have nothing to say. Nothing.
it was still 34%. 25% of men ages 15 to 34 report feeling lonely a lot of the time. This is the highest rate of any country in the OECD. In no other country is the gap between male loneliness, especially in young men, compared to everybody else, as wide as it is here. 15% of men now report 0 close friendships, a 5-fold increase since the 1990s. And among men under 30, more than 1 in 4 said they have no close social connections at all. And here's the number that puts it all together. 44% of single young men say that they fear being labeled as creepy, and that makes them less likely to approach women. At the same time, 77% of women, ages 18 to 30, say that they wish men would approach them more.
Yeah, you don't want to be approached, though. I think women back in the 50s would take it as a compliment if a man approached them and asked them out. Not the same these days. You're filming it to humiliate men and putting it on social media. You're filming men in gyms, making videos to mock men that look your way. You've ruined it for yourselves. And I know women don't like to hear that. Overall, you don't like the truth.
More. Let's put those numbers together again side by side. 15% of men now report 0 close friendships, a 5-fold increase since the 1990s. And among men under 30, more than 1 in 4 said they have no close social connections at all. And here's the number that puts it all together. 44% of single young men say that they fear being labeled as creepy, and that makes them less likely to approach women. At the same time, 77% of women, ages 18 to 30, say that they wish men would approach them more. Let's put those numbers together again side by side. Men are afraid to engage. Women are waiting for engagement, and neither side trusts the other one enough to close that gap. When the shared rules dissolved, what replaced them wasn't true freedom. It was suspicion. Men and women stopped trusting each other because the shared framework that they had was no longer there. Everybody's playing by different rules and reading every interaction through a different lens. Men, they're calculating risk before they ever open their mouths. And women are sitting there wondering why nobody's approaching them. And neither group truly understands and is willing to accept why the other one is behaving the way that it is. Schopenhauer's sexual honor conversation, on its principle, it gave both sexes a map. You might not have loved the map. You might even wanted a different map, but at least it told you where you were standing. And right now, nobody knows where they're standing. And the result is a generation that is more digitally connected than any generation before, yet more isolated relationally than any generation we've ever measured. And if talking to somebody that you're actually attracted to feels heavier than it should, that's not a flaw in you. It is what happens when two groups stop sharing the same rules. So we're all trying to play a game where nobody can agree upon how it works. Now, underneath all 4 of these things sits a 5th. And it's the one thing Schopenhauer cared about more than any of the first. It's also the hardest to defend in front of a modern audience, because at first, it's going to sound like the opposite of freedom. The 5th thing that sexual honor held together was restraint itself. To understand this one, you must understand Schopenhauer beyond this essay. His broader philosophy, laid out in the world as will and representation. It was built on a single idea: the will, the blind, insatiable force of desire that drives all living things. He argued that this will, this appetite, this impulse, it was the root of all suffering, and not because wanting things.
17 watching. We have at least 15 lurkers at this point. 15 lurkers. It's showing me 17 viewers. I wonder how many demons are tuned in. Creepy little creatures that just have to obsess over me and watch me from the darkness, like cowardly losers.
This is wrong, but because the will has no off switch, it always wants more. And if that's left unchecked, it will destroy everything around it. Civilization, in his view, was the set of structures, not because wanting things is wrong, but because the will has no off switch. It always wants more. And if that's left unchecked, it will destroy everything around it. Civilization, in his view, was the set of structures that channeled the will. That said, you can want, but you can't just take. You have desires, but you have to earn the right to act on them. And sexual honor was one of those structures. It took the most powerful human impulse and it placed it inside a framework of rules, consequences, and mutual obligation. Restraint in that context, it wasn't repression, it was architecture. It was what made cooperation between the sexes possible. Now look where we are. 87% of men between the ages of 18 and 35, they view pornography at least once a week. Among women in the same age group, 28.5%. The average boy is exposed to pornography as early as 10 years old, before most boys have ever had a real conversation with a girl about what a relationship even looks like. A simulation of sexual access introduced before any framework for what real connection requires. In 1990, 55% of American adults ages 18 to 64 reported having sex at least once a week. By 2024, that number had fallen to 37%. We live in the most sexually accessible environment in human history. Porn is free. Dating apps are everywhere. Hookup culture is mainstream. And people are having less sex than at any point since we started measuring this. Among adults 18 to 29, 24% report having zero sex in the last year. That's double the rate from 2010. So we have more access, less connection, and that's the product of a culture that removed the structure and never replaced the function. Schopenhauer would look at this day and say, of course, the will without any form of structure doesn't lead to satisfaction. It leads to consumption. And consumption without meaning or restraint, that doesn't produce connection. It produces addiction. And pornography is the clearest example of this. Stimulated sexual access with zero risk, zero vulnerability, zero investment. And 87% of men consume it weekly because the structure that once channeled desire towards partnership with boundaries and restraint and commitment and honor, that's gone. And what filled the void is a multi-billion-dollar industry built to exploit the will with no friction. The old system said, you can have this, but you must sacrifice something in order to have it, aka you have to earn it. The new system says you can have stimulation for free and you never have to do anything to earn it. And then we act confused as to why real, true, honest relationships aren't forming. Schopenhauer described the will as a central force of human existence. And he described civilization as a set of structures that are designed to channel it. And sexual honor was one of the most important channels. It took the strongest drive that humans have, and it placed it inside of a container with rules, expectations, and mutual accountability. If you remove the container, the drive doesn't go away. What it does is it finds new outlets. Porn, parasocial relationships, apps optimized for swiping rather than connecting. These outlets that feed the will without ever actually satisfying it. Because the will, as Schopenhauer told us, is insatiable if there's no underlying meaning associated with it. No honor, no boundaries, no rules, no restraint. It will always want more. And unfortunately, it will consume whatever you put in front of it. The old system said, you want this, then you need to become somebody worth committing to. The new system says, here's a simulation, and you never need to become anything in order to have it. And we're measuring the results in real time. And if you find yourself listening to this in the generation that has access to more things than any generation before you, yet still feeling emptier than you expected or were promised to, that's not a personal failing. That's your desire with nothing purposeful to channel it in. The structure was removed, and you're the one who's paying for it. With all 5 laid out side by side, the pattern here is impossible to miss. 5 things this structure was holding up, and 1 question left that the people who are arguing about this every single day refuse to touch. Schopenhauer never predicted Bonnie Blue. He never predicted OnlyFans, or swiping, or sexting, or meaningless relationships. He described a structure. He described what it was holding together, and he described in precise detail what would unravel when it came apart. Commitment would become conditional, and the men would stop surrendering when the terms felt unreliable. Children would lose the stability of 2 invested parents. Paternity confidence would erode, and with it, the incentive for lifelong fatherhood. Women would lose collective bargaining power. Individual sexual freedom would come at the cost of group leverage, and the people most harmed by that trade-off would be women themselves. Trust between the sexes would collapse, because without shared rules, the only thing left to take its place is suspicion, and a culture that was previously built on honor, values, and restraint would be replaced by a culture built on entitlement and impulse, desire without structure, access without investment, consumption without connection. Now he wasn't a prophet. He was an engineer reading a blueprint. He looked at the load-bearing walls and told us what they were holding up. The building fell exactly where those walls were. And the part that should bother you most, he told us in 1851 that sexual honor was utilitarian, that it didn't survive because it was moral. It survived because it worked. And we didn't replace it with something better. We didn't build a new system, new rules, and new structures. We didn't replace it with anything to hold together commitment, family, female security, social trust, or restraint. We just removed it, and we told ourselves that removing it was the same thing as progress. The truth is, the data doesn't care what we call it. Now, to be clear, Schopenhauer wasn't a fantastic person. He was difficult, often cruel, pessimistic, cynical, and he held a lot of views about women that people today would find offensive. I'm not here to rehabilitate him. I am here to tell you that his structural analysis was accurate. He described a machine. He described its moving parts, and he described with uncomfortable precision what would break if he tried to take the machine apart. We took it apart, and now we're standing in the wreckage blaming one another for the collapse, instead of asking each other the only question that actually matters: what do we build next? Because something has to. The old structure seems to be gone, and I'm not certain it's coming back. But the 5 things it was holding together, commitment, children, female security, trust, and restraint, they still matter. They still need a container. And right now, they don't have one. So the question isn't, was Schopenhauer right? He was. The question is, what are we going to do about the fact that he was? Now, if this was worth your time, send it to somebody who needs to see it. And for more analysis like this, real philosophy and real data used to actually understand what's happening between men and women right now, subscribe. We'll keep having these conversations whether they're comfortable or not. Now, if you liked this video, then I think you'll like this one too. And if not, then respectfully, fuck off.
So she ends it showing her femininity, saying respectfully, fuck off.
I think you'll like this one too. And if not, then respectfully, fuck off.
How can you respectfully fuck off? She's something else. I just found this channel. I think I'm going to subscribe. This is good. More people should watch this kind of stuff.
Why do women say, I chose the bear, but then get mad when men stop approaching?
Again, this is like it's such a weird way to think about it. Like, even for me, I often have conversations with him about like, am I crazy or am I weird? Because I don't think this way. If we were to take every couple in the United States and look at, IPV, especially if it's one directional, because we tend to neglect the fact that interpartner violence usually goes both ways. Men just have more force and can do more damage for sure. Not denying that. But you can't say I would choose a bear, which is basically saying I'm not interested in you at all, and then go, why aren't you approaching me? I don't want you, but why aren't you approaching me? I don't want you, but why aren't you approaching me? Like, play that out loud. Am I crazy? That doesn't make any sense. If I hear I don't want you, I'm not going to approach you. I'm just not. I'm going to find another option that is safe to approach and that I'm interested in.
But it makes sense to women. I don't want you, but why aren't you approaching me, flirting with me, asking me on dates? I'm glad I'm not single these days. If anything happened with my relationship or if my girlfriend passed away, I don't think I would date. I think I might have sex with women, but I don't think I'd date them or commit. I just wouldn't. They're not worth it. And there's millions of men saying this, and it's unfortunate that the female mind hears a man say that and say, oh, he's this. We know how you think. You don't know how we think. Men know how you think. We've been studying you for years. In the quote manosphere, with videos, with articles, we know how you think. We know how women think, but you don't understand us. You're just not worth it anymore. You really aren't. And it sucks to say that a lot of white women are just not worth it. In Canada, most women are feminists. Most white women are liberal feminists to the core. Now, it might not be 100%, but it doesn't have to be. And that's the problem with women. They don't understand majority and exceptions, and it doesn't have to be every single Canadian woman. They'll say, oh, there's still ones out there. They just go by this stupid shit. It's just like listening to a 7-year-old. That's what 35-year-old women sound like. You just never grew up. Most Canadian women are not worth it. You're not worth a high value or even just the average white man, the average white Canadian man that's not a leftist, that's not a liberal. You're not worth it. You're not worth dating or committing to or marrying. You're not worth it. Because most of you Canadian white women are just liberal trash and feminist. And you have all this fucking brainwashing. And then they'll say it's up to men to change women and lead them. It's up to me to fucking deprogram you, to spend a lifetime. Really, it's up to another man to spend a life. It isn't. You take tremendous energy, just like my YouTube channels. Tremendous energy to reach how many or how few in reality. You're just not worth it. And I think there is a big collapse coming eventually. Might not be this year. Might not be 2030 like some of you say. You're following these YouTube shit channels, believing the shit like you do. Fuck, it's just so frustrating. You just never learn. You never learn. This spiral that is, it's not going to just fix itself. Nothing will here. And I would say the majority of Canadian women, no matter how they look, are not worth it. Not worth it. Now, would they be worth? And I'm not a one-night stand type of man. To be when I'm single, even I'm really not into it. But that's about all you're worth. And men realize it. A pump and dump. That's it. Most women in Canada that have no personality. They're not interested in things. They're not interested in conversations. They're not deep. They're not thinkers. They're just, what are you good for other than sex? And that's why men, quote unquote, use you for hookups. You don't display anything else. You don't show that you have anything other than that to offer. And that's usually how you try to land a man, is offering sex, trying to get him into bed, thinking, oh, I can seduce him with sex. Tons of sex is available these days to any attractive man. Tons. No commitment required at all. And you did that to yourselves, you women. You've sabotaged yourselves in ways that I don't think you can understand because you're too simple. You have the minds of children.
I'm just not. I'm going to find another option that is safe to approach and that I'm interested in. That's what men are doing, or they're just not approaching at all. But you can't get mad at them for listening to you. Like you said, I want the bear. I choose the bear. Okay, go have the bear. Go have the bear. Leave them alone. They don't want to approach you. They heard you loud and clear and they responded out of respect and you're complaining about it. It's weird. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what else to say about that.
She said it's weird. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to make sense. Women often make decisions that don't make sense. That's normal in Hell Realm.
There's a word that gets thrown around in every conversation about modern relationships, and it only ever points in one direction: accountability.
I feel sorry if things don't change for the white children that are going to be left, because they're going to be despised, beyond hated, despised minority. You're already a minority in the world, but in country after country. And for the most part, most Western women seem fine with it. They don't seem worried about children and grandchildren.
We aim it at men constantly. Do more of the invisible work. We've spent 10 years building an entire vocabulary about what men owe women. Now, try saying that sentence in the opposite direction. Here is what a woman owes a man. Notice the flinch. Notice that there isn't even language for it anymore, because that language, it was deleted on purpose. 15 things that men deserve to receive, that the data says that they've stopped receiving. Let's go. Number 1, respect. And not the motivational poster kind, the baseline daily function kind. Respect for who he is and what he does. There's survey work on this that men almost never get asked directly. When men were asked to choose, would they rather feel alone and unloved or disrespected and inadequate? The majority of men chose unloved. Sit with that. A large share of men would rather feel like nobody loves them than to feel like the person that they love doesn't respect them. That's not fragility. That is how a lot of men experience their value inside of a relationship. Love lands as respect, or it doesn't fully land at all. So what did the culture do with that information? It built a script where men earn respect on a loop and never bank it. He works 50 hours a week, but that's just what he's supposed to do. He provides bare minimum. He shows up every single day. Fine. That's the baseline. What else? Provision went from something honored to something assumed. And respect went from the floor to something that he has to re-earn every morning. And here's the mechanism that matters. The most cited relationship lab in the world found that contempt, the precise opposite of respect, is one of the single strongest predictors in the divorce data. Not money, not how often you argue, contempt, the eye roll, the dismissiveness, the I could do it better energy sitting under the surface of every exchange. There's even physical health research attached to it. Living under sustained contempt tracks with worse health outcomes for the person on the receiving end. So when we treat male respect as optional, we're not just hurting his feelings. We're removing structural support that relationship needs in order to stand. That's point 1. And every point after this sits on top of that. And this brings me to point number 2, saying it out loud. A University of Georgia team tested everything that they could measure in married couples: communication quality, conflict skills, financial strength.
Imagine being such a hateful zombie you'll watch someone you hate, someone you detest, and also being so lazy to sit here watching, too lazy to lift a finger to hit a like button. You should be ashamed. How pathetic. What a bunch of losers. Losers on YouTube, losers in this realm. You don't deserve my knowledge or help, spiritual wisdom. You can't even lift a finger. You're losers. You're lazy. You're losers. You're lazy. You deserve to burn. That's all you deserve. Hello, my tigers. Hello, my tigers. Was Dolores Cannon reincarnated? I want to know. Was this woman, if you can just assume that she's a woman, if you can just go along with the gender she claimed, while in this lifetime, or the one on the screen, could she have been reincarnated? Is she someone else today? There's certain beings in this realm that sound like Dolores Cannon. It sounds like they stole from her, or maybe it is her. Maybe it's her reincarnated, saying you volunteered for this. You chose this. You chose to come to this hell realm. You volunteered. That's her thing. She said it decades ago. Many years ago, she was saying, volunteers. And there's people alive today on YouTube claiming that you chose this. Or, quote, we chose this, they say. Let's listen to a little bit of Dolores.
But when God burst out and sent everyone out, he said, "Go, my children, and learn. Learn everything there is to learn. have every experience there is to experience. He said, there is no bad, there is no good. There's only lessons and experiences. And you choose these every time you come into a life. And what you chose to learn. We all have bad things happen in our lives. That's life. But what did you learn from it? Remember, you created it to learn something from. You made it maybe more difficult than it should have been. You created it to learn something from. You created it to learn something. Remember, you created it to learn something from. You made it maybe more difficult than it should have been, but you created it to learn something. And I have clients that I ask that to, and they'll say, I didn't learn anything. It was just a horrible experience. What happens then if you say I didn't learn anything? You got to take that class over again. Earth is nothing but a school that you signed on here to experience. There are many, many schools out there because when we start out, God said, learn everything that's possible, everything there is, things you can't even imagine, and then bring it back to me. And when we're all done with all of our schools, with all of our lessons, we take all the information back, download it into the gigantic computer that is God, that is the source. I asked them one time, well then what does he do with it? He said, starts over again, recreating again. So it's unending. But when you start on the schools, you go to other planets, you go to other dimensions. You have to know what all of that is like. And I proved this by taking hundreds of people. I never know where they're going to go. I think they're going to go in a past life. They don't. They go on these other planets, other dimensions, and they learn whatever it is to be learned there. After raising a family and doing all this other thing, that's why I said I've had several lives in one. You know, my husband...
With the memory block, memories archived, memories quarantined, even if I were able to, let's say, undo that, reverse that, and leave the realm, I still don't believe that humans would learn. Because I observe what they do day to day and week to week, month to month, year to year. Most people are not learning, including on my channel. Out of the thousands and thousands that have been on my channel and millions of views on my channels over the years, few people have demonstrated that they truly learn. I am at the point, based on my experience, observation, study, all of it, of seeing that most humans are not capable of learning anything meaningful. They're capable of memorizing stupid shit that's trivial, but in terms of learning things that are meaningful and helpful and useful, they can't do it. That's what I see. Left to your own devices, most of you humans will be here or would be here forever, ever, without me doing anything to interfere. Either way, not helping you out, not sealing you in, forcing you to stay. You just can't do it. You can't learn. Just look at earlier tonight. There was someone that was here. They've been here for months. They're not learning. Look at the ones that left. Louise, Kirsten, Carmen, Manny, Callie, Marcella. They didn't learn. What did they learn? It's just over and over and over again. Bex is another one. She said she never learned here. They spend all that. They learn. They're doing something that I can't comprehend being like you. And that's what's so difficult, because I can't imagine spending months or years and hours on a channel watching live streams and watching videos or being a guest and learning nothing. I can even learn about people I hate or beings that maybe I don't hate, but I see them as evil, narcissists, and I can study them and learn something while I'm on these channels of beings I don't like. I'll dislike them. Maybe hate's the wrong word, but I dislike them as beings. And I'm learning something. But a lot of people just demonstrate a complete inability to learn anything. And they leave my channel. Rashawn's another one. She spent 6 or 7 months here, learned nothing, didn't demonstrate that she had learned anything. She even, all she demonstrated is she could lie, saying she never sees Tigges and bonnets in America, driving state to state, all over the place, and stopping at freaking diners and truck stops and fast food. You never see any Tigges and bonnets in the South, American South or North, anywhere. Fucking hell, what a liar. So she demonstrated she can lie like a human, but you can't learn. How many of you, or how few of you, what is it? Is it 3 of you on earth that can learn anything that's spiritual or meaningful or true, that you can learn certain truths from someone sharing and show? Is it 2 or 3 on earth? I have to wonder. That's a great point, Salty Siren. And I like your little emoji at the end with the teeth, the mouth. Completely narcissistic. And that's why people would love a God. If I don't believe that that's the case. They do. But they'd love a God like that, saying it's great because they're narcissists themselves. They would say there's nothing wrong. His fucking zombies, these narcissists like Talcott believe that. Talcott shares that belief, if you want to put it that way, that we're, quote, all part of God, but broken itself into pieces. That's Talcott's belief. That they came from a narcissistic God fits them perfectly. They love it. It's what's holy about that? What's righteous and good about that? Nothing. If it were the case, which I don't believe, of course, but if it were, there's nothing holy, righteous, and good about it. It's narcissistic to the supreme, which is why Talcott loves that idea. He loves it. That creepy creature. This creep. It's actually the perfect God for these narcissists, or the perfect belief of what they believe their so-called God is. They'd love for that to be the case. They think that's great. It suits them because they're narcissistic fucking weirdos like this loser on the screen. Jackie boy can't handle the truth. Look at him put his finger over his lips. He highlighted my comment. Oh, God. Gosh. Yeah, you're right. That was his favorite that was his favorite video. These creatures are just beyond belief. Look at Dolores. I mean, she's got a shelf for a belly where the bottom of the microphone is. She could set a bag of cookies and eat it, or a bag of, or a box of treats, or a bag of chips, or just a whole tray. She's got a tray to set her snacks on right there. And the beady little eyes.
Husband was in a wheelchair for 25 years after he was almost killed in the Navy and his body was crushed. So we had to get all that behind us and raising a big family before.
We had to get all that behind us. That was a blessing of God, to be in a wheelchair for 25 fucking years, to be crushed. That's just a blessing, isn't it? That's another. Wouldn't that be a blessing of God? Surely it would be, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be another blessing, people? God bless.
The universe said, now it's time to step into this role. So you never know what kind of a plan or contract you have made on the other side before you come in. So don't try to get out of it too soon. The best is yet to come. You don't know what the rest of the contract is. First,
So here are the soul contracts, and you chose this. You volunteered, she's pushing. Look at the beat. Imagine being an agent for the Matrix and gaslighting all of humanity, claiming that you chose this. To children that are highly abused. Some of them are born addicted to heroin, to meth, all sorts of things. And she's saying, well, you chose this. Imagine gaslighting all of humanity with a smile on your face. Can you imagine being that evil? I think I have a considerable imagination. But to be that evil, look at the beady little eyes, the ugliness of this thing, and they think, oh, she's such a sweet, wholesome old ginger grandmother. She gaslighted for years all of humanity. Just imagine that. That was her role in this Matrix. Beady eyes. Do you trust her? She's saying you chose this. You signed a contract. You signed up for this. Even if you were tortured and went through child abuse and maybe got murdered by your parents in one of your lifetimes here, by an abusive parent. She's saying you chose all of this. You signed up. You signed contracts for this. I know I said it, but I can't imagine going country to country, writing books, publishing books, doing conferences, pushing the gaslighting that you chose your abuse. I can't fucking fathom doing that. That's something that really, it's not just disturbing, it's mind-blowing to me. Now, I can imagine them being evil, but just going for decades, this creature went around telling people, you chose all of this. That's just, I'm laughing, but I mean, that's evil on a level that's just, it's almost unbelievable. Even for a creature that looks as ugly and beady-eyed as this, I still find it hard to imagine that I'm in the same realm with creatures that bloody evil to gaslight millions of people here. Millions. That read her books, went and paid money for tickets to listen to this, to watch her speak on a stage in an orange chair. Fuck. I mean, if you don't think this is a hell realm, she made her living gaslighting millions of people. This. And she spoke with entities that told her that you chose this. Dolores Cannon and some others is where a lot of the, we'll call it idea or propaganda that you chose this comes from. It's not only her, but she's been watched by millions. Millions over the decades. Millions have read her books and watched her videos and been at her conferences in many countries. She pushed the concept or propaganda that you chose this, that you signed up for it, you volunteered, you signed a soul contract. Where's her evidence? And a lot of followers repeat what she says. They repeat after Dolores Cannon. I could word it different ways, but she may be one of the worst gaslighters, or depending on your perspective, one of the greatest at gaslighting ever in modern times. The amount of people she gaslit with claiming you chose your torture, you chose to be abused, you chose all of this, you chose your life, you scripted it out. If you were abused and tortured and caged in childhood, you chose all this sexual abuse. She's gaslighting. Just it's just almost beyond belief, like that a creature like that could exist, and that I'm in the same realm with things like that. Things. Look at the eyes. Look how beady the eyes are. What is feminine about this? Can anyone tell me that? I'd love to know. I'd love to know. I'd love to know somebody looks at that saying, of course she had children. This ginger with the beadiest eyes that you've ever seen, the beadiest sewer rat little eyes. How could people trust this? Look at this thing. Like, I don't even have words for how beady those eyes are. Those might be the beadiest eyes I've ever seen on Earth. Look at that. Compared to the size of the skull and the hair, it's got these beady little eyes, these little sewer rat eyes, like you'd see maybe in a rat in New York City or somewhere, crawl out of a sewer. Look at the beady little eyes, and then the big schnoz. The energy of this thing is gross. It is gross. It's completely creepy. And people have argued with me on the internet saying, oh, she was a nice old grandmother. What are you talking about? You're mean. And how dare you make fun of Dolores? She was beloved by millions. Look at this thing. I mean, what are these people looking at? That's the stuff of nightmares. They're saying she's a lovely old granny. I mean, look at this. She's got a man's nose. She's got a great big bulbous head and beady little eyes. She's a creepy ginger. She's got a voice that doesn't seem feminine. Like this thing looks and sounds like it was made in a goddamn lab somewhere underground in the Soviet Union or something, or North Korea. Like, what the fuck came up with this? What genetics is this? What is this? They were Wendy's comment. Oh my goodness, I had to mute myself. The eyes were just an afterthought. Look. It was made in a lab, and they almost forgot to put eyes on it, and they said we better draw something on there. Look at that! For such a big woman, look at the teeny tiny little eyes. Stuffed animal. She stole the eyes from someone's little stuffed animal. Oh man. It's true. It's true. Oh my gosh. And then there's the opposite. This is the total opposite. Jeepers creepers. Could your eyes look at the eyes on this one? This one's looking at Dolores Cannon, Dr. Ramen Noodles. Her eyes are bugging right out of her head. She's the anti-Dolores. Here's Dolores. You can barely see any eyes at all. And then this one, she's like, oh fuck, what a horror show. What a horror show we're in. Jesus Christ. Look at this. I mean, this is the stuff of nightmares. Oh. Pardon me, people. I'm having a laugh attack. You can't make this shit up. I mean, all I did was take a screenshot, and I took many. I took about 15 from this video. Screenshots of her expressions. It's just, it's wild. It's crazy. It's bizarre. It's Twilight Zone. You could take this and put it in the old Twilight Zone, and some people would say, oh, that's over the top. Nobody has eyes like that. No, she does. And she's got millions of subs. People love it these days. They love her. They love both of them. They love this one too. The extremes. There's almost no eyes. There's almost no eyes there. It's like a mole that never opened their eyes or something. And then you got this. And the eyes are just, oh. Yes, she's got the scalp showing through, and she's got a weird body shape. If you ever seen her standing up, she has this strange body shape. Everything about her is strange. This creature, it almost doesn't look real. It's uncanny valley. It's like, what is this? What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Necklace versus giraffe necks. It's incredible, isn't it? It doesn't even seem real. I bet there's some people that would tune into my channel and say, you made that in Photoshop. That's AI. No, it's real. That's just a screenshot from a video. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with creatures that don't even seem real. Nothing seems real in this place. It's like a horror show. We're living in a warped Twilight Zone episode, basically, combined with it's so bizarre. It's surreal. It's almost unbelievable. Like, I know that this is a real being, but at the same time, it's just like, what is this? What is this? Kismet-ish. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's just demonic. And people look to this for advice. They look for this. I'm almost laughing to tears. They look to this for healing. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? They're looking. Hold on, people. It's
You have to get rid of all the old junk, the garbage and the baggage out of your life. And then you can move into what you really came for. First you have to get rid of all the old junk, the garbage and the baggage. First you have to get rid of all the old junk, the garbage and the baggage out of your life. And then you can move into what you really came for. So many people come to see me and they said, I want out. I want to commit suicide. I don't want to be here anymore. They don't realize what they've contracted to do. Of course, if you get
It's around 175,000 or so on average per year in this realm that do self-exit, and many more attempt it and don't make it. They're not successful. So it could be in the millions that attempt it. That's how bad this place is. People want out that badly.
They don't realize what they've contracted to do. Of course, if you get out too soon, you got to come back and do it again. You don't get out of anything. That's not the way the law of karma works. Okay, I'm not going to go into too much of the 3 waves of volunteers. I think last year, that's what I mostly talked about, wasn't it? That's the book I finished last year.
There is no law of karma, okay? There is no law of karma. When it comes to these beings, what was I going to say? I had to get up and get a breather and get a Coke Zero and stop laughing. Get a Coke Zero for my throat. Oh my gosh. People are looking to these beings for help and healing. If that doesn't tell you how messed up humanity is, they're looking to Big Red Gingy with the stuffed animal removed eyes that look like little buttons that have been broken or something, maybe a half button or a quarter moon of a button. They're looking to this for help and healing and for spiritual wisdom, and they're looking to this for help and healing. What are you doing, humans? What are you doing? You can't be. How can you be this retarded? You are, but how can you be? How do you do this by the millions? You're looking to this for help and healing and advice. You're looking to monstrous looking demons to help you and heal you. And this isn't obvious enough what it is. What do you need? What do you need? Do you need horns to grow out of her head? Would Would you humans line up to Baphomet at a little booth that says spiritual advice, $50,000 instead of 5 cents, like the Peanuts? What do you want? You can't spot demons like this. This is going to heal you. What are you doing? Oh yes, Laura, the one. Hello, Laura. Good morning. The ones that think about suicide. I mean, it's probably almost every being that has a spirit. At that point, it's probably nearly every being on Earth that has some type of spirit that isn't completely evil and part of this matrix that has thought about it at some point, or the thought crossed their mind, like, I just want out of this place. The thought, it's just, this is a terrible place. And people are looking to this for healing. They're looking at this going, "Oh, I think I'll watch a Dr. Ramen Noodles video. I need some spiritual healing. I need some oh, it's Here she is. Here's my newest meme. Eat up, Dr. Ramen Noodles special, soul food with a cupcake. She has a recycling symbol on her forehead. And if you look at the noodles, look at the noodles. She's got a big cockroach right in the middle of her ramen noodles. Dr. Ramen Noodles. Look at this. Look at the mouth on this thing. Look at this. Only in a hell realm would people look to this for advice on mental health. It's this is handing out mental health advice to millions of people. You can't make it up. Millions of people. Even she doesn't want the ramen noodles. Look at her. She doesn't want to eat that. She's telling you, eat up, but she doesn't want that. And the cupcake is a vegan cupcake from Talcott, I think. That's a vegan cupcake. Soul food. And yes, look at the posture here, and look at the eyes. Do you sense any love and care? Is there a drop? Is there even one drop of love and care in this being that's on the screen, that's sitting in the big chair? This Jabba the Granny? Big Red? I wonder how many million books she sold in her lifetime. And most humans will hear someone like that saying, "Oh, I have conversations with these entities." And most humans are just like, "Oh, wow. What did these nice, brilliant entities tell you, Dolores?" Well, they told you it's all your fault. You chose this. You scripted out all the pain, suffering, disease you go through, the grief, the loss, abuse, in case I didn't mention it again, the humiliation, the betrayals. We chose this, according to Dolores. She's such a nice old woman, isn't she? She's so nice. She's so caring. I can't sense a drop of love or care in her being. I think she's just a voice box for entities, just a vessel for them. And I'm being generous in a way. Maybe she wasn't. Maybe she was just evil and choosing to be evil and siding with, whether you want to call them entities, whatever you want to call them, it doesn't matter to me. The name, it's the same thing. Look at the evil look in the eye there. As she's telling people, you chose this. You chose this abuse. You chose this pain, excuse me, pain, suffering, illness, grief, mourning, loss. People lose their children here. And this evil creature tells you, oh, you chose it all. It's on you. Anyone that says that Dolores Cannon is lovable isn't just suspect. They need to be in a straitjacket. I mean, look at this. She's not lovable at all. She's cruel, callous, brutal, evil. And it just oozes out of her. It oozes out of that creature. Creepy creature. Look at her. Just look at her.
Here, and it's making waves all over the world. But Braun was want to mention it. It's the 3 waves of volunteers in the New Earth. But as I said, all of my work is an accumulation of the different information that comes through all of these thousands of people that I see. That's how I come up with these theories. First, let's talk about the Earth School. You've all signed on to be here in the Earth School. And I'm going to talk about that first to show.
Look at her waving her hand at people, saying, you've all signed up to be here. Is those, I know I keep saying it's almost unbelievable. It's incredible that people would pay money to sit there and listen to this in 2012 and believe her. And there's probably women in the audience that were raped. There are adults in the audience. I bet money, quite a few, went through child abuse, and they sit there. They sit there and listen to this. They sit there and listen to this. It sure is, Nixon. It's wrong. It's extremely evil for any creature to tell you, whether it's Dolores Cannon or anyone on Earth, in person, on the internet, living, dead. She's dead. Cannon is deceased. It is evil to tell you that. They are evil.
All of these thousands of people that I see. That's how I come up with these theories. First, let's talk about the Earth School. You've all signed on to be here in the Earth School. And I'm going to talk about that first to show where you have come to now as we're in 2012.
Hey guys, hope you're doing well today. Just want to do a quick video as I'm going for a walk outside. Yeah, I am outside and it is not the greatest day ever, but it's not too hot. But anyway, let's chat, let's talk here. Been thinking a lot about this lately. The topic of why are we here? We as in awake ones. You know who you are if you're awake and you can see. You know who you are. Some of us that claim they can see, I think they're decoys, they're NPCs, they're AI, potentially.
Awake ones, he claims. What do you mean by awake? Then he's calling others NPCs and AI. What's your evidence for that? That's a spiritual crime to call living, sentient, spiritual beings NPCs and AI. and you just flippantly call people that, you're labeling most of humanity that. I think that's wrong. I think it's careless of you. I think it's a crime. I think it's a spiritual crime that you commit. And you do it often. You label most people, NPCs or AI, saying they're not living, conscious, spirited beings. Where's your evidence for that? You're beyond dehumanizing them. You're saying they have no spirit. What a creepy creature thing to do. I think that's evil.
But the ones that know, the ones that can see, they'll understand where I'm coming from here. Us awake ones, us truth seekers, you could call it, are so different from the rest of the population. We are so much more, in a sense, advanced with our abilities to be aware, to be conscious of what's going on, to be open to what's true, whether it feels good or not.
It's quite a view of a dirty old sidewalk. What a great view. Why would he video this? Why would he film this? Why? Do you like looking at the cracks on sidewalks? It's stupid, isn't it? What do you think? Do you like the view he's giving you? Of the ground, of the sidewalk? Very weird.
So much more advanced. And they all seem to be the same from each other. They seem very similar. They don't challenge authority typically. They're not open to truth if it makes them feel uncomfortable. They go with the status quo. Now, different countries have different programming, different people, depending on their upbringing, depending on how they're wired, are going to be slightly different, but their differences are all within the scope of what's acceptable by the controllers, what they've put out there, like different flavors of ice cream, right? Chocolate, vanilla, strawberry. But they may not be so open to if you mix them all together and add something else to it, maybe some nuts. They'll think you're crazy. If you add some nuts in, mixing the strawberry, vanilla, the chocolate, you get where I'm coming from. It's like there's different choices people have. They have options like movies they can watch. Certain genres like comedy or horror, action, thrillers, psychological thrillers. Democrat, Republican, if you're in the United States. All these options, these choices. But if you say...
What has he said so far? And basically, he's ripped off something I've talked about. You have trivial options in this realm. I've mentioned the 32 flavors at Baskin-Robbins. He's just reworded it slightly. He's copied me again. You have trivial choices in this realm. Not real freedom. Not real free will. You just have trivial choices like flavors of ice cream. He took that from me. That's something I've spoken about in almost exactly that way. He just changed it a little bit. That's all. He's a complete rip-off artist. He's a thief. He's a plagiarist. He's a copycat. He's a loser. He's a loser. But is this creature, Finkelstein, Jeremiah Finkelstein, is he Dolores Cannon reincarnated? I want to know. Is he? And can you be reincarnated from someone?
Oy vey, honk honk, honk honk. I miss my mama's matzo ball soup. Matzo ball soup, honk honk, honk honk.
What do you think about Jeremiah Finkelstein, Dr. Ramen Noodles? Yes, you. Why are you pointing at yourself saying me? Yeah, you. What do you think? My, what Sanpaku eyes you have. Jeepers, creepers. Where'd you get those peepers? You look like a creeper. Where'd you get those eyes? I mean, look at the eyes. How'd you get big eyes like that? Those are huge eyes. Eyes bigger than pies. Sanpaku eyes. My goodness. And look at this creep.
Oy vey, I'm English and Italian. I'm not a matzo ball super like King Stephen. I'm English and Italian. I'm not a matzo ball super. I'm not straight out of Tel Aviv.
Sure, you're not. Yeah, sure. Sure, you're not straight out of Tel Aviv. No, of course not. Of course not. You look more Jewish than Hollywood. I mean, come on. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? She was still alive in 2012. I'm sure he was born well before 2012. Is that possible? I think it is. With the way the Matrix works, you can reincarnate into the past, into the future, share timelines. I think it is possible. I know a lot of you. I would suggest that on this video, Laura, but he has all of my accounts blocked. He can't handle my comments. But I welcome people suggesting that on his video, on his sidewalk video. I think he's filming the sidewalk, though, on purpose to bring you down. I don't think it's just an accident. He has a couple of sidewalk videos on his channel. And I think it's to make people look down at the ground, at the dirty sidewalk full of cracks. I think it's a form of mind control. It's a form of disempowerment. He talks about uplifting people. He's filming straight down. How many people do you see film straight down at the sidewalk? Do you find it odd? Do you think he did that on purpose? That's what I want people to respond to in the chat. I think he knew what he was doing. That's what I think. One of the reasons I think that he did it on purpose is because you never see people do that. It's very unusual. It's a very intentional move to film straight down at the sidewalk. So he's grounding you. He's having you looking down. He's having the viewer. That's what I mean by you. And including me watching this video, all viewers, he's having looking down. He's not filming the sky. He's not filming the clouds. He's not filming the houses or trees. He's filming right down at the ground. At a dirty old sidewalk full of cracks. Now, is that empowering or as imagery, or is it disempowering? Yeah, he's trying to bring you down. It's a tactic. That's how I look at it. It's a tactic.
I very often hear, and many of you do as well, that we are part of a script, that your life, my life, from beginning to end, is all scripted for us. All the events, the circumstances that take place, the people we meet, the good and the bad, it's all part of a script. I don't entirely disagree, as there are certain things that may be scripted, like our parents, the town we grew up in, perhaps some of the friends that we made when we were young. Some situations, some circumstances, but be wary and be skeptical of those that say that everything is scripted and everything that happens to us is part of a script. What does that do? That signals to your subconscious that you have no control over anything, and that you are not responsible for what happens to you, that you're just along for the ride, and there's nothing you can do, What I'm going to say is that we do have control. No, we cannot control everything. We cannot control other people. But to a large extent, we can control ourselves. We can control some things that happen to us. And we have great influence over our own lives, our own script.
Does anyone find his voice to be very annoying and condescending? The tone and just the way he speaks. There's something built into his voice that's just sickening, to me at least. And I wonder if other people hear that in his voice, detect it, or if they just strongly dislike his voice.
We can control some things that happen to us, and we have great influence over our own lives, our own script. I like to think of it as a choose your own adventure, where you have certain paths you can go down, and those paths have certain limitations that are part of, you could call, a script. But we can alter our scripts, we can change our scripts. But to say that everything is scripted, every little thing that happens, I'd be very, very skeptical of that. We do have enough control that we can make our lives here better. We can help make other people's lives better. But thinking that we are just in a script and we have no control disempowers you. So please don't be a scriptard. Don't do it. Don't be a scriptard.
He's trying to imitate me in certain videos where I whispered that way, but he's creepy. He's a copycat. He's a thief. He's a creepy creature. He didn't do very well when he came on my show live one-on-one as a guest. And it took pressure for years to get him, about 3 years, before he finally came on, and all he could say was better now than never or something. But he had no courage for years. He's a real creep. And I think his videos display it, multiple videos showing the ground showing the sidewalk.
Hello, hope everyone is doing well today. I want to make a quick video. I don't want to ramble on too much, so please stop me if I start rambling. But you can't because it's already recorded, it's going to be uploaded, and nothing you can do. Sorry about that. But I'll try to keep you engaged as much as I can. I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody in the truth community. I don't hate truth community, the idea of it. Truth.
No such thing as a truth community. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist on YouTube. It doesn't exist outside of YouTube that I've ever found in my entire lifetime. No such thing as the truth community. There is none. There's a group of liars, grifters, shills, demons, pretenders, agents, all that. He's grouping in all that, calling it a quote unquote truth community. That whole concept is bogus. It's a lie.
Seeking on the internet, but quite frankly, the whole damn thing to me seems like a psyop. Yeah, is there some things that you can use? Is there some stuff that is actually going on in reality here? Of course, absolutely. I would say
I think he does look down on his viewers, the ones in the chat room here that said that. I think you're right on target. I think that's what he's doing. He's pointing down, looking down, not even at his feet, but at the sidewalk and the cracks. And for visuals, why would somebody film this otherwise? If I'm incorrect, what would be the reason then for filming this way? To hide his location? But why film it all then on your walk? Why not just put tape over the camera or whatever, just cover it and do it that way, voice only? Why do this? This isn't scenery that anyone wants to look at. So why do this is my point. I always like to look at things that way. If I'm incorrect in saying that he's doing this intentionally, he's aiming his camera down at the street, at the asphalt and at the sidewalk, and just at basically nothing throughout this whole video. If I hop it, skip, and jump through it, just at nothing, right? So what would be the point? He's intentionally aiming his camera down this way. If my interpretation is wrong, what's the point of this? Why show us any visuals at all? Because it's obviously not visually appealing, to see just tar and asphalt and just garbage and broken curbs or whatever that is, broken rock and sidewalk, and just why show us this?
Of course, absolutely. I would say most of those things are happening in one sense or another. But what does it do to you? Does it empower you? Does it make you a better being, or does it make you...
If he's worried about location, I have his full name. I could find his location and do a full background criminal check on him in seconds. I have it already. So what's he hiding then? Because I already know his location. I already know it. Nixon said, yes, there's no point unless it's intentional. I have his full name. I could get his location, all of his employment, his criminal record, background check, find out who his wife is, everything in minutes. Or I could pay someone to do it. Somebody could say, I'll do it for $300. I'll get everything on him. Here you go. I have the money. Here you go. He's not hiding anything from me. There was, a marketing guy years ago. Well, this Jeremiah creature used to post pictures of sunsets, and this isn't appealing at all. It's beyond not appealing. It's a turnoff. Look at his little followers. We are way more powerful than we have been led to believe, she wrote. Katie. Show me your power, Katie. Come on my show. Katie, why don't you come on here? If somebody wants to invite Katie here to come on and show me how powerful she is. I posted the link for his video, and Katie's in the comments. It was only $20. Yeah, I was just saying, even if it was $300, I can afford it. I'm not boasting. I'm just saying, I could find someone for $20, and it's not difficult. So what's he actually hiding? I think his intention is to bring his audience down, filming right down at the ground.
I think, or no, I really know this, that we as humans, these eternal spirits that are occupying this human vessel, have tremendous abilities and because nobody can control your mind, only you can control it. Fingers at everything, and they never.
I can control your mind, and I can use your mind against you, Finkelstein. You just spew bullshit with no evidence.
Never point the finger at themselves. They never take responsibility for.
I'm aware some of you in the chat don't know anything about this guy. This Jeremiah Finkelstein, Jeremy creature, threatened to sue me, to hire an attorney to sue me, because I said words he didn't like to hear. Oh, I made fun of the crybaby, and he wants to hire an attorney. Oh, he emailed me. Bring it on.
for their actions or how they think, because nobody can control your mind, only you can control it. I think, or no, I really know this, that we as humans, these eternal spirits that are occupying this human vessel, have tremendous abilities and tremendous power that goes far beyond what we can imagine. You would literally shit your pants if for 1 second you could see just a fraction.
Demonstrate your superpowers, Jeremy. Let's see it.
Abilities and tremendous power that goes far beyond what we can imagine. You would literally shit your pants if for 1 second you could see just a fraction of the power that you hold within you. It would be shocking. So we have tremendous ability. But that gets suppressed. You know, that gets suppressed in the Soul Trap community because they don't talk about your abilities. They don't talk about how powerful you are, how powerful your mind is, your essence, what you can achieve here. And I don't mean money and dollars and all that, and, you know, nice, you know, houses, a yacht. I'm talking about your ability to see through walls, to see through mountains, to see things that you don't see currently right now, to feel things you don't feel right now, to be able to tap into the quote grid a little bit better. Okay, I think we are so blinded right now.
Jeremy is the same creature that was on my channel months ago, and he claimed that animals don't feel pain the same way we do. Whether it's a dog, a cat, a cow, a wild animal, let's say a wolf, a tiger, a lion, a wildebeest. That was his big claim. He said that's one of his original things, that animals do not feel pain the way we do. For people that weren't here, some of you were here and probably remember him talking about that. And I tried to push back and say that animals, like humans, can go into shock when they're cut and they're severely injured.
And the other thing about the Soul Trap is that, hey, you know, the thing is, this place is like, shows us that we do have a lot of power and that they're afraid of us, basically, because they spend so much time and effort suppressing our abilities, suppressing our minds, using frequencies, using all types of propaganda, you know, showing us in movies, you know, someone who might be standing up for themselves, you know, or someone who stands up for what's right, they end up getting punished, right? So then you think, oh shit, if I stand up for what's right, I'm going to be punished like that guy. I'm going to be crucified like Jesus was. It's all just a program that you accept in your mind as true, and then you live that out in your reality. Okay? The amount of effort they put into controlling our minds. The government means mind control, for crying out loud, in Latin. So they control our minds. And the Soul Trap does the same thing. It makes you feel that you don't have any power, you're a puppet on strings, you're being controlled while you're here.
Really? Is that what I teach on my channel, that you're powerless? Do I teach you that you are powerless puppets on strings and make you feel Is that what I do? I want to see, like, I don't know where people get that from. I think my channel is trying to empower you and help you choose freedom and help you empower yourself. So he's claiming that the quote soul trap makes you into a puppet on a string.
So they control our minds. And the soul trap does the same thing. So they control our minds. And the soul trap does the same thing. It makes you feel that you don't have any power, you're a puppet on strings, you're being controlled while you're here, and that if you don't learn who you are, and it's very vague of what that means, you will be reincarnated back here, or you'll be recycled back here. You'll have to do it again. You'll get your mind wiped. Okay, and then maybe the next incarnation will be even worse. So they put all this shit in your head. And with that shit in your head, guess what? You can't access the power that you have within you. It's blocked.
I think he's a matzo ball super. He doesn't come across like someone that has English or Italian heritage whatsoever to me. He has that pasty pale skin. I thought he was a tiny hat from Chicago or New York or somewhere before I don't know. He just, wherever, maybe straight out of Tel Aviv, but I'm not buying it. He just has this whiny, condescending voice. I don't believe him. But his heritage, I don't believe him. He's a liar. And I think he's an agent. And for the ones that are new to my channel, or for some of them, yes, good point, Salty. For the ones that might be new to my channel, this Jeremy creature, his first video 3 years ago when he got banned from my channel was about me. This creature has been making videos about me and talking about me for over 3 years. So some people that might be tempted to say, Stephen, why are you covering this guy? Well, I think I have a right to after him covering me, yapping about me for 3 solid years. His very first video on his channel 3 years ago is right there. See that? The Sanity Machine Exposed. His next video was about me. His first 2 videos 3 years ago plus were about me. You see? So when someone talks about you for years, you might have a right to respond. Okay? I want people to understand how that works. And Be the Hero is just ripping me off. I had videos showing Falkor, the luck dragon from the Neverending Story movie, and he comes out with Be the Hero. So the first 3 videos on his channel are about me. Me. And then his 4th video is covering something that I covered Harold. It's pre-birth. And so he copies and does it. He's a complete copycat. That's what he is. Okay? I want you to understand. And then after that, there's other videos about me. Over the years, this guy, here's another one. 2 years ago, Get Chalked Up on Soul Trap. It's about me and my appearance on that channel. The guy's obsessed with me. I don't know if he's in love with me or what. And here's this picture of him playing guitar 2 years ago and sunsets. Can you do something then? Show us sunsets. Show us something rather than the fucking sidewalk, please. But I think it's intentional. I think he might have taken some videos down. I think he had more videos about me. But here's one 4 months ago. Is, quote, the devil harassing the deceased? So you have to realize, for the people that might be quick to jump to conclusions saying, why is Stephen bashing this guy? What's this guy ever done to you? Well, I've dealt with 3 years of shit from this creature. 3+ years worth. He got banned from my channel and couldn't just accept it and walk away. He's been obsessed with me for over 3 years and counting. I hope everything's okay with Jade. He uses dramatic text on the screen. He doesn't even know who Jade is. Does he cover all of the videos of her bashing me for years? No, he doesn't. He lets on I'm the big bully that's attacking a deceased person for, quote, no reason. Complete shit. A bunch of low IQ comments on here. Don't be fooled if you're new to this. Stephen is one of the best, if not the best, intuitive, creative, truth-seeking minds ever to exist here on Earth, somebody wrote. Coherent spirit. Most never watch or study his actual videos or his model of reality, and yet they falsely claim his model sucks. I'm going to take a screenshot of this comment for you. I think in the replies, Jeremy claims that it's me. Can I call you Steven? He claims it's me. Jeremy is such a paranoid loser that he thinks that I'm commenting there about myself, which I'm not. I think that person might have been called critical curmudgeon. I think that's who coherent spirit is. Sore loser and obsessed for years. Jeremiah is obsessed with me for years. That's not masculine behavior. That's not normal behavior. It's creepy stalker weirdo behavior. Why don't you just move on, Jeremy? You couldn't 3 years ago when I banned you because I thought you were a weirdo with your comments on my channel. I thought you were weird. I thought you were weird and creepy. And I thought you were missing the point of what I was saying. And after 3 years, you still don't get what my channel's about. I like what he said there. A bunch of low IQ comments on here on Jeremy's channel. Don't be fooled if you're new to this. Stephen is one of the best, if not the best, intuitive, creative, truth-seeking minds ever to exist here on Earth. Well, I can't disagree with that. How could I disagree with that? I'm making myself laugh now. But I do appreciate that. I really do. To the person who posted that comment, I think it might be a guy that used to use the name Critical Curmudgeon. I think. Not 100% sure, but I think it could be. Most never watch or study his actual videos or his model. Anyway, it's on the screen for you. Thank you. Thank you. Doesn't soul trap mean you're trapped? Yes. And I am teaching to help people get out. Absolutely. That's what hashtag choose freedom is about. Choose wisely. Don't follow these creeps and get programmed by them. Choose wisely. Choose freedom. Gary Schoner wrote, I don't know if it's pronounced Schoner. He told me how it was pronounced. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. But Gary said, you are claiming harassment when this crazy woman issued a challenge to come at her. Why don't you show that part? He asked Jeremiah. And if she is deceased, why do the deceased deserve respect? If they were a piece of shit, well, here, good question. This is a shit video, and you're trying to gaslight your audience and cherry pick parts of the video to fit your narrative because people are gullible and won't take the time to research what is really true, he wrote. And Coherent Spirit replied, said, I agree. And then Jeremiah said, attacking someone who is deceased over and over again. How can I attack the deceased? Attacking is a definite sign of mental illness, if not severe illness, he claims. Are you a psychologist or psychiatrist? It's a sign of mental illness. Really, according to you? Well, you're very biased and and just a spiteful prick, Jeremiah. He's probably done 5 to 10 shorts and hours of live streams, really, criticizing her without any response. You think that's healthy? Get real, dude. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Neither do you. Coherent Spirit responded, you're simping so hard with this one. And then this guy responded, this Jeremiah creature, this Finkelstein, one more useless comment from you and you will be banned. Where are the useless comments? He's just disagreeing with you. You can't take it. One more useless comment from you and you will be banned. I don't see any useless comments. Then you can use a different account and you'll be banned again. Your choice. Wow, he's really triggered. And then Coherent Spirit responded, I would answer, but it would be useless to argue with a fool here. Exactly. And this channel / thread doesn't have much audience. There you go. I'm going to like these responses and like Gary's comment while I'm over here. I don't even know if my likes will really show up the way YouTube is. They're showing up now, but they might be erased just like my hearts on people's comments get erased. Coherent Spirit said, I'm not Steven. I can see you are paranoid and assuming yet again. How insecure can one be? He's very paranoid and insecure. This Finkelstein truly is. Anyway, there's a history. And then, of course, some people just view it as Jade is in his basement buried. Oh, my goodness. I wouldn't be surprised, though. He is a creep. I understand you're just joking, but he is creepy. This Jeremiah Finkelstein creature. Anyway, I'm explaining that there is a 3-year plus history between this creep that started a channel to spite me, to make videos about me over 3 years ago. It isn't just a beef, though, for people to think, oh, you're just sharing this because it's a beef and it's drama and I don't. No, it isn't. It's deeper than that. I'm showing people that Jeremiah isn't the only one in this realm that's this way. You might have a brother this way. You might have a sister that's this way. You might have a father, an uncle, an aunt, a mother, a daughter, a sister. Did I mention sisters, daughters, sisters? Either gender, either sex that behaves this way. Sore losers, can't take it, get spiteful, get obsessed, want to do harm to reputation, all the things he's done. It's not just him. So if you study a creature like this, you could be able to protect yourself in your own personal life from perhaps coworkers that are like this, family members. You might have a neighbor that's an obsessed creep like this.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's get started here.
Who says hello 2 times? And this guy says it 3 times. Do you find that a little bit weird? I begin usually with hello, hello. So what does he do? Let's review that.
Hello, hello, hello. Let's get started here. Hope everybody is doing fantastic. Right off the bat, I just want to ask you guys, what do you think of this soul trap theory? How many of you really believe in the soul trap, as I call it, the soul trap psyop? How many of you actually still follow?
So he says, as I call it, the soul trap psyop, but this is the first video I've heard him use that expression in over 3 years. But he's like, as I call it, the soul trap psyop. You weren't calling it that for 3+ years. Now you're saying, as I call it. Really? Why weren't you calling it that 2-3+ years ago?
Hello, hello, hello. let's get started here. Hope everybody is doing fantastic. Right off the bat, I just want to ask you guys, what do you think of this soul trap theory? How many of you really believe in the soul trap, as I call it, the soul trap psyop? How many of you actually still follow those gurus? Hopefully not many. Hopefully not many of you still do. Now, you'll say, well, you used to be a soul trap believer. Well, I was never 100%, and I was very honest about that I was never, it was just a theory. It was a pretty good theory, probably the best theory maybe, I don't know. Very good, but I was not 100%. I never have been. I'm not 100% about anything, but I'm a badass. I'm a fucking badass. And fuck you for being offended by that. Oh, who is he to say that he's a badass? Who's he to, be so confident? It's like, no, I mean, as a spirit, I'm a badass, You got to be confident in yourself. I mean, come on, you got to like yourself, love yourself, that kind of stuff. Got to be confident. But no, I've definitely been wrong about things. I've sort of trusted people that I shouldn't have, or I've sort of given too much credit to certain individuals that I shouldn't have. And we grow and we learn. But as far as the soul trap, I never really believed it 100%. It wasn't because that I saw anything really wrong with it. I was just new at the topic itself. As I kind of have evolved, kind of gone up that ladder of different theories, you go up that ladder and there's always another one. At least that's the way it's been for me. But I knew at some point that there was going to be a time where something was going to change and there was going to be a new, sort of a transition, something new. And that has happened, and that happened months ago. And I'm really glad that it did, because now I feel so much more free, and I feel so much more open, and just more, I feel more hopeful now too, because I don't feel like my back's against the wall, or that I'm have to rely on sort of one theory and that's it, and that's the truth and that's it. So never really 100% believed it, but I was probably 90%, it was probably for me, the best theory as to what reality is, but I'm never 100%. When I'm not 100%, I'll admit that I'm not. And I think I've admitted that in videos in the past, but that's not really the point. The point is that it is, in my opinion, it is a psychological operation, folks. If this was truly a soul trap, it would not be so obvious. There would not be all these channels pushing it, grifting, making money off you guys. You got your guys' depression, basically, just making money off it and, capitalizing. That wouldn't be happening if it'd be a little more hidden than that. It's a theory that pretty much everybody knows within the truth sphere. Online, everyone knows about the soul trap, pretty much. I mean, I heard about it years ago. I never really took it seriously until some guy named Tony Sayers showed up.
So he's claiming everyone knows about this theory. I don't think that's true. I think most beings on Earth have never heard about this. If there's 1 billion or 7 billion or 8 or 10 billion, whatever the number is, most beings on Earth have never heard of this and studied it. I think he's lying again. What do I think about the different wording? Most of the time I call it a soul trick or a spirit trick. But I think the wording is just to convey, it's loose terms is what I'm getting at. And it's not being vague. Just like I use the term entities, I don't say archons usually. If I refer to beings, let's say, if I go out of body, if I went out of body today or tonight and I saw beings at the foot of my bed, And if I were to describe them to you, Laura, and to Wendy and Salty Siren, I would say I saw entities. Now, some people would say, did you see aliens? Were they aliens? Were they archons? Were they demons? Were they angels? I would say entities on purpose. And the reason that I do that is because I think, and I'll call it strongly suspect, that all of these beings are one and the same thing in this matrix. Demons, angels, jinn, archons, aliens, all of this matrix. They just appear slightly differently in their appearance. The beings that I saw, that I call entities, when I first popped out of body as a child, looked like what most people would call gray aliens. Entities like that. So some people jump to the conclusion they're aliens. They're from a different quote unquote planet, a different solar system, a different and I don't do that. I think they're from within this matrix. So I tend to say entities for that reason. That's my reasoning behind it. As soon as someone says aliens, they think they flew here on UFOs, and it just gets into all kinds of weird stuff that I think is a psyop. So I just think they're entities of this matrix. There's some kind of entity that's not like me. They're different from me. And they're very easy to see once you pop out of body. The reason for that is because the body is a governor on our senses and what we can see. My spiritual eyes can see them, but the physical eyeballs can't. Because the physical eyeballs are restricted to a certain real tiny spectrum of visible light, radiation light. That's what light is. Radiation, vibration, light frequency. The human meat suit eyeballs can only see a little bit of that spectrum. Out of body, it all changes. When I popped out of body as a child and was hovering above my bed, I saw them right there. More than once, by the way. It wasn't just a one-time thing. It wasn't a dream. I saw them as clear as can be. Right there, watching me, observing me. So are they in this physical realm? I would say yes. Are they cloaked by being at a different frequency so they can be in the same room with us and we can't see them? That's what I suspect. It's like a cloaking mechanism that they use to be at the foot of my bed, let's say, watching me. And they can see me, but I can't see them. Once I'm out of body, I can see them just as clearly as I could see a person, a cat, or a dog in the room. Yeah, they can make it feel cooler. Smell or off. Yes, they can. They can. If you're really good with your senses, you could detect them. And you could feel them with your intuition. You could feel something's wrong walking into a room. Like, this feels weird. There could be entities in there because it feels off. Good point, Wendy. Thank you. Good point. So anyway, that's the reason I say entities. The reason I say trick is because this is temporary. We're not trapped here. We're not in a bear trap. We're not in a cage. We're not in a prison. Ghouls, okay. Interesting. Well, maybe they were taking that form to scare you, try to frighten you, they will also touch you, yes. And sometimes they'll appear as a deceased loved one, or even a stranger, a ghost, like haunting a place. And I think it's these entities playing a trick. Another trick, like, oh, I want them to believe that there's just a ghost in his room. As a child or an adult, there's just a ghost. So yeah, these are good points in the chat room. And I agree. They will sometimes touch you. And I don't assume that they observe all of us. And I'm not saying, oh, I'm special, they were observing me, but I just think that they observe some of us for certain reasons. I think it's for a reason. I don't think they're dummies, these creatures, these entities. I think it's for reasons that they observe some of us.
On a live stream. I don't think it was a live stream. It was just a video with
Oh, I wanted to add one more thing, sorry, before I continue. I don't think there's enough of them to observe everyone in this realm. So I think they pick certain ones of us that are here to observe. That's what I think.
Joey Schwartz, the Carnivore Camaraderie channel. That's where I found Tony Sayers. That's where I heard about the Soul Trap again. And that's when I started my journey down into the dungeon of thought and just the basement of negativity. I know, it's just, you know, I can't come up with anything better than that. That's when I started my journey down into the dungeon of thought and just the basement of negativity. I know, it's just, you know, I can't come up with anything better than that. I'm sorry. But yeah, it's then you meet all these really interesting characters, you know, and these interesting people, these gurus or whatever, these ones that, you know, claim that they're not, you know, that they're good spirits, you know, but then they treat people like garbage. Ones that tell you that you have no authority, but they're the authority over you, you know, as they're selling their services and their products to you. And they have this big following, and they can't even like leave a message and respond back to people or respond to emails or anything like that. I haven't emailed any of them, but I've heard others do that and they don't get responses back. And they also don't come across as like real spirits, real people, whatever you want to fucking call it. Real. They're not real at all. Tony Sayers, I think, comes off as maybe close to being real. Like he's really good at it. I don't know these people personally. They could be really good spirited people in real life, or they could be the fucking, you know, exactly what you would expect, the stereotypical shill, dark-hearted, selfish, and has an agenda and a job to do, which is to deceive you, to dupe you, and they love it. There's ways that we can figure it out. Will we ever be 100%? Well, you know, you can't always be lost. You can't always be unsure. You can't always be like, I'm confused. I have no idea. It's like, no, we can get pretty damn close, if not 100%. And all these guys, they're giving you the hand signs, the symbolism. They're all grifting. They all loop. Yeah, they all come off as businessmen and women.
Where's his evidence for all these accusations and claims? Does he ever back up anything he says?
When they talk about the soul trap, like you owe them something, you owe them your $1 or your $100 because they are providing something valuable to you, or at least they think so. So they kind of have this superiority to them when they speak. It's authoritative. They're showing their authority over you and the subject, the topic. They are over you. You are beneath them. You are a subordinate to them. When they communicate the soul trap, they basically are communicating to you that you do not have to be a good being. There's no karma, right? So, you know, you don't have to worry about what might happen to you.
So because there's no karma, he jumps to the conclusion that people, quote, don't have to be a good being. He's taking that as part of the teaching. Whoever said that? This guy is mental. Complete mental case and liar. He got 280 views and he thinks 16 likes is good out of 280 views. Look at this comment. The Sanity Machine is just a goofball trollster. Paula said, yeah, the quote soul trap just causes more stress for me. Even if you call it a quote soul trick causes stress, worry, and so on. Well, don't worry about it, Paula. Just get recycled. Yes, this realm is full of deceptions. What do you think? Do you think the deceptions just stop the moment that your body dies? Are you retarded? Just found your channel and I'm glad I did. She used to be on my channel years ago. I think that's the same one. Is the place hell? Well, I've experienced a little of both heaven and hell. You got such a big view of your little bubble, Paula. Great job.
If you're, if you commit evil, if you harm others, and I don't necessarily mean that something external to you is going to do something to you, but I'll tell you right now, if I believe that I'm a bad person, I'm not going to get out of here. I'm going to say that you guys, think what you want about yourselves, but if I'm a bad person, like I'm just intentionally harming people, or if I am a murderer, anything like that, there's no way I'm getting out of here. I would not allow myself to. I'd probably be like, or I'd be just, quote, vibrating darkness, low vibration, evil vibrations. So like a magnet, I'm going to be stuck here forever if that was the case. Luckily, I've always been a pretty good person. Of course, nobody really knows me. No one knows me in person, online, of course, so they don't really know. We all see sides of each other. We all have different sides. We play different characters. We all wear different masks. It's like in the movie The Mask. Nobody really knows me. No one knows me in person, online, of course, so they don't really know. We all see sides of each other. We all have different sides. We play different characters. We all wear different masks. It's like in the movie The Mask. When you put that mask on, you turn into a different person. You take the mask off, you're a different person.
Question to my audience. I would like responses, please, in the chat. Do you all wear masks? He claims, quote, we all wear masks. We play different characters. Again, with the we all. When I say again, I mean more than just Jeremiah. Lots of these creatures say that. We all, we all, we all, we all, we all. We all, we all. We all play different characters. We all wear different masks, he's saying. Do you agree with him? We all. He groups in everyone.
Evil vibrations. So, like a magnet, I'm going to be stuck here forever if that was the case. Luckily, I've always been a pretty good person. Of course, nobody really knows me. No one knows me in person, online, of course, so they don't really know. We all see sides of each other. We all have different sides. We play different characters. We all wear different masks. It's like in the movie The Mask. When you put that mask on, you turn into a different person. You take the mask off, you're a different person. We all wear different masks. We play different characters, different roles, depending on our environment and who we're around. Who is in our environment. And we play different masks. So who are you really? I'll tell you, I'm like the nicest person, spirit, whatever, being that you will probably find who is in our environment. And we play different masks. So who are you really? I'll tell you, I'm like the nicest person, spirit, whatever, being that you will probably find. I'll tell you, I'm like the nicest person, spirit, whatever, being that you will probably find. But I don't always show it. Because other people treat me a certain way, and then I react. I respond. And sometimes I respond and react the wrong way. Like when I was a kid, I was the sweetest little child. So nice. like a really nice schoolboy, and respond. And sometimes I respond and react the wrong way. Like when I was a kid, I was the sweetest little child. So nice. Like when I was a kid, I was the sweetest little child. So nice. Like when I was a kid, I was the sweetest little child. So nice. I was, like a really nice schoolboy, and I mean, I did okay for a little while, but then as kids started getting a little older, it wasn't cool to be nice anymore. It wasn't cool to be friendly. It wasn't cool to be mature. So, you start getting picked on a little bit. I wasn't picked on the most, but I was picked on for sure. Made fun of and, make fun of my backpack or my lunchbox or, things like that. Like my 3-ring binder wouldn't be, it's like a cool 3-ring binder or whatever. It was just the stupidest things you get made fun of. And, it'd be one of these things like, as an example, not as specific because it's hard to just remember specifics at this point because this just came to my mind. But, kids will be messing around or they'll be maybe picking on someone, whatever, doing something like that. I might say something like, well, let's do the right thing, right? Let's do the right thing. And then they pick on me and then I become, their focus, So then I'm like, all right, now I need to be an asshole. Like, I need to defend myself. I need to toughen up a bit to fit in so I can not get picked on anymore. And that was the game of life. That was it. That was what you had to do. It's like you have to survive. And in order to survive, you have to blend in. You have to be what other people expect you to be and want you to be until you get a little bit older and you realize, I'm just going to be myself. Fuck all these people, right? So that's what happened. But, at a young age, it was hard. It was difficult. But I was very sweet. And, there's a lot of negative influences. A lot of influences that make you do things that you regret and don't want to do. I'm just an honest person. So I'm sitting here and talking to you guys and telling you this stuff because I have no shame and I've never done anything really wrong. I've never done anything serious. I've never, hurt anybody seriously. I've never, I'll probably have never done anything, as bad as what someone's done to me, and it was all really just to fit in. But I don't have any issues right now, and I haven't had any issues really then, like nothing serious. Just I was a good kid, and then I wasn't so good. Because guess what? I look back on myself, and I say, I shouldn't have treated that person that way. I shouldn't have done that. I should have done something different. That wasn't right. That was wrong. And I get that way more and more as I get older. I get more, sort of regretful of how I've acted in the past. And we all have done things that we, regret or done things that we didn't, want to do or we wouldn't do if we.
I'm going to chime in here. I do not think that what Laura is describing, I don't see that as a mask. And I agree with what Salty Siren said. She wouldn't call it a mask unless it's behavior going against morals and ethics by lying. I think a mask is something people, I don't know if I'll say people, but beings or demons put on. Intentionally, they wear a mask. Now, Carl Jung would disagree and say that Jung would probably say, quote, we all have masks. And I disagree. I don't think that we all wear a mask. I don't think that we all change masks. I think behavior can naturally be slightly different in some circumstances with different company. I think I'm pretty stable. I am who I am, being to being, company to company, situation to situation for the most part. Now, does that mean 100% of the time? I don't know if I could say that. There might be situations where I modify my behavior a little bit due to the company or the situation. The way I am at a funeral is obviously going to be different, even if it's not someone that I am very close to. Now, if I'm very close, I'm grieving. So, but I agree also with what Salty said. I would just take away the we all part of it. Where's that comment. Different aspects of personality. I do agree, but I think some beings in this realm don't even have a personality. So I'd change the we all to most of us or some of us. Some of us do that. I try to be very consistent. And I try to be a gentleman, not just to one person or two people. I just try to be that way, and I am that way. I think of myself as being that. Regardless of the company I'm in, I try to be polite. I don't go out of my way to be a rude asshole to anyone, online or in person. Yes, I've had people wear masks as well. Now, Finkelstein claims we all wear masks, like the movie The Mask, and put them on. He sounds demonic and evil, like he's manipulative and wearing masks to hide and deceive. And I think that's what he does. I bet he does that in his so-called real life with his wife, his family, co-workers. I bet he does put on masks. I bet Finkelstein does put on masks. I don't want to go on talk about this for too long because I am tired and I have been up all night. But this is an interesting topic. Also, I think what affects us in that way, and by us I mean good beings, is our personality type, the Myers-Briggs, and our astrology chart. So a Gemini, and I know Geminis, and I get along with them actually, that it's a great match for who I am. They don't wear masks, but they have a duality to them. They're the twins, right? They're known as the twins. And they are that way a lot. They're 2 in 1. They're 2 in 1. So they can be in one being somewhat introverted and somewhat extroverted, outward. Now that doesn't mean that they're the only ones that way, and it's beyond that. But they're interesting. And they kind of do change. Well, I would say they change more than I do, depending on the company. It's observable. When you're with a Gemini or around someone you're close to, and you're really in tune with them and you notice their behavior, they can act a bit different. And at first you're like, wait a second, are they acting? Are they being inauthentic? But it's the way they're wired. Astrologically is what I'm speaking about. I don't think they're consciously changing to be a certain way with different company. I think it naturally is the way they are. It's not fake. And it's interesting. Now, my sign is different, but I do match up well with Gemini, just like I match up well with certain Myers-Briggs personality types. There's certain personality types that don't like me or my type, not just me personally, but my type. And then there's others that find me very intriguing, and they're interested in the way that I am, the way that I express myself, not just my thoughts, but they find my personality type intriguing. And I've read about that and studied this over the years. So what I'm getting at is it's a bit more complex than what a lot of us think in terms of behaviors and how we are in different company with strangers, coworkers, family. There's a lot of factors is what I'm getting at. Our astrological chart, sign, our personality type, our spirit. It might be spiritual species differences, but it's not necessarily that we're putting on masks to fool people, or let's say a Gemini. And they could be very fun and interesting to be around and loving and all sorts of things. And I don't think they're intentionally trying to be a different person or put on a mask. They're just wired a certain way. And then with people's different charts in astrology, there's air signs. There's air signs maybe that go great with a fire sign. and the air and fire combine in great ways. And anyway, it's deeper and more complicated than what I can really get into at the moment. But I did want to touch on that because it is interesting to think about and to look into. But I would say that good spirits really don't wear masks. We don't put on masks to manipulate and fool others in general, as a rule. Now, if one of us had to, you, me, whoever, put on a mask to fool evil, I would view that differently. I would view that as, in a situation that's necessary, I would be willing to put on a mask to fool Team Evil to save this realm or to achieve something that's a moral good, that's an imperative. I would be willing to do that in a situation like that if I had to. Play a character, you could say play a character, put on a mask, whatever. But my interactions with other good spirits, I don't put on a mask. So I do think that matters as well. If you're fighting evil, I've said before on my live streams, no limits to what I will do. This has to be done. This has to be ended. That's the only moral thing, the right thing to do, the morally right thing to do. End this matrix, seal in the demons, and help set free every good living being here. INFJs seem to really like me and find me interesting. So it's neat that you said that you're an INFJ, sometimes INFP. Because INFJ is one of the personality types that usually likes me and finds me interesting and intriguing and likes my mind. That's what's interesting. It comes up all the time in my life. And I get along well with most INFJs, I would say. We get along. Anyway. There's always exceptions to that. There could be an exception. And then there's always exceptions with the mask thing. But as I said, I'd be willing to put on a mask and be a completely different character, present myself as a different being entirely to fool Team Evil to end this matrix. If I had to do that, I'll do that. There's nothing that I won't do. This has to be stopped. I can't just allow trillions of beings here to be harmed and put through torture and this to just carry on. I can't do it. So whatever it takes. If I have to play a character, if I have to trick them, fool them, put on a mask, if I have to do, how can I put it for YouTube safe, for YouTube, the way YouTube will allow it. If I have to do things bloodier than imaginable, then I'll do that if I have to stop this. And there are different aspects to us and our personality. I'm not just one way all the time. I'm not just silly every day, every moment. I'm not just serious every day, every moment. I'm not just, how can I put it? I tend to be very sincere, but I can also be, play characters for fun, for silliness, for comedy, things like that, create characters, and it's for fun. And that is part of my personality type. So there's a lot of aspects to us, and I agree with what Salty wrote earlier. Good morning, RI. Good to see you. Happy Sun's Day. We're complex beings is part of this. So anyway, I'm going to carry on with this Finkelstein creature.
You know, sort of regretful of how I've acted in the past. And we all have done things that we, regret, or done things that we didn't, want to do, or we wouldn't do if we had the opportunity again. So we've all been there. I'm just willing to admit it. But yeah, no, I'm kind of rambling on here, but back to what I wanted to talk more about. It was hard. It was difficult. But in order to survive, you have to blend in. You have to be what other people expect you to be and want you to be. until you get a little bit older and you realize not get picked on anymore. And that was the game of life. That was it. That was what you had to do. It's like you have to survive. And in order to survive, you have to blend in. You have to be what other people expect you to be and want you to be until you get a little bit older and you realize I'm just going to be myself. Fuck all these people, right? So that's what happened. But, at a young age, it was hard. It was difficult. But I was very sweet. And, there's a lot of negative influences, a lot of influences that make you do things that you regret and don't want to do. I'm just an honest person. So I'm sitting here and talking to you guys and telling you this stuff because I have no shame and I've never done anything really wrong. I've never done anything serious. I've never, hurt anybody seriously. I'm just an honest person. So I'm sitting here and talking to you guys and telling you this stuff because I have no shame and I've never done anything.
Do honest people have to go around saying they're an honest person? Do sweet people have to say in videos, I'm sweet. I was super nice. I was this. I was like he just did in this video in the first 11 minutes. Does a person that's super nice have to say, I'm super nice? I'm an honest person. I was super sweet. I'm super nice. Like the way that he is odd. I just find it odd the way that he's speaking about himself.
Really wrong. I've never done anything serious. I've never, hurt anybody seriously. I've never.
He said he has no shame. That was odd as well.
There's a lot of negative influences, a lot of influences that make you do things that you regret and don't want to do. I'm just an honest person. So I'm sitting here and talking to you guys and telling you this stuff because I have no shame and I've never done anything really wrong. I've never done anything serious. I've never, hurt anybody seriously. I've never, I'll probably have never done anything, as bad as what someone's done to me, and it was all really just to fit in. But I don't have any issues right now, and I haven't had any issues really then, like nothing serious. Just I was a good kid. And then I wasn't so good because guess what? I look back on myself and I say, I shouldn't have treated that person that way. I shouldn't have done that. I should have done something different. That wasn't right. That was wrong. And I get that.
So Jeremy is super nice. He's such a super nice, sweet, honest person that he has to tell us. And where's his behavior been over the years? Has he ever been super nice to me? Well, he's made videos about me for over 3 years and obsessed over me. I don't see him as super nice. He's been obsessed with me for about 3.5 years now.
That way more and more as I get older, I get more, sort of regretful of how I've acted in the past. And we all have done things that we, regret or done things that we didn't, want to do or we wouldn't do if we had the opportunity again. So we've all been there. I'm just willing to admit it. But yeah, no, I'm kind of rambling on here, but back to what I wanted to talk more about was, we all want to find something. We all want to find the truth. At least most of us do, I guess, and I will find it. I know that I will find the truth, and I am all the time. Every year, every 2 years, 3 years, I'm always taking another step forward. I'm always trusting my intuition more and more every, whatever. So, and I figure, hey, it's only been like 7 to 10 years that I've been on the truth journey. 10 years might have been the very start, and then 7 years was kind of when it was more, into like conspiracies and things like that, or more.
So it's showing me, at least on my screen, I have a different screen than you. I'm using Restream Studio. It's showing me 20 viewers. 20 people tuned in right now. Isn't that amazing? And how many are in chat? So how many people do you think tune in to hate watch me? I think that's amazing. 20 tuned in this morning.
This is El Diablo Radio International. The hottest show in hell! Nobody does it better. Nobody. We bring the madness. 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 Ladies love El Diablo. That handsome, cheeky little devil. Ladies love El Diablo. Hot, hot, hot. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo. El Diablo.
Turn it up, lurkers. Turn it up.
Naughty, cheeky little devil.
More advanced stuff, I guess, you know. But then other people think that if you don't agree with me, then you're not advanced. You're a baby truther because you don't agree with me. And it's like, no, I can see where you're coming from. I just, I get what you're saying. I believe that could be possible too, but it also might not be. It's kind of crazy what you're saying. It might just be kind of just to dupe us. Because we've all been duped. We've been duped this whole time about all these things, all these different things. And the Soul Trap is another dupe. Look at the people that push it. Look at them. That's the best way to kind of judge. It's like, what are the characters? What type of character do they have? And are they somebody that you would maybe hang out with in real life, or are they somebody you would trust? I don't, and you can trust them if you want. That's fine. But I certainly don't think truth mixes well with money at all. It shouldn't. And it's just not right. And I'm not saying that nobody should ever make money, and if they work real hard on something, or, if somebody wants to pay them for what they're doing, I don't really have an issue with that. But man, like when you've got a whole business model set up to make money off truth, I have a big problem with that. So I also don't think it's an issue. It's a problem for people to help truthers, to help other truthers too, financially. But there's a lot of scammers out there. So, you got to be careful. Just don't give them your life savings, I guess. Kind of like when it, comes to investments, invest what you're willing to lose, not your life savings. But the Soul Trap is a loop. It is just the same thing every time. It's just the record is broken, and I see it so clearly now. And to anybody who has seen that before me, well, thank you for that, and thank you for being that way. Thank you for letting me know and helping me out, or trying to. Now, it wasn't, I probably didn't listen to you at first or whatever, but, I appreciate it. And It's very dynamic, this whole thing. It's very complex. People want to simplify things and say, well, it's just the soul trap. It's a soul trap. Or they want to simplify it and say, well, you just need to worship Jesus. Or they simplify it and they say that you need to, worship Allah. Or you need to, think positively all the time, and you will ascend into some new earth. You will ascend into some 5D existence. You will ascend into some heaven or something. Like, you'll be in a better place for thinking positively. And all those things are wrong. All of them are wrong, wrong, wrong. The truth is not that easy. The truth is not something that has been packaged and branded with a label on it saying this is soul trap, this is new age, this is, wrong, wrong. The truth is not that easy. Wrong, wrong. The truth is not that easy. The truth is not something that has been packaged and branded with a label on it saying this is soul trap, this is new age, this is, whatever religion. Christianity is a big one, obviously. But there's a lot of people telling me I got to read the Quran. I don't need to read the Quran. Okay? I know what it says in there. I know what it says in the Bible. I know what these things say. I've been exposed to this for 10 years. I may not know it word for word. I may not be able to just, off the top of my head, all of it. I don't have that intellectual capability. I'm sorry. But it just, I don't need to read the Quran. Come on. I'll read the Quran, and then I'll be like, okay, well, what are you trying to tell me? What's the big secret here? Worship something outside myself. Okay, as if I haven't heard that before. Yeah, that's something new. No, it's not. And that's what they want you to do since you're born. Gosh, I can't speak today. Like every day. Yeah, since birth, they've been teaching you need to worship your parents. You need to worship the doctors. You need to worship your teachers. You need to worship the president. You need to worship God, Jesus, Allah. Worship something outside of you. Well, let's challenge ourselves and let's fucking stop worshiping these things. Let's take responsibility. Let's realize our potential, and that our potential is that we are these gods. We are these superheroes and movies and comics. We are them that's been projected out of us onto the screen. Almost like they pulled.
I've spoken about that. He's copying again. He's copycatting. I've said that they steal from us our dreams, our ideas. They base fictional works, whether it's fictional books, superheroes, movies, on ideas that we create or based on abilities that we have, things like that. He's just a copycat. And most people just go along with it in this realm. Most people don't see anything wrong with plagiarism in this realm, with stealing, plagiarism, copycatting, taking credit for things they didn't create. There's thieves galore in this realm that over the years threatened to steal my artwork, my poetry. These demons realize it bothers good spirits, and they do it all the time. And I just can't feel sympathy for their followers because they're following scumbags. And I don't believe that they're just sheep with the wool pulled out over their eyes. I think there's spiritual differences to a huge degree, good and evil. And some people might say, well, you're simplifying it to good and evil. Well, most people do. I've said for over the years, most people like what's simple. If it's too complicated, people don't learn. Most people seek what is simple. I don't think I will have a large audience, Laura. I've been trying this for many, many years. Lost various channels. I don't expect that to happen. I expect the audience to go the opposite direction, as that's the pattern. I think by the time I leave this body in this realm, there will be even less people listening to what I have to say. Not just on YouTube, in this realm in general. That's what I think. And I'm not being negative. I just see it that way. I think people fade out, they lose interest, and they wander away. And a lot of them don't want to admit that what I'm saying makes perfect sense. It adds up. It's observably true. And a lot of beings in this realm get angry, get envious, get spiteful, hateful. They'll say, I don't want that to be true, therefore I hate King Stephen. He's telling me this is an evil realm. They'll hate me before it's all said and done. And that's the burden that I carry. I'm not crying victim. I'm just saying I'm hated by thousands of people, Laura. Thousands hate me. I'm not crying about it. I'm just stating something that's true. Thousands hate me. Thousands. And that's the way it is. And leaving this realm, I'm still open to the possibility that I'll be murdered. That's how much I'm hated. Murdered by someone driven by hate. That's a possibility. But I am protected. I do protect myself. There's a lot of death threats that come my way. There's a lot of creepy creatures that like to follow my every move. And they're going to be sealed in here, period.
Pulled it out of us and they put it on a screen and separated it from us and said, that's not you. Movies and comics. Yeah, since birth, they've been teaching you need to worship your parents. You need to worship the doctors. You need to worship your teachers. You need to worship the president. You need to worship God, Jesus, Allah. Worship something outside of you. Well, let's challenge ourselves and let's fucking stop worshiping these things. Let's take responsibility. Let's realize our potential, and that our potential is that we are these gods. We are these superheroes in movies and comics. You know, we are them that's been projected out of us onto the screen. Almost like they pulled it out of us and they put it on a screen and separated it from us and said, that's not you. You know, you need them. You're so little, small, and insignificant, just like what they do with the heliocentric model, with the vast, ever-expanding space.
Where do you think he stole this from? I've said it's to make you feel small. The heliocentric model, the soul lure system, the Carl Sagan, billions and billions of stars and galaxies and light years. It's to make you feel small, powerless, insignificant. He's ripping me off again. And I realize most people don't mind in this realm. They'll defend it by saying, well, at least he's telling the truth, or at least the message is getting out, Stephen. It doesn't matter. Well, what you're telling me then is it doesn't matter if beings like Jeremy and many others steal from me. You don't care about theft then. That's what I want people to admit. I want some people to say, it doesn't matter if they steal from you, Stephen. It doesn't matter if they copycat and plagiarize you. Watch your channel and then just take it and pretend they came up with it. And lie, steal, pretend. It just doesn't matter to most of you. And that's what running YouTube channels has made me aware of, that most people don't give a shit about theft, plagiarism, pretenders, liars. They don't. What most people care about is they want to get themselves out of hell. And they would use me if they could. They'd steal from me. They'd stab me in the back. Most people show their true colors in the end. Most beings don't deserve out of here. And I know this is something that hasn't sunk in with some of you that watch my channel. I think some of you are under the belief that, quote, we all deserve out of here. And I disagree entirely. Entirely, completely. I couldn't disagree more. Couldn't disagree more. And I want to be able to have peace and not have to worry about beings trying to stab me in the back, steal from me, undermine me, do things to me. I want to be able to relax when I'm out of this realm and it's all said and done. and not let out these beings that will thieve and lie about me forever. Some of you are cool with that. You wouldn't care if I had no peace for eternity. I know this already. I already know that a lot are just selfish beings in this realm that just want to get themselves out. They don't care about any of the rest.
You're so little, small, and insignificant, just like what they do with the heliocentric model, with the vast, ever-expanding space, and who knows how many aliens there are out there and other.
So as I expose him as a liar and a copycat, a thief, some of my channel would say, I can't keep up with this drama. It's just beef and drama. And that's the way they are. They just will treat it as drama. And you're missing the point of what I'm doing. You're missing the point of my channel. It just gets annoying where the point to the point of I just don't want to deal with those people anymore that consistently miss the point. And I just don't. I've tried for years. And I just don't want to deal with that forever. He's a copycat. And it's quite obvious to anyone that's been paying attention. If it isn't obvious to you, then I think you have spiritual issues. And I can't help you. I've said openly my whole life, I can't help everyone.
Planets and galaxies with aliens that never come here. And it's funny, people will say, well, it's because this fucking place is fucking a shithole, and why the hell would they ever fucking come here? Exactly. Mic drop, boom. Round of applause to whoever says that. Anyway, these programs have been going on all along, so this whole like worship, Allah, it's just not, it doesn't do it for me. I'm sorry. I want sovereignty, and that's something that the Soul Trap does tell you. That you are sovereign. That you don't have any authority. I agree with that, 100%. But again, they're going to tell you some things that are true, that, there is no authority. But here's the thing. How do you get to that point? And, how do we lift ourselves up from this place? How do we get to the point where we can be truly sovereign? They don't give you the tools to do that. I'm not telling you that I have them, but those are the things I'm seeking. I'm searching for the tools that I need to use so I can get to that point so I can be sovereign. Freedom, sovereignty comes with responsibility. It's not easy. And you can lose it. You can gain it back, and then you can lose it just as quickly. I mean, why are we here? Maybe we were tricked. Maybe we were not, maybe we were forced. Maybe we chose to come here for some reason. I don't know. Well, then it's like, well, what about babies? What about the babies that are born deformed, or diseased, maybe deaf or blind, or just these horrific things, which it's awful. Well, you know what? I'm not that baby. I was born with eye disease. I was born with the leading cause of blindness. So I didn't have it easy, and I almost died when I was born. I almost died, and I had the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck at least 2 or 3 times. I think 2 or 3. It was enough. It was, I was born, I didn't come out the right way. I was, purple and normal life. So when we're born with these things, we're used to them, and then it's kind of like a different what's the word I'm trying to find? Like a different track. It's a different road for them. You're on your road, they're on their road. And a lot of these things are material, superficial, and I think it's a lot worse. This is my opinion. I think it's a lot worse. I know people will disagree with me. I get it. I can see that. Maybe I will disagree with myself in the future, but I think it's worse to lose your eyesight, your hearing, get paralyzed when you're well into life than it is when you're born that way. I'm sorry. That's just my opinion. I would rather be born with these issues than develop these issues over time when I'm older. Because you can adapt to it, or I keep saying adapt, you're born with it, but you can live through it, and who knows what other abilities that you gain from that. If you don't have eyesight, your hearing gets a lot better. If you don't, maybe you're able to see things with your mind. Maybe your imagination is like so vivid, way more vivid than we can imagine. Who knows? Maybe they can daydream and kind of have lucid dreams during the day, when they're just kind of daydreaming. I mean, maybe they have more insight into things than we do. But again, they're not all the same. Like some are going to be maybe that way. Maybe they'll be really spiritual, and then others won't be. And it's just one of those things that we don't really know. So we can't. So the soul trap saying that everybody is, not everybody, but all these people are suffering so bad. Like we all suffer, but some people go through, they're born deformed, diseased. It's so unfair. That could be you next time. You could be in a wheelchair, whatever. We don't really know why that is. We also don't really know if they even have a spirit. I know that might sound a little bit harsh, but that's the truth. If you're doing a scientific experiment, you got to look at everything, every possibility, and you can't, unless it's like proven scientifically, then it's unproven. And that's the way it is with the soul trap. Not that it has to be scientific, but we don't actually have proof for these people having spirits. And I just find it interesting, like a lot of the soul trappers, they do believe in the NPC theory, but then they will say like, oh, this person had this happen to them. This person, that person had that happen to them. Disease, cancer, as a child, blindness, paralyzed. Well, maybe they're an NPC. Like you said, I think Howdy McCoskey said up to 90% he thinks are NPCs. So that means probably all of them or most of them, 90% of them maybe are NPCs. Now, some of us have had problems in our lives as well. But have you not been able to get through it? Have you not been able to improve your life? Have you not had some relief? Is it all bad? And do you not have any control over any of it? Can you not improve yourself? Do you not adapt? The body adapts. The mind adapts to things. You have to embrace that. If you fight it, if you resist it, that's when you get the trauma. That's when you get the suffering occurs, when you're resisting. In the hell realm thing too, yeah, I can see it being a hell realm, but I don't think the word hell is the right word to use. I don't think it's hell based on the definition of what hell is. What hell is, the way I interpret it, is that it's something that there's zero relief. There's no relief. There is relief here. There might be, situations that are absolutely evil and, that I can't even say here on YouTube, but it's not forever. There is relief at some point. You are able to, at some point, get away from that situation. It might take years. It might take a long time. Depends on the person, of course. Depends on the individual. But there's relief here. In hell, there's no relief. It is just non-stop torture. That's not what this place is. So hell realm does not really fit very well. But what does it do? It paints a picture in your mind that this is hell. And what visual comes to your mind when you think of hell? And is that what this place truly is? Now, I would say that it is definitely something in the realm of what you would consider hell to be, because if we are here against our will, if we are not able to remember our pasts, and the world is run by evil, I think that's enough to say, hey, yeah, it's somewhere in the realm of what you would consider hell to be. But going around calling it hell or hell realm, which I've done, of course, I don't think it's appropriate. I don't think it fits perfectly. It is a way to communicate. It's a way, hey, this is serious. This is not a happy place. This is not heaven. This is not, heaven on earth. This is not choose your hell or choose your heaven kind of situation. This is bent severely towards a negative, energetic place, a place that you could consider to be hell. And it's just an easy way to communicate. Like, hey, it's hell. We're in hell, guys. I mean, we're trapped in here. If you believe in the soul trail, you're trapped in here, or you're here against your will. You don't know where you came from. You don't have any memory. You don't know where you're going. You don't know if you're going to get forced back in here and be a cripple, when you're born into your next life. And it's a lot of dark, evil, negative thoughts, right? And we know how powerful thinking is, and we know how powerful the minds are. And that's what this all is. And this is what I try to say. I try to communicate this stuff, and it's hard to do. And I can understand if many don't understand. A lot of dark, evil, negative thoughts, right? And we know how powerful thinking is, and we know how powerful the minds are. And that's what this all is. And this is what I try to say. I try to communicate this stuff, and it's hard to do. And I can understand what thinking is, and we know how powerful the minds are. And that's what this all is. And this is what I try to say. I try to communicate this stuff, and it's hard to do. And I can understand if many don't understand, because I'm not the best at communicating these things. But, we have this thing called the mind. If many don't understand, because I'm not the best at communicating these things, but, we have this thing called the mind. And it controls everything, folks. It is everything. It is very underrated. Very underrated. It is everything. And it's very fragile. It is fragile. Every little thought, every little, anything in your environment that gets into the mind can affect it either positively or negatively. And obviously here, there's a lot of the negativity, and there's a lot of control, and there's a lot of humiliation. There's a lot of things, a lot of work, hard work and suffering. And it's like go, go, go all the time and never stop and take a break, never relax. There's always a price to pay. There's a lot of negative imagery. There's a lot of, for instance, the politicians, right? The king, the queen, the leaders, the rulers. They're a bunch of ugly sons of bitches, I'll tell you. They don't look very good. I mean, it's like, that's not a very good thing to put in your mind, but the things that they're doing, right? The control with the money and everything, and the spiritual control as well. And just the way that they use frequencies, to get us sort of off of our, I don't know if there's a better word for center, kind of get us off of what is natural to us and what would put us in an optimal state. They do all these things, and it is extremely evil, of course, but it gets into the mind, the subconscious, and it controls you. It controls you and me. And, it's focusing on the mind is so important. Just that's it. Like that is it. So then when I think about things like the soul trap, and I think about other theories out there, it is to fuck with your mind. It is to screw with your mind, fuck with your mind, and all this information that we get here, this truth that we learn, it's all basically secondhand. It's muddied. There's interference. You're not getting it. It's like the middleman. You're getting it through a middleman. You're not getting from the direct source of what is actually happening. You're not holding it with your hands. It's not inside of you. You're getting it. You're interpreting it from somebody else, or from symbolism and numbers, and you're interpreting these things, but it's not the real.
There are beings that will fall for this in this realm. They'll fall for creatures like Finkelstein. They'll fall for Justin, that creature, the big schnoz earlier. Brielle fell for that, and it's the way it goes. So, no offense, no disrespect. Respectfully, I think my audience will decrease. It will continue to decrease until there's very few beings that can see their way out of here. Because most people along the way fall for shit. They fall for evil, fall for shitheads. They fall for deceivers, used car salesmen, influencers, liars, creatures like Justin with rocks in his head that says that he doesn't push misery, but he does push misery. And it's what, just because something's obvious to me doesn't mean it's going to be obvious to most. Even when I expose them, people still fall for them. That's the way it goes in this realm. And that shows me what type of realm I'm in and what types of beings are here. I've tried tirelessly for free to help people see what this place is. And I don't assume that people are really learning, because a lot of people end up going to Team Evil. And I coined it Team Evil so that it's very easy to understand. Team Evil. They can make fun of it, but it fits. Team Evil fits. It makes sense.
Actual truth. Now there's this guy on YouTube. He's called Mega Man. I don't know if you've heard of Mega Man, but he kind of talks about some of this stuff, and I have to agree with a lot of it. I do sort of question, why he is critical of people wanting to just have conversations about this stuff, and I also wonder why he uses, like, he has a certain, like, his mascot, the Mega Man, and I don't understand that. So I'm just whatever. Like, you guys, I don't know if you've heard of him or not. I'm not, promoting him. I'm not saying that he's bad, but his information makes sense. And then there's some people that think that they just know. They just know all these things, and it's their instincts. But you know what? My instincts have been wrong so many times. I've been wrong so many times. I can't forget that. I can't leave that aside and say, you know what? You're right. This is the truth. Allah is the truth. Or the soul trap is the truth. Because I've been fooled so many times. So it's like, maybe it's just all this. It's just interference. It's junk and garbage. It's all just garbage. And you just got to clean out the garbage and just throw it away. And then there's just nothing left. But like what they call in the meditation world, stillness, right? Just you, and that's it. It's just, there's no interference. And that's what I think it is. I just think
I don't assume that everyone can hear a voice like this creature and see what it is. Hear it and see. Even that doesn't make sense to most people, because they'll say, well, seeing isn't hearing. But some of us can hear and see. Hear and know. Hear, understand what it is. His voice is a dead giveaway for what type of creature it is. And I definitely don't assume that most in this realm can do what I just said. Because most in this realm demonstrate otherwise all the time. Most humans, as people would call them, are duped every day, all day long, every week, every month, year after year for life, and go into their grave as dupes. Now you could say, that's sad, Stephen, that's negative. Is it true or not? Is it true or not? Sure, name her. Laura. I'll take a shot at it and say what I think or say what I see. That's, if you want to call it the sad truth, most beings in this realm go into their grave as dupes to the realm, not just duped by one Finkelstein, duped by everything here. So that should tell you how rare it is for beings to see through what's going on. I've had many people pass away in my life that are deceased. They didn't see where they are before they died. And it was quite obvious. A lot of them were religious.
All this stuff is just interference. It's just programs, it's mind control, it's messing with your mind. Everything here in the Matrix and in this realm and all of it, it is just to fuck with your mind. Now, there's little things that are they're sort of trivial, right? Like, okay, the Earth's not a globe. But if it is, I mean, you know, is it going to be so bad? I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, is that really going to penalize me that much? And then there's other things too. Like, I don't know, the elites are fucking losers and fucking evil creatures. And they have this thirst for control and power. And they're probably communicating with some entities that we cannot touch, we cannot see, we cannot sense. Not really. So that's true, right? So there are sort of trivial truths that when you're outside of here, I don't know if it's going to really hold a lot of weight. Not really. And they have this thirst for control and power, and they're probably communicating with some entities that we cannot touch.
So I want to say Finkelstein's voice is not the only thing that shows me what he is. It's many things, but the voice just isolated to, if I only had the voice and I didn't have the interactions for over 3 years with this creature being a liar, a thief, envious, lying about me, etc., just the voice in itself is, at this point in my quote-unquote lifetime here, it's enough to show me what it is. Just on its own, his voice. If I walked up to a used car salesman and they had a voice like that, it would show me all that I really needed to know.
We cannot see, we cannot sense. Not really. So that's true, right? So there are sort of trivial truths that when you're outside of here.
By the way, he used to have what he called practice videos. Before he made the first video on the channel about me, he either deleted or removed the practice videos where he was talking about NASCAR and weird things like that, and said he was working on his voice for YouTube because he wanted to practice his voice for YouTube. I remember that over 3 years ago. This creature, Jeremy. And in the videos that I made, I saw his NASCAR videos. He's removed those, but he was practicing his voice like someone practicing for radio, practicing to be an influencer, to influence people.
Here, I don't know if it's going to really hold a lot of weight, whether you knew what the shape of the earth was, or that the elites are evil, or that, they're spraying the skies with chemtrails, or this is a fluid reality. And one day, the Monopoly guy, Moneybags, Pennybags, has a monocle. The next day he doesn't have a monocle. One day, it's Luke, I am your father. And then another day it's, no, I am your father. It's just, and it goes back and forth. It's trivial stuff at the end of the day. I mean, it is interesting when you're in the sim, when you're in the simulation, as the player in the sim, it's like, ooh, that's interesting. I mean, I always thought it was the other way, and I realized I was wrong, and we've been lied to about that. Wow. But what about outside the sim, and what impact does that have outside the sim? Very little, if any, and it's probably not something you're going to be thinking about or give a shit about at all. Not going to go on too much longer here, but yeah, it's all just, I think it's all distractions. That does not mean that you should just stop doing research. If you enjoy it and you think you're getting, if it's helping you in some way and you're getting some value, then that's great. I don't want you to stop doing that. I'm not going to stop doing it. I'm never going to stop. And hopefully one day, I'll either be more clear or more clear about my thinking and all this, or or I'll be like, maybe by doing more research it'll prove what I think right now is it's all just a distraction, or maybe I will learn something that helps me, that I can pass on to you guys, and vice versa. Again, I'm not your guru. I'm just speaking from what's inside, what's like speaking to me from inside. And I'll tell you, it's really helped me a lot to do meditation, which I've done I used to do meditation years ago. For about 6 months, I did like 20 minutes a day. And then I was a little bit on and off after that. But recently I've been doing a lot more. I've been doing about an hour, 50 minutes to an hour a day. And not all at once. I do it in separate sessions, like 3 20-minute sessions. And I don't know, it's helping me to sort of see things differently than I have before. It's helping me to see things more clearly, I believe. It's sort of like there's not as much of that noise, that racket going on in the head. And I can kind of focus a little bit better and see things for what they are. And I just see it all as just a big mess. It's just a big mess, conspiracy land, candy land, whatever you want to call it. It's a mess, but there are people that are genuine. There are people that put out good information, whether I say it's ultimately true or not. The bottom line is that there is truth here in the sim, but ultimately, I don't think there's any ultimate truth here. I think the only truth is what's inside of you and what you are. Everything else is just a video game. I know I'm going to get shit for that. I don't think it's a video game, but it's a good analogy because a lot of us play video games or played when we were younger, right? Or it's a sim. It's a simulation. It's a VR. Like there is truth within the VR, right? Like when I go walk towards the wall, the edge, my hand, it's hard, or my hand goes through it. And I always wondered, would my hand go through it? Or would it be solid? And I found out it was solid, or I found out my hand went through. Like, okay, that's true, but that's only true in the context of the sim, not outside the sim, not outside this place, not outside the Matrix. The Matrix is set up and programmed this way to have all these distractions to keep you away from your true self, your essence, and who you are, who I am. It's not sexy. It's not, the most popular thing to say. It's not exciting. It's not bright and shiny. It's not sexy, folks. There's no well, the truth is you need to do this and, you need to, do that and walk up these steps and turn left and, or you need to go into you need to go into the light, or you need to go into the darkness, the void, or you need to, build a barrier around yourself so that nothing can affect you and just say, I need, go home. I'll go home or whatever. I don't know what I would say. I don't know yet. I don't know. It'll come to me. I don't really know. I need to go back to source, whatever. I don't believe in source. I think that's bullshit. I think that's a fucking, I think that's a lie. And that's something that can get you possibly in trouble. I don't know, but it's like all this stuff, the words, all of it is just the symbols. All of it is just noise. I think to a certain level, they can help you. They can help you realize it was all about me this whole time. I was always looking outside, but it was all about me. It can get you there. But knowing those things, I don't think ultimately is going to free you from here. That's why I said that there's no truth here. Because what's really important is the ultimate truth, right? The ultimate truth of, who we are, where we're from, what is our capabilities, how do we get here? And I just don't think there's a lot of truth out there. It's going to come from within, and it's not going to come from somebody who's got, 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 subs. It's not going to come from, it's going to be like here and there, little things, you're going to pick up on things from different channels, different people, and you put it all together. And that's the best I think we can do. Is get different puzzle pieces from different people, different channels, and put it together. That's the best that we can do, and we can come up with something. But ultimately, I think it's from what's inside. It's you as a spirit. It's this place degrades you. And And it's about getting yourself back. Different people, different channels, and put it together. That's the best that we can do, and we can come up with something, but ultimately, I think it's from what's inside. It's you as a...
Yeah, just go to different channels like Howdy McCoskey, Blueberry Boy, Tony Sayers, Forever Con Man, all these losers that have their hands out for shekels, and everything they say contradicts. This is his advice to people. It's just pathetic, man. It really is. And of course, he meditates and opens him up himself to all kinds of entities coming in.
Different people, different channels, and put it together. That's the best. But 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 subs is not going to come from. It's going to be like here and there, little things. You're going to pick up on things from different channels, different people, and you put it all together. And that's the best I think we can do. Is get different puzzle pieces from different people, different channels, and put it together. That's the best that we can do, and we can come up with something, but ultimately, I think it's from what's inside. It's you as a spirit. It's this place degrades you. And it's about getting yourself back. And once you get yourself back, you'll get your power back, and then you'll be able to get out of here, and you'll be able to be free, and you'll be able to dictate your future. So thanks to anybody who watched all the way through. I'm going to wrap it up now. But yeah, it is all about you. The truth is you. There is no truth here, no ultimate truth, but there's things that can help you realize that it's all inside. Peace.
Just about to have breakfast. If it's all inside, I just want to address this before I eat. If it's all inside, hold on, Aunt Jemima. If it's all inside, why watch any of my content? You don't need my help. The truth's all inside you. You don't need my insights. You don't need pieces of the puzzle I've fitted together that make sense. It's just all inside, he said. It's all inside. If it's all inside you, why watch my channel or listen to my live streams? It's all inside you, right? That's the same thing Jeranism used to say. Something about the truth is inside you, or open up your mind, there's truth inside, I think was his slogan for years. Open up your mind, there's truth inside. And I wasn't a fan of his channel. And then he turned his back on everything he used to say. It's remarkable. But people are going to get duped many times before their deathbed scenario. And that's what people go through. People claim to have discernment and be able to see through this stuff, and they just don't. Most people don't. They don't. And I warn them, and I share this stuff, and I explain it, and I debunk these creatures, and people still follow. That's what I noticed. It's a losing battle in this realm. As I've said, I don't know if I could reach anyone the way this realm is. People insist on following the most obvious deceivers that I think might exist in any universe. And people follow. Not just Finkelstein. They're all over YouTube. Okay? If your house were covered in ants on one front of it and the back was covered in bees, you probably wouldn't just say, well, I see one. You'd say there's thousands and thousands. There must be millions, Stephen. Yeah, and there are. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I've been trying to tell you, not to focus on just one. He's common. There's loads like Finkelstein. He's not the only one. This realm does everything it can to keep you here and to keep you returning. If someone, sorry, just a second. If someone stole your vehicle right out of your driveway, right out of your driveway, let's say, and you have a fairly expensive vehicle, it doesn't even have to be expensive. It's theft is theft. But let's say it's expensive. Let's say you worked hard to save your money to buy that, and it was almost out of your price range. You really had to save and work and save, but you wanted it for so long. You wanted, I don't know what kind of vehicle, a Lexus or a Porsche, or a Ferrari, whatever it is. Maybe it's a BMW. I don't care what the vehicle is. But you saved and saved, and it was stolen, and then you see your neighbor took it 2 blocks down your street, and it's in their driveway, and you know it's your car. They didn't even change the license plate. They just took it. Would you like that? Would you accept that and say, oh, well, it's theft, but at least someone has it? And that's what a lot of people expect me to do in this fucking realm with my intellectual ideas and what I put together and my wording and analogies and everything. They steal everything from me. And I'm supposed to just accept that. Would you trust that neighbor then and say, well, they stole my $80,000 or $150,000 vehicle, but, I can't hold it against them. I still trust them. They're still telling us some truth. I don't get humans when it comes to that. I just don't. Now, I know some of you have openly been against that, but some of you haven't. And just like some, I can't push any of you to see this realm as demonic. That's on you. But I think if you don't see it that way, when you're passing away, I think you're going into the bin. That's my view. I'm not saying it to scare you. I'm not trying to make you afraid. I'm not trying to push you. I just think you stop short. If you don't see how demonic this realm is, you're probably going to get recycled. Okay? That's what I think. I'm telling you point blank that it's one of the most important parts of this, and it's one of the things people stop really short on. They just want to view this, it's just kind of a bad place. That's what I think. I'm telling you point blank, as clearly as I can, crystal clear. That's what I see. You think this is just, it's not a hell realm, it's not demonic. I think you stop short, and if you died tomorrow or tonight or whatever, I think you'd be recycled, because that would be used against you in a split second, microsecond, by forces, not just entity, by whatever. But it's a very big blind spot you have then, because it's not so bad. So why not come back again? It's not a hell realm, right? It's not demonic. Evil would use that against you. They most certainly will. And I think that's probably worked on countless millions of people already in this realm that are here right now. They said it's not that bad. It's not as extreme as Steven says, or someone other than me. It's not hell. It's not a hell realm. That's a trip to the recycling bin. So if you want to be an idiot and play these stupid games and say, he's right, but he's kind of extreme, or go ahead, do what you want. But I think the vast majority of beings that have ever been in here get recycled again and again and again and again and again and again, and get degraded. You want to play stupid games? Well, go ahead. And I think you're playing a stupid game when it comes to that. By the way, he said it's not a hell realm. He said that's not the right word for it. It's not a hell realm. If you want to follow Finkelstein or the rest, go ahead. Go ahead. I tried my best. I'll cut you loose. Go on. Just go away. I tried.
working with and calling in entities, the energetic cost to all of this, and how they can actually ruin your life. I want to talk about it in this particular video and just make this message very, very clear. I know we have quite a few messages and videos on this from the past already, but for some reason, I've just been contacted so much over these past few weeks. Once again, I don't know if these are new people or people who haven't received the initial message yet. And some of them were asking me, so what's your thought on this? Or they were promoting videos that are talking about the higher self and those type of things. Or I got a comment on, oh, what about working with Prometheus or Hercules, all these things? No, it's all the same thing. You're working with entities, you're working with astral entities, and this is not good. This is very detrimental to your life, okay? So what are entities exactly? Any name they go by: angels, archangels, spirit misguides, you know, how I call them. The New Age calls them spirit guides, but they're just misguiding you. Any of the gods and goddesses. A lot of people, maybe not in this culture, but in other cultures, they work with like Indian gods and goddesses. You have the Greek gods and goddesses. You have the Roman gods and goddesses, which there's an overlap between the Greek and the Roman ones, but they're not one and the same. Someone, like I said, asked me about Hercules, Prometheus, same thing. A few years ago, it was trendy, especially in the New Age deception, to channel Source. Yet another one of those, right? Just putting it out there too. Like there's so many new things that they come up with that, oh, now you have to channel this and that. So if you have to channel Source and you believe at the same time that you're a part of Source, because let's just say you're not an NPC or a soulless being or a robotoid or whatever, why do you have to channel Source when you have a soul? You know, like you are part of that. You have that creation power within you. Why do you need to channel it? You don't have to channel it. A lot of things are still being channeled in terms of GFL, alien ET agenda, you know, channeling all these entities like Arcturians, Sirians. That used to be more in a few years ago, but you still see it all over. And then, of course, you have all these other things such as astral critters that you're up against. So astral critters are imprints of people who have once occupied a space and that are still around, and people think they're an actual angel or something, or some sort of guide that can help them. No, that's just the energy imprints. Has nothing to do, or people have passed on and they're like, oh, I'm not talking to the deceased spirit or ghost of this person. No, that's just an astral critter. But I might talk about that in a different video because that is pretty extensive in and of itself. So, you know, take it from someone like me who has gone through this already for years and years. You know, I'm collapsing time for you. This is what the channel is about. It leads you, this entire topic of worshiping these entities, working with these entities, it leads you nowhere. And this channel, these messages that I'm putting out there, they're basically collapsing time for you. That's how you need to see it. You know, that's really how you need to see it. Because when I had my first major awakening back in 2014, the first thing that I got was advice from a friend who was spiritually minded, who was also following people like Teal Swan, by the way. Never resonated with me even back then, but he was basically pushing the entire Dolores Cannon book series on me, the 3 waves and the volunteers and this and that. And he was saying, oh, just start with this. So I spent a year or 2 digging through those, which never fully resonated with me. And that's also why I did a review on her, because I have experiences with these things. I'm not talking out of my behind. I don't have to interview former New Agers on this channel and pretend I actually care about their journey, because I am someone who had to go through all these deceptions and empower myself from this. And you know how much it actually, I know each and every one of you who've gone through this, you know how much it actually takes to do that. It takes a lot. Because when you start trying to take advice from other people, when you're like, oh, something's weird here, my life just really went sour, it went to hell. And the only people, because you're still in that community for whatever, the only people you come across are saying, oh, it's because you have this weird blockage or whatever. Oh, it's because of your own fault. You know, the gaslighting starts. You needing to channel yet another entity to clear your energy, or you need to clear this and that in your body. You know, this is uneffing yourself from that and really needing to take a step back and everything. I've gone through all of that. And this is why this is going to be the most authentic channel you will ever find on this subject, no matter how many other channels pop up out of nowhere and try to, you know, oh, I'm going to review this New Age or that New Age, or they don't have the experience. They don't have the experience that I have gone through. And this is why I think so many people can relate to this, because, you know, I actually care about people who all of a sudden have suicidal thoughts, who actually have thoughts of self-harm, once they exit this cult-like thing, once they exit both religion and the New Age, by the way. And you're never going to hear from me how I turned from the New Age to a religion. You will never hear that from me, because both are a huge major deception, as we'll see. They both worship the same things, just different names to it. You will never hear that from me. But what I can tell you is I've gone through this, and I had my life in shambles. And I luckily had a support network in the form of family and very good friends who were able to catch me. And none of them are part of any of these deceptions, by the way. I luckily had that. I know not everyone has that. And that's where it gets really iffy and dicey. When you're somewhere in a weird mental space, you can't get, you're having all these weird mental things happening to you because you called in all these entities and no one's there to help you. And I feel that's really the real danger of this. And right now we're in so different times than we were even 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 10, 15 years ago. And we're in times where people just need to wake up. Okay, that is like the main message that I have to convey. If that's the one message that you're getting, I'm going to collapse time for you with these type of videos, with these type of messages. So first and foremost, why is this detrimental? Why is this bad? You know, both the New Age deception and religion, no matter what religion, likes to promote calling in all kinds of entities, which you are then supposed to rely on instead of being a powerful soul and relying on your own power and capabilities, your own intuition. Some of those entities are so-called angels and archangels. And in the New Age, you have, you know, the spirit guides, the ancestors, the higher self. And it's, of course, it's always a good one to follow. The higher self is the best one. Now, with religion, you have the angels in Christianity. You have, I think, even the angels in Islam. You know, you have them in Judaism. You have them all, like all of these prophetic messengers of God, whichever God it is. There's several gods, but most people think it's just one God. So, yeah, another entity you're dealing with. In other types of like Buddhism, you have the same thing, you know, very complacent. Buddhism is extremely complacent, never change your life, just be with that. So what happens when you never change your life? Nothing ever changes. So you're basically denying your own creation power with Are you in a hell realm? What is really going on with that? What does hell actually mean? Which is pretty much the same as a hell realm. Let's just be honest here. And all of the things. So I want to share my insight on this and what I've been repetitively saying for the past 3+ years, bare minimum already. And for that, we're actually going to go into some definitions of hell because there are several different versions of hell. I found at least 8 different versions of hell that, you know, different belief systems are talking about, just to give you an idea. It's mind-blowing because people always talk about, oh, it's only one hell or one hell realm. No, actually there are different versions of it and different variations of it. So let's definitely talk about it. I do believe this topic right now is becoming more relevant for several different reasons. First and foremost, you know, for some people, it seems like a form of hopium to believe, oh, you are in a hell realm, and the only thing you really need to do is kind of exit yourself out of it. And then you'll be in a place that's much better. And conveniently, the only way it appears that you can exit yourself out of it is by actually, you know, doing that, like actually, you know, either taking your own life or something. Like there's never really a solution of exiting out of it when you're still alive, which is already like very, very suspicious for that mentality in and of itself. It's very convenient to make people believe, oh, you're in hell. So of course, you know, the only solution to that is how can you get out of it by those means. But I want to maybe discuss that in a different video podcast because it's all part of this entire PSYOP and mistruther community that's been blowing up over the past few years that are consistently pushing people to their limits through those type of belief systems and consistently getting the people's hopes away from what is actually going on and, you know, really being like, oh yeah, of course, your life is hell. your life is hopeless, there's nothing worth living for, and those type of things. So in short, are we in a hell realm? No, we are not in a hell realm. I'm going to share my insight, and then we're also going to go through some definitions of what hell actually means, because I think it's very important to define what it is, which a lot of people actually don't do. You know, they assume everyone knows what hell is, but no, we're not in a hell realm right now. Like where you are right now, when you're watching this video, you're not in a hell realm. However, we are able to be in touch with that hell realm, and we're able to be in constant contact with it. One way to do it is through people that are actually from there. And so it does appear that where we are right now, let's just say we're on Earth, all right? We're in this realm called Earth, plane of existence, whatever. It does appear that there are some people, like actual embodied people, that are from hell, you know? And I know I have for sure met some people in my life that, you know, just by the actions they've done, like these are horrible actions, by the way, we're talking about murdering other people. Those, I have met those people in person in my life. That those could definitely be from hell somehow. And yeah, some of them are definitely entity infested, which also bears the question of, is it just like demonic entities that are from hell? You know, is it just because they're getting to these embodied people? Like you can't actually say a person is from hell, but no, it appears that some people actually are from hell, and they have kind of infiltrated this realm or made it to this realm, and which makes things even more confusing, because some people actually are from hell, which is why they're saying, yeah, they are from the hell realm. And then when they talk to a normal person, you know, just like you and I or whatever, who we aren't in hell, you know, but we are able to be in touch with the hell realm or with hell because of people like that. So in short, that's kind of what's going on. And then of course you have all these demonic entities. Not all of them are from hell, but some of them are, you know, different types of versions of devils, demons, all of that. Again, not every single entity, not every single AI is from hell. Like there are definitely other areas they can be from, but some are. Right now, we are more in between, you know, so if you really look at it, like, let's just say simplicity purposes, hell is here, this is Earth, and then there's another up here, which some people would call heaven, or like the heaven realms, right? And what I also find so interesting is none of these people were actually always talking about, oh my gosh, we're in a hell realm. Oh my gosh, we're in hell, yada, yada. They never talk about the complete opposite of hell, which ironically is heaven, because heaven would sound too new age or too new religious. But hell actually comes, it's a religious term, you know, it comes from those belief systems. So if you're talking about hell, you should be talking about the complete opposite, which is up here, one of the heavens or heaven, and then we are right in between here. So hell here, Earth, and then up here, heaven, whatever it is. You know, some people also, I guess, would call it paradise, but I think paradise is actually something entirely different. So we're in between that. We're kind of like sandwiched in between those. There are different layers, like I already said. There are 8 different versions of hell or the hell realm. So we're kind of here in between that. We are creating our own life. We are creating our own reality, which is why it's so important to be aware of that, because when you keep hearing about you're in hell, you're in a hell realm, and you are somehow subconsciously creating that constantly over and over again, well, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get a version of that, right? So you are creating your own reality. Now, here's where it gets interesting. There are certain portals that are open to hell reality. Now, here's that. You're going to get a version of that, right? So, well, guess what you're going to get? You're going to get a version of that, right? So you are creating your own reality. Now, here's what.
Tell that to beautiful children that are being abused every day or dying of brain cancer, leukemia, that they created their own reality because they thought of it. And they don't even know about those diseases, and they didn't have those thoughts as a baby. I think that's completely false, complete bullshit, that we're creating our own reality here. That doesn't explain away child abuse, all types, animal abuse, children with terminal illnesses, suffering for years, children born extremely deformed that did not create that reality. I don't buy this at all, of course, what she's saying here. I'm going to sample a little bit more, though. I'm going to search on her channel for hell, see what comes up.
You know, when people such as the Soul Trap community and other cults try to demonize life and call it a hell realm, maybe it's your life.
So her counter is there's some beautiful spots, and then saying maybe it's your life. Well, there can be beautiful pictures in the devil's mansion. I mean, a demon could own a beautiful mansion. It doesn't mean it's not a demon. Because she points to this, she's saying that this is proof that it's not hell because there's a picturesque place. I've been to beautiful places all over America, all over Canada, Cancun, Mexico, and other places. That doesn't mean it's not hell. It doesn't mean there's not hospitals filled with children dying right now of leukemia. Right now, there's millions of life forms being eaten alive in this realm. And all she does is wave her arm like, look at this. We're not in hell because look how pretty. Seriously? Other cults? I'm not look at this. Anyway, you can call me a cult if you want. You can call my channel a cult. You can call me a cult leader. But it doesn't take away all the evidence that I put together over all these years to show what's happening in this place. Like Life Eating Life, 10,000 plus named and documented diseases that I didn't name and document. Thousands of other people have. It's not just me that notices the disease here. Hundreds of thousands of hospitals are necessary in this realm. If it was a good realm, would even one hospital be needed? Would millions of nurses be needed? I can go on. So all it takes for her is to hold up a pretty picture, say, look at this. This proves we're not in hell because it looks pretty. Really? Seriously.
You know, when people such as the Soul Trap community and other cults try to demonize life and call it a hell realm, maybe it's you.
She has hashtag soul trap, hashtag psyop. I'm sure she is making money from her channel. Hashtag hell realm. Look at this. She's calling it a soul trap community. Mistruthers, new age deceivers. Looks great out there, somebody said. I've been to beautiful places. There are people that see my videos hiking and walking through forests, and I grew up in the Great Lakes. I've been to the oceans. Does that prove that it isn't a hell realm? I have covered her before, by the way. This one.
It's your life, you Soul Trap clown, because your life sucks and you can't get your shit together. Because honestly, you can't get your shit together because your life sucks.
So this is low IQ, non-thinking, saying because your life sucks, you can't get your shit together. Getting your shit together means getting money to travel to places, interview. Materialism. All the money in the world won't save you from what's coming. When you pass away, and that light is drawing you in these entities, none of this stuff that you're boasting about now is going to help you. Now, she looks a bit like a tiny hat with that schnoz. I think this chick might be a tiny hat. She's got a big schnoz. And I have covered her in the past. It must be maybe 2 years ago. Maybe it was 3 years ago. Time really flies. There's so many that I've analyzed over the years. But she's saying that it's your fault. Does she look at any of the stuff that I have shown? The chick on the screen. I've shown the mountains of trash in India, Pakistan, the dumps, the slums. Anyway, Excuse me. I'll play more of this.
Maybe it's your life, you soul trap clown, because your life sucks and you can't get your shit together. Because honestly, if you really go to paradise on earth or heaven on earth, your life does not resemble a hell realm. I can assure you of that. And it's usually, I always want to say, it's usually people who are like underemployed or who literally have nothing going on in their life.
It's usually people that are underemployed. She's calling us, quote, soul trap clowns. I'm retired. I'm independently wealthy. It's not a matter of money that's making me call it what it is. I show what it is. I don't just use words. I demonstrate what this place is. And if you watch my content on my channels, I don't think she will, but I'm speaking to others. It's quite obvious what this place is. And it's also quite obvious if you get reincarnated, you could be one of the starving children. You could be digging through trash on a mountain of trash to try to find scraps of food to eat. Maybe a bit of tuna in a tuna can, or a little bit of chicken that's not spoiled, or something. That could be you. You could be digging through a dumpster. You could be a child that spends their whole life of 4, 5, 7 years in a hospital. There's children that spend their whole life here in a hospital. And I can go on, but this chick doesn't see beyond herself. You would love for me and her to debate. Well, I'm not afraid of her at all. Bring it on. I have the truth on my side. That should be obvious. Where's the debate is what my question, baby. Where's the debate? What questions do you need answered or clarified by debate? Truth is on my side. With evidence, she would be annihilated. It's as simple as that. She's not even as intelligent as ones that have already been destroyed that have come on my channel. What's her evidence? Pointing her, moving her arm out and saying, look, yeah, there's pretty places. You could decorate a torture chamber and put art on the walls. So what? You could put artwork up in a dungeon or a prison on the walls. It still is what it is.
On earth or heaven on earth, your life does not resemble a hell realm. I can assure you of that. And it's usually, I always want to say,
She doesn't see the evil, then so what is she then? If she doesn't see the evil or care about suffering, what is she then? Laura? You said you can't tell what she is. I'm wondering why you can't see what she is at this point. And I'm not being mean or harsh. I just don't understand why you can't see what she is. I'm trying to understand that. She doesn't care about anyone suffering here. She mocks it and says, well, you got to get your shit together. You're soul trap clowns. Your life must suck. You must be underemployed, and it's all about money and travel. I don't know what is good that you see in her. And if you're going to say she debunks New Agers, any fool could do that. I could hire a retarded kindergartner that should be able to debunk New Agers. The New Age is simple. What else does she do? I don't know how much more obvious this could be. She doesn't care about anybody but herself. And she's showing you.
if you really go to paradise on earth or heaven on earth.
Heaven on earth. How's that heaven on earth? Pitch a tent there and don't bring food with you. Will you be able to feed yourself? If you pitched a tent on the dirt at her feet, what would feed you? What would give you water? This is simple to debunk.
your life does not resemble a hell realm. I can assure you of that. And it's usually, I always want to say, it's usually people who are like underemployed or who literally have nothing going on in their life and who live in like third world countries and are miserable, that are always the one reinforcing that, because they literally, that's the only thing they can cling on to. But we see through you. Everyone is following me, but we see through you.
It's not about liking what she says or disliking. I just see what she is. She's a deceiver. She's denying what this realm is completely. She's not mentioning evil, suffering. She's saying if you go somewhere pretty, and if you, quote, get your shit together, meaning money or a job, that you can have heaven on earth if you can just move somewhere that looks pretty. And she's saying everyone else is dangerous, and she's making money from her channel. It's as obvious gets. She's got a cheesy shamanic drum, which is new age. She's not a shaman. Calling herself shamanic self. It's just red flags galore all over this. All over her page. Her channel. The whole channel's red flags.
I really find the most miserable people want to keep you down as well, because
I covered her before with the one eyebrow that's a different color, that's some kind of medical condition. So she's saying that miserable people want to keep you down. I'm not trying to keep anyone down. No one has to watch my channel or listen to me or believe anything I'm saying. But smart people can look at this realm and say, all the evil and suffering that I've pointed out exists. You don't have to trust me or believe me. You can observe it on your own. Now, does she do that? I don't think so. She's going to point somewhere and say, look, this is paradise.
they will never show you that this exists and this exists. And
Oh, no, I've been to both oceans, the main ones in North America, Atlantic and Pacific, and in the Gulf of Mexico. Been to Florida, California, East Coast, West Coast, Vancouver. What's your point that this exists? I could show you mountains, forests, Great Lakes. What's your point? Beauty's put there to give you the illusion to dupe simpletons like you, to say, well, hey, Laura, pay for it and find out. Let us know. That's a good comment, actually. You just wonder what's the keys to get out. Well, Laura, I gave you my views. I don't think that you're quite on board with what I'm doing on my channel if you're falling for this. That's my honest view. If you can't see through this, you said you see through them all except her. I don't know how you can't see through this. That's what I'm wondering. I don't know how you can't see through an obvious scammer. I don't know. So if you go to a beautiful place, no one gets your shekels for 14 years. Oh. Are you that Laura? Salty, that's a funny comment. You never know. But you really do seem attached to this, Laura. So I'm wondering, what is this? Are you trolling me, or I'm trying to take it seriously, but it's hard to with this that pops up. Hashtag soul trap, hashtag psyop. So because there's a landscape that looks pretty, this can't be a hell realm or a soul trap, according to her. And you're saying you don't like this. Well, okay, it's just that the program. Well, it's just that you have to pay for something. So, no, wish I was making those shekels. So I'm confused at this point. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but this is very weird.
They will never show you that. Will never show you that this exists.
They will never show you. That's a lie. I've had videos of beautiful footage, of free footage, where it's public domain, it's not copyright. I have videos playing where it's all beautiful nature in the background, and I speak about what nature actually is. I have videos like that, so this is a lie. They will never show you this. This chick doesn't even look like a woman. I don't even know for sure what that is with that chin and that bone structure. This might be a dude. So you're enticed by her putting a price tag on something, saying you got to pay for it. It's the keys. It's not about feelings, whether you like something or not. It's about the truth. Like, do you want to get recycled and suffer a whole lifetime just because she points to something on a video and says it's not a hell realm because look at this view? I mean, this is just incredible. Anyway. Do you want me to fly you to Hawaii? Is that what you want?
This exists, and this exists, and that we can have a version of and this exists, and that this exists. They will never show you that this exists and this exists.
I will show you if you want every beautiful place in the world. Oh, she hasn't got you to pay. Yeah, you keep saying you wonder. She is dangling the keys, shiny gold keys, pay now. Oh, it's remarkable. What's her pay? This is just so obvious. You said you can't see through this one. You don't know about her. Well, I'm not even sure what to say.
And that we can have a version of a so-called paradise or a heaven on earth, if you want to put it that way, because they are just so miserable. They want to keep you miserable as well. So don't forget.
I'm not miserable, and I don't want to make anyone miserable. I've said you can live anywhere on earth, but you're still in a hell realm. Even if you owned your own island. I've talked about all this before. You could own land. You could own your own private island. That island is still in a hell realm. Because you're surrounded by suffering that some of you want to go into denial and psychologically block out and not think about, like her. Like the light eyebrow, one dark eyebrow, and one white or gray, whatever. Looks white to me. I can't remember the name of that medical condition, but she does have a condition. A genetic condition to have one eyebrow like that. And she has some of the strangest bone structure in her face and jaw. That chin.
Get to live your life. Don't miss out on this by following people who have zero clue and who are just really so.
Zero clue. So it's all insults. Where's your evidence that this isn't a hell realm? Is this it? Pointing to a picturesque place and saying, well, is that it?
So sad.
I'm not done with the review, but you're welcome. I'm going to carry on with this. I've reviewed those 2 shorts, mocking Hellrom, hashtag Soul Trap. She might have even been on my channel at some point. I wouldn't be surprised because of the terms used, the hashtags, but where's the evidence? The key's out. Jesus key hell. Oh my goodness. What's this? 2 years ago. Is this an ad to buy her program? Is that what it is?
One of the chambers, one tour guide was saying,
I think she's Jewish. I saw the side view.
one of the chambers, one.
Now that's quite a schnoz. I think she could be related to Tony Sayers. Has she been on Tony Sayers' show? I think she has the same nose. Is this the sister of Tony Sayers? Is she related to Tony? Is this his sister? Is this his sister? If you think someone's going to sell you the keys to freedom, I don't think that you quite understand the message that I put forward in my channel. Is this Tony Sayers' sister? I think it's a tiny hat. I don't think there's any way she's European. I think that's straight out of Tel Aviv. I think that's a Mrs. Big Nose. I think that's a Mrs. Big Nose. Hold on, I'm not done the review, everyone. Please bear with me, please. I'm just getting started. I just put the bacon on the grill. I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started. I'm just cooking. I'm just getting started. I think I'm onto something here. Here she is, Mrs. Big Nose. I think I found either Tony's sister or his ex-girlfriend, the one that dumped him. Here she is. Okay. My goodness. My goodness. Look what we have here. That's her. That's her. I'm not just reviewing, I'm exposing this. My goodness, she's got nostrils like you wouldn't believe. She's got nostrils like you wouldn't believe. This chick. What in the world is going on here? I found another big nose. It's a Big Nose Club. Now, I'm not even doing this trying to be mean. I'm just like, look at this. If she's European, then I'm Jesus Christ. All right? I'm Jesus if she's European. I'm Jesus. I'm Black Jesus. If she's European, I'm Black Jesus. Because I don't think that's a European. I think that's a big nose, matzo ball super, Tel Aviv deceiver. That's what I think. I'm going to tell you what I think. Oh, shit. The phone's ringing. What's going on here? Hold on, everybody. Hello? Hello? No way. Is it? It's you? What are you calling here for? You're calling to defend another fellow big noser. Mushroom Coyote is calling in, saying, I think that their nose is bigger. What? Wait, are you saying her nose is bigger than yours? You were born as a female. You got the bigger schnoz. Is your schnoz bigger than hers? They want a nose fight. Which one's going to take it by a nose? This one or this one? Nose versus nose. Both supposedly female. Nose versus nose. Biological, are they both female biologically? Nose versus nose. Mushrooms, big schnoz, big honker. Hack, 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 hack. Versus this one. Like, look at this. Get out of here, Mushroom. I kicked Mushroom off here. Go away, Mushroom. Now, where's Tony Sayers? I gotta compare these. This has to be done for scientific research purposes, people. This has to be done for scientific research purposes. That nose indicates that she loves lasagna. Yeah, it sure couldn't be a tiny hat with a big schnoz, right? It's got to be a lasagna lover. She would prefer lasagna over the matzo ball soup. Just, oh my goodness, look at Tony. Tony showed up. Oh, the big schnoz and the goblin teeth. Is that your sister, Tony? Tony, you didn't want to come on my show. Remember, you chickened out. You said that, oh, El Diablo, that means devil in Spanish. You're such a genius. You didn't want to come on here. I'd love to have this chick on here. Please invite her on here, everyone. Can you please invite her on here? I'd love to have a conversation with her on as a guest. You know, I suspected it when I saw from the straight on view. I was just waiting for a video where she turned her head to the side. I had a suspicion. I had a suspicion that it was just another big honker. And how many are there now? It's a growing number, isn't it? That's quite a beak. That's quite a beak. That's a mountain on the face. That's not a schnoz. That's not a pretty little nose. That's a mountain. Now, where is she in that video? Is that somewhere in Jerusalem? I mean, Jesus Christ, what is going on here? Oh, here's another beak showed up. Look at this. Here's another beak. Another big nose. Here's another big nose. Uh-oh. Taylor Swift. The powdered douchebag. Big beak. I've not heard them. I've seen them type it saying he's attractive. And what are some of you women looking at? How big of a nose do you need? Look at that beak. That's a big beak. That's some tiny little beady squirrely eyes. He's got some Dolores Cannon-ass eyes and a big beak and funny teeth and a big pot belly. And some women on YouTube are like, oh, he's attractive. I don't know what's wrong with some of you. That's a beak. I don't believe he's European. I think that's why he defends the darkies so much. He's got the red bricks, the masonry. I think he's a tiny hat. And I think this one is too. And maybe some of you are going to learn how the tiny hats are agents all over YouTube. They don't just control the mainstream media. They control this. Where's your evidence that this isn't a soul trick, hell realm? Where's your evidence? Because the schnoz isn't enough. That's not evidence. I'm not fooled by the schnoz. She's got to bring more than that big honker. And I notice patterns, and there's a pattern here. What do I mean? I'm going to show you more. I'm not done yet, people. We're going to go with this. We're going to roll with it. Let's roll with it. So there's a big honker. I showed you Flo Gay, Taylor Swift, with the beak. And this guy, he's got rocks in his head. He's a Sopranos reject. He claims he's from the Bronx. He claims he's Italian and Greek. Look at that schnoz. Is that his sister? Now that looks similar. The big nostrils, not just a big nose. Look at the nostrils. You could fit three man-sized fingers up that nostril. And look at the chin. And look at this. She's got more of a chin than he does. Who has a stronger chin and a bigger chin? Her or him? You know, it's a bit weird. He's got the sloping forehead, but he's got kind of a bump in his nose. So does she. She doesn't just have a beak. Let's see. This is crazy. I think that might be his sister. I'm wondering if it's his sister instead of Tony Sayers. They look alike a lot. I'm going to narrow it down, though. We're going to figure this out. Could be his sister. Let's see. I'm still searching for more. There's a big pattern of these big noses, though. These liars on YouTube have these big schnozzes. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. This are people that are tuned in watching. I'm looking at another screen. Are you seeing the pattern here with the big schnozzes? Why do so? Oh my goodness! This is Chad from Open Your Reality. Remember that guy? Does anyone remember him? Let's see if I have another picture of him. I'm looking on my computer. Chad, he's got the big anteater. I'll show him from the front just a sec. Shit. Is that... Anyway, hold on. This one. He's got the anteater nose. Is it his sister? There's a pattern. How come so many of these YouTubers that claim to be truthers have this big schnoz? I just want to know. I'm curious. Why is there such a pattern here? Anyway, I notice a big time pattern with this.
Tour guide was saying that
her voice seems masculine. It doesn't seem feminine. It seems like that phlegmy. Well, I don't know if I'll say phlegmy, but it seems weird. Where was she? Oh, she's in Jerusalem. She actually is in Jerusalem here. She's in Jerusalem with that schnoz.
there's a key held to open up a door somehow, either the door to this in the back or through a chamber. Just got like a few glimpses of what the tour guide was saying.
Oh my goodness. There's something very weird about this. I almost said chick. I'll just say this being. This being. Something odd. Now, I'm not accusing it of being a trans in disguise, but I still lean it more towards it being female. I'm trying to do, I don't know if I'll say I'm doing a transvestigation, but it might be a mixture. It could be a, how can I put it? It might have an innie and an outie. It might be a double. It might have both in the pants. I don't know. And I'm not trying to be rude with this. I'm just trying to see what's going on here for real, because this is weird. Her voice is weird. I picked up on that immediately. The voice doesn't sound female or feminine. And I know there's women that have a voice that isn't to the taste of men, but it's very strange. I don't know yet if this is a chick. Look at that jawline beneath the ear. Do you see the part beneath the earlobe? That's very sharp. Women are usually carry more body fat for one thing, and it's just very sharp jawline, like almost angular is what I'm thinking of. Angular, sharp and angular. Very odd. And I don't know if I'm seeing things. Is that a bit of an Adam's apple showing? I'm not saying it's a dude, but if it's a female, it's a very masculinized one. There's nothing coming across here that's feminine energy. To me, it's very odd. It's not just the schnoz. The angular, sharp jaw, and there's a lot. The voice, for example, seems like it might be, it could be hormonal, could be on some big hormones.
And that key is
It's a strange face, very long face, very dark black pit eyes here. The eyes are just, to me, the eyes look demonic, as demonic as any in the Black Eyed Club that I've shown over the years, not just in this live stream. I'll take a screenshot here and I'll show you closer up. And this is a lot of what I go by, not just them attacking and mocking Soul Trap and Hell Realm, but with no evidence to prove, let's say, prove me wrong. It has black eyes. It's part of the Black Eyes demonic club when it comes to the eyes. Just a second. Put this up for 1 sec. Very, almost a granite squared off jaw, not just the chin, but the whole jawline. It doesn't seem right. It seems off. And this here, black eyes. Very dark, deep black eyes, like black tar pits. Yeah, she kind of has a hexagon now that I'm looking at it. You're welcome. I'm happy to cover this. I did cover her in short videos, and I might have covered her in live streams in the past. Years ago, I think. Somebody mentioned the year, but it's been a while. But she's got very dark, black. There's no light in these eyes. There should be light in a person's eyes. Even if you have dark eyes, there's just no light in them. That, to me, looks like a demonic deceiver. It's not just, oh, haha, she's got a big schnoz. There's darkness in those eyes.
held by what? The Muslim family.
And where is she? She's in Jerusalem. Now, who would go to Jerusalem? Why would anyone even want to go there? That's odd in itself. And this is 2023. She went to Jerusalem. Jesus key hell. I thought this isn't hell. Like, what's she talking about? Is she talking about Jesus going to hell? Is she a believer in the Freemasonic Bible? Bible? I don't know. She just doesn't seem, well, doesn't seem. I don't think she has a clue what this realm is. Put it that way. I don't think this chick, shamanic self, I don't know what her real name is. I don't think she has a clue what this realm is at all.
So all of these religions meshed together, there's a reason for that. Hi guys. So earlier this year, I got the chance to visit Jerusalem, as you may or may not know, and that was part of my Middle Eastern tour.
Middle Eastern tour. So she likes to brag about traveling. She's one of these travel chicks. Did you trade in your jaw and your nose when you went to Israel? There's a man behind you that kind of an angry look and a schnoz on him. And I think your nose puts his to shame. I think you nose-mogged the guy over your shoulder. I think this chick nose-mogged the guy over her shoulder. I think her nose is double his size. I'm going to show you what I mean. There's a guy over her, I almost said his, but her shoulder. I do think she's female, but I think hormonally she might have been messed up in life. I wouldn't be surprised if she has messed up estrogen levels, some kind of hormonal imbalance or something, because she's very masculinized. She's not feminine at all. I mean, right down to bone structure. So that goes back to the womb. That's not just something that occurs during life or even puberty. She's got messed up genetics and hormones, I think. She's got messed up hormones, I think, and genes, genetics. Do you see the guy over her shoulder on the right-hand side of this picture? The screenshot? He's got a mean look, and he's got a schnoz. Well, he's in Israel after all. But I think that she nose mogs him. I think that her nose puts his to shame. And look how dark those eyes are on her outdoors. That's in natural outdoor lighting. And they're just black. They're black. It's not in bad lighting indoors at night without a flash. They're black. They're black.
It was pretty intense, and there was definitely a lot of insight that came through. Let's put it that way.
The voice is strange. Look how big the chin is. Look at the chin. That's not normal for a female. That would be even considered a large chin if it was on a guy. That's abnormally big, that chin. That chin is not normal for a female. She must have some kind of condition that goes along with the white eyebrow. Does anyone know what the white eyebrow means? White eyebrow, just a second. I'm Googling it. Mutations. Yeah, it's genetic. But anyway, I'm not going to dig too deep. I've been up all night and all morning, so I'm not going to dig too deeply on that. It isn't that important, but she has some genetic thing when it comes to the white eyebrow and that schnoz, the face shape, the big jaw. It's very strange. And the voice. Very odd. But the voice kind of matches the oddly shaped face, the big chin. And if women doubt me, look at your own chin. It was a birthmark that turned the eyebrow white. Hello, Seth. A birthmark. Salty said it's called XXY. German, yeah. A lot of Jews hide behind. I'm German. We're from Germany. Well, I've known German people. They usually don't look that way. Okay, there's something something there. That's something else. She doesn't have to travel to Hawaii or places to see mountains. I think she has one on her face. All she has to do is look in a mirror. You don't have to worry about traveling, trying to impress people with traveling like she does. Just look in a mirror. You got a goddamn mountain right in your face. You got some scenery. All right, lady. She's got a mountain. She's got a chin on her. That's a 3 helicopter chin. I'm trying to figure out how a birthmark puts the eyebrow like that. That's a 3 helicopter chin, everyone. I don't know if people know what I mean by that, if they've been around on my channel a long time. Three helicopter chin. It means you could land 3 helicopters there. It's a lot of area on that chin. You look what's below the bottom lip to the tip of the chin. Is it mean or is it true? I think it's true. That's quite a chin on her. Cheekbones. Look at the bone structure of the face. See, I don't know for sure what that is. I'm not going to jump to conclusions, but very odd.
Vatican having the keys, which they do have keys on their flag. Fun fact. How are we supposed to get the keys to our doorway out of here from the Vatican?
So, the keys to our doorway out. Well, you called this heaven on earth just recently. And 3 years ago in September, you're wanting the keys out? Why would you ever want out? You have heaven on earth. Why would you even want out? Such a great place, according to you, lady.
Figuratively or literally, either way, it's borderline laughable. Should we embark on an expedition to Antarctica too and scale the ice wall to escape? Well, you can do whatever you want in Antarctica. I'm personally not drawn to Antarctica because Antarctica is not what they say it is, first of all. There are already people who've told other people or who've told other channels how they're...
This is another reason why I would say women are not leaders of truth. Because they're more like this chick on YouTube. I mean, women with a YouTube channel that make videos that claim to be for truth. They're usually like this chick. Look at the darkness in those eyes. That's what I can't get over. Wow. That's crazy. Reviewing religion. She's reviewing an obvious fraud, Elizabeth April. I could see how she could hook in some people saying, look, I'm exposing these new agers like this one.
Hi guys, welcome back. And today I want to do yet another review on a false psychic and actually a pretty dangerous person of the New Age. Her name is Elizabeth April. I have already done quite a few reviews on her, so I've been consistently speaking up against her since 2020 on. I had one review from 2022, which has been really blowing up, and I'm getting a lot of new questions and a lot of new this and that's from people who haven't actually known her for that long and don't really know what this person is up to, and who just came across the review that I posted a few years ago. So without further ado, I'm just going to explain what exactly is up with this woman, why she's dangerous, and all of the things, my own personal experience, meaning my own personal readings I have had with her. So this is the review. It was reposted on this channel, but I originally aired it in August 2022. And I got quite a few comments, like recent comments below. Some of them are quite good, I do have to say.
She has the long, long arms as well. Very weird.
that. So the awakening is there. You know, people are finally waking up to a lot of these fraudsters, noticing that these people just aren't making sense. They aren't adding up. And the person we are going to review is this one, Elizabeth April. She now has accumulated more than 500K followers on her Instagram, on her YouTube. No idea about her Facebook. But it's very clear, you know, that a lot of these are obviously not real followers, more like bot followers. But unfortunately, it does appear to be that she's attracting a few real humans as well, looking at the interaction that my reviews have been getting lately. So I want to give you an idea of how many she had around 3.5 years ago. It was like 116K on her Instagram, just to give you an idea of how these people blow up. We're going to go through a few of the comments here. So people are saying she just wants the money. She looks like a clone of another New Age grifter, Lily Nova Starseed. All of those things. I listened to her, and to be honest, I felt off sometimes when I listened to her. This is good. This is great. We're going to go through a few comments that she's getting on her actual material, such as this one where she's channeling an entity named Jesus. And a comment came up where, how do I know that you're even talking to Jesus? And I was like, this is the best comment ever. Like, people are waking up even on her feed and everything. And then I got comments that something feels off about EA. Here's a great one. I realized reading from a paper, repeating her stories, which I think are fake, nonstop advertising for her website. I've had enough of her.
Jesus? Elizabeth April was channeling Jesus? I can do that. Hold on. Jesus, are you there? Jesus, are you there? I helped write a song for you. I have a woman singing it. I wrote it a while ago. Jesus. Jesus, are you there? Jesus. Jesus, turn it up.
Jesus, sweet Jesus on a pogo stick. Jesus, Mary and Joseph, Jesus in a tiny tree house, Jesus on roller skates. Black Jesus, my Tigers, purple and gold, dolphin Jesus.
Mexican Jesus, yo home. Mexican Jesus, yo home. Jesus loves tacos. Jesus loves tacos, not putos. No, putos. Jesus loves you.
Yes, I know, and the Bible tells you so. Jesus loves cancer. Yes, I know, every liar tells you so. God loves cancer. God loves death. God loves disease and cigarettes. God is awesome. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above. He fucks your minds with false love and watches you suffer with love. Jesus tastes salty and sweet. Taste Jesus at church. Swallow Jesus down nice and deep. Swallow Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Eat up Jesus. Sweet Jesus, the morning star. Jesus loves you drunks at the bar. Jesus loves the homeless bums. Jesus loves vodka, gin, coke, and rum. Jesus loves you, yes I know, and even tells you so. Jesus loves floods, earthquakes, and tornadoes. He loves you lying hoes. Jesus loves prayers and wishes. He loves to be praised by you dumb bitches. Dolphin Jesus. Jesus loves you inside out. Jesus hates when you doubt that he's good and perfect. Don't you dare question dumb dumbs. Love the Lord, love the Lord. Love your hippie Jesus. Love the Lord, love the Lord. But Jesus on the cross cried tears of joy. Jesus is coming back, bitches, to make you his fuck toys and rock your world. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Bitches and hoes. 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 Jesus loves murder. Jesus loves genocide and gay pride. Wee. Yippee. Jesus loves to see you all suffer and we praise Jesus. Amen. Praise Jesus. Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you, zombies.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I wrote that song many months ago, quite a few months ago. Lyrics by me. Now, liars on YouTube would say that's AI. AI wrote it. No, I wrote it. I wrote the lyrics. I'm a songwriter. I'm a lyricist. I'm a singer. I'm a poet. I'm an artist. I'm a philosopher. I'm a mad Viking. I'm a madman. And some people have said that I'm the greatest thinker ever on earth. I didn't even have to pay them to say that. I didn't ask for their shekels. I don't ask for your money at all. For the liars that say, well, he has artwork that he has for sale. I've sent my artwork for free to people all over the realm. Everywhere. Thousands of dollars worth. I'm showing you how wrong you are, most of you, in this realm. Because most people do want to follow the greedy and the shills. Most in this realm do. Whether you're religious or not. That's what most people do. Follow whatever you want. Believe whatever you want. But rare are the truth seekers in this realm. And by truth seeker, I don't want people to think, well, I'm just seeking the truth and gullible. Look at this. Wait a second. Look at the arms on this.
Hi guys, how are you?
She has some kind of genetic disorder. I don't think that's just a birthmark. There's something weird about this. Now, whether it's giants, I don't know. Very, very odd, though. How tall is this weird chick? She's 6'6" and a string bean. What is going on here?
Would be fitting me. I do have a hat face and everything. I love hats, but my friends couldn't wear those hats because their heads would be way too small. So that's another interesting fact. That's just kind of how I know I used to be one of those giants. Gene inside of me, because I'm also pretty tall for people who don't know that, and you can tell by my hands, supposedly, according to Scotty Boy. But basically, when I try on hats, most of the time, I know some people might think this because there are a lot of haters. It's not because I'm a transgender man or whatever. I am a woman, but I'm a giant.
Oh, wow. Haters. Some people have wondered if it's trans. I'm not the first to wonder. I didn't accuse it. But there's something strange about this. It's not just tall with big hands. It's very odd.
Carved out by the giants. So some of us used to be the giants too. I do think I was a giant at one point, or people that I'm dealing with, like other souls that I'm dealing with. When I look at my head, and this is something I noticed 2016 and on, way before I even knew about any of these concepts, I would take a picture. You know how people take selfies? And my head next to another person's head, we would be like a group of girls or whatever. My head would always look ginormous compared to these other people's heads. And I also remember how when trying on hats and all of that, I know it's not because, I know some people might think this because there are a lot of haters. It's not because I'm a transgender man or whatever. I am a woman. Think this because there are a lot of haters. It's not because I'm a transgender man or whatever. I am a woman, but I'm a giant woman. So basically, I have like the giant gene inside of me because I'm also pretty tall for people who don't know that, and you can tell by my hands, supposedly, according to Scotty Boy. But basically, when I try on hats, most of the time, hats would be fitting me. I do have a hat face and everything. I love hats, But my friends couldn't wear those hats because their heads would be way too small. So that's another interesting fact. That's just kind of how I know I used to be one of those giants. And anyhow, so everything.
So that's how she knows she used to be. She's not just saying she has a giantism gene. She's saying she used to be one of those giants because she's got a big head that's way too big. Her hats are way too big to fit her friends, so that's how she knows she used to be one of those giants. Now, I'm not attracted to this thing, but I'm starting to get fascinated by the strangeness of it. Look at those paws. I mean, look at the hands. She said she is a giant woman. She didn't say how tall she is. I wonder if she's 6'6". Talk about an oddity. We found a real oddity here. Strange shoulders for sure. Hank would love her yellow top. She does have strange shoulders. R.I., there's nothing about her that isn't strange. It's all strange. I know that's bad grammar. I put it that way on purpose. It's all strange with this thing. Top to bottom. Hands, arms, wrist. Look at the size of the wrist. Look at the wrist. That's not a woman's wrist. Now, I'm not accusing it of being trans. It might have a giantism gene, but that's weird. That's a big wrist for a female. Okay, and I'm assuming at this point that it's female. That's a big wrist. It is. That's unusual. Okay, the hand size, the wrist. That's not a female wrist. Women's wrists are more dainty compared to men, especially if they're thin. She's not obese. She's not huge. Look at the size of that wrist for a thin arm. It's very weird. That's a long arm. She could reach out and grab you. I mean, you could be in California. She could be in New York City, and you could say high five, and she'll just reach out and grab you. She could high five you across America. Look at that. That's a long arm. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. And she claims that she used to be a giant. She's of the giants, and she used to be a giant.
These other people's heads. And
I'm wondering what I'm looking at, because you look at the size of that hand and look at this thing. This is bizarre.
okay, so replacing God with a God in the Bible. So for example, there's like a sky god, etc. But even the sky has been hijacked. And so basically the question is, where are we really, right? Okay, so what I got somehow, that the reason Atlantis ended, like, we're still in Atlantis, don't get me wrong. Okay, so you haven't watched that one Atlantis video that I made where we're still in it, where it's kind of
We're still in Atlantis, she's claiming. Oh, wow.
like a computer program that keeps, it's kind of broken. So it keeps recycling us over and over in here again. That's where we are. So it's a broken.
Does she have a boyfriend? What kind of man would want her? I can't, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm sorry, people, bear with me, but the white eyebrow, the giant head, the big hands, the long arms, the voice. She ever had a boyfriend, or is she a virgin? I have to wonder.
Broken computer, it keeps rebooting and it keeps replaying scenarios too. That's basically where we are. Everything went underground after Atlantis. So where are we? Inner Earth. We're inside. We're in something called Inner Earth, Cave Earth. So where are we? Inner Earth. We're inside after Atlantis. So where are we? Inner Earth. We're in.
Inner Earth, everyone. We're inside. We're underground. We're in caves. we're in inner Earth. Wow. The Earth is hollow. We're in inner Earth.
Side. We're in something called inner Earth, cave Earth. It's carved out by the giants. So some of us used to be the giants too. I do think I was a giant at one point, or people that I'm dealing with, like other souls that I'm dealing with. When I look at my head, and this is something I noticed 2016 and on, way before I even knew about any of these concepts, I would take a picture. You know how people take selfies? And my head next to another person's head, we would be like a group of girls or whatever. My head would always look ginormous compared to these other people's heads. And I also remember, like a group of girls or whatever, my head would always look ginormous compared to these other people's heads. And I also remember how when trying on hats and all of that, I know it's not because I know some people might think this, because there are a lot of haters. It's not because I'm a transgender man or whatever. I am a woman, but I'm a giant woman. So basically, I have like the giant gene inside of me, because I'm also pretty tall, for people who don't know that. And you can tell by my hands, supposedly, according to Scotty Boy. But basically, when I try on hats, most of the time, hats would be fitting me. I do have a hat face and everything. I love hats. But my friends couldn't wear those hats because their heads would be way too small. So that's another interesting fact. That's just.
I'm going to agree with the giant. She has a giant nose gene. She's got a giant schnoz and a giant body, giant chin, giant hands. This is bizarre. So everyone, you're in Atlantis right now, and you're underground in a cave, according to this giantess.
Kind of how I know I used to be one of those giants. And anyhow, so everything kind of got, so there was this meteor somehow. I don't know if it was a meteor or some other natural stuff. I don't think it was necessarily, it could have been an AI creation. Don't get me wrong.
Question to the audience, please respond in the chat. Do you think she might have a giant vagina and a giant clitoris if she has giant hands, giant skull, giant nose, giant chin, giant arms length, probably giant feet? Do you think she has a giant vagina?
Don't get me wrong, but there was like a destruction. Okay, not just here, but also on other planets. But basically, was the Atlantis really here? I'm not sure. Where we are right now is inner Earth, and we're not outside on the Earth atmosphere where we think we are, where NASA and all these other organizations want us to believe we are. We're not there. We're in inner Earth. We're in this carved out reality, and it's carved out by the giants. So I call it the cave Earth too. And when you look up and you see the sky, you're not really seeing the sky. You're seeing like this overlay. And I already got that back in 2020. I have like videos on my Odyssey for people who want to dig into that. It might be worth another video though. So the same with, I don't think we're under like a snowball globe or whatever either. I think we're legit in inner Earth. Okay, just want to like.
So if we're not in a matrix, not in a soul trap or soul trick, and this isn't a hell realm, why would you ever need keys to escape? I'm confused about that. You need keys, but you're not in, you're claiming it's not a hell realm. It's not a soul trick. What would you need keys for then? Aren't you already free? Giantess?
Just kind of be very clear about that. Okay. That's what I saw. So it makes sense because sometimes the air feels really stuffy, you know, and you can kind of just explain it away with mainstream science or whatever, but not really. And it would make sense if everything was kind of moved underground. A lot of things make more sense. We're basically in this illusion of things, like they're projecting all these things onto us. They're projecting the stars onto us and all of that. Okay, so Atlantis was not a program, but it was distorted. Okay, for people who think Atlantis didn't exist, it did exist. We all carry different keys out of this reality. And there are location keys. So the reason I myself, and also a few others I know that are drawn to traveling all over the world. You know, I myself am working through a list of countries I still need to go to. The reason we're drawn to these different areas, and they usually are pretty remote. Like I remember I was always drawn to like the most remote part in Colombia or you know, Mexico or Malaysia or whatever. The reason for that is because there are certain keys in certain locations, and we are able to kind of energetically retrieve those once we become aware of that. So there were multiple gods in the Bible. The Bible is giving you a script. There's one God that was splitting the sea. You know, there was one God that was able to call upon a storm or whatever, all these different gods. What else do we have to cover here? I gotta go through my list of things. The cross in the Vatican. So the cross means deception. The cross right here, like I already said in other videos, it's obstructing. When you have a cross, when you're wearing a cross energetically, it's obstructing. Some people think it protects them from psychic attacks. Not necessarily. It calls a lot of psychic entities into your field, like angels, archangels, all of that. So you probably don't want that in your field. But in the essence of it, so the entire cross story with Jesus being nailed to the cross, I'm going to cover that in a different video. Okay, that aside, the cross has been hijacked. Okay, so it's not the original meaning of we're going to honor Jesus the way he died, which he didn't die at the cross, by the way. It was just another part of the story, but it wasn't the full story. Shocker, I know. Been trying to dig through this for a long time, so I'm kind of happy I found answers on it. But a cross is in the way. So whenever you see people like archaics, which is X at the end, X equals the cross, it's deception and it obstructs. So when I kind of was looking at this in the sense of there was this church image, there was this picture of Jesus in the background, but there was a cross right in front of it, meaning it's obstructing the real view onto Jesus somehow. Okay, so it wasn't like Jesus nailed to a cross this time around, but it was like a random cross in the church. And then there was a picture of Jesus on the sea right after. I'm like, the cross is in the way. It's obstructing everything that we need to know about this entire Jesus story, which I do think he was around. I don't think he's a fictional character, but he wasn't around the way Christians think he was around. Okay. Okay, so the cross is in the way. The 144,000, the program 144,000. So when people are like, oh, I'm one of those special 144,000, it felt like an archaic type of program. Archaics, the person who was debunked on this channel because he's a plagiarizer and a fraud, he is part of that program somehow. He's part of these entities. So it's like an archaics type of program, similar to angels, archangels. It's just another type of program, another portal opened up by them. By them, I mean part of these controllers that are part of the Matrix reality, all behind the.
Jason from Archaics channel kicked me off his show, his live stream. He couldn't handle me. It must have been, I don't know, a year ago. He couldn't handle me. And I don't think this giantess could handle me either. I don't think so. I don't think she could. I don't think she could. I don't think she can handle me.
The cross stands in the way of a lot of things. Okay, so it's similar to how a wall is not really a wall either, but it's basically just an optical illusion behind the veil. You know, when you kind of see a wall between one room to another, the wall actually doesn't even exist necessarily, but it's in a way it does.
Not to be crude or gross or crass here, but what kind of tampons does she use if she's got a giant clam? Like, look at the size of the fingers in the hand. Does she have a vagina? Does she have a clam that could accommodate a rolling pin or a telephone pole? I don't know what I'm looking at here, but this is kind of a freak show. It's become like, what is this? What size rings does she have on her fingers? Could they be from Andre the Giant? I don't know.
It does, but if you break it down to the smallest atom, it actually doesn't exist. It's so interesting. Like the more you go into this, the more deeper you kind of go down the rabbit hole. So sometimes you can see like the matrix grid on things. That's the best way I can explain it. The matrix grid looks like grids, and actually similar two small crosses or whatever. Deceptions like archaics are dragging you down and distracting you. Okay, so archaics, it's all just a distraction. Oh yeah, Adam and Eve. So, okay, the cross symbol keeps it all hidden in the dark, the entire Jesus story. A meteor wiped us all out. Death and destruction is a recurring theme. Death and destruction didn't only happen here on this earth realm, but also in many other realms. Call them other planets, other star systems, whatever, which I do think they existed at one point. Like the Orion Wars are very valid, just not in the way the New Agers want you to believe they are. Okay, so the notes are a bit all over the place, but basically,
Where's the truth part? I'm waiting for her to tell the truth other than Archaics being a fraud. That's all I can say. Yeah, I agree with that. The rest, what is this? What is it? It just seems like a jumbled mess of her just spewing out shit.
were Adam and Eve lab created. Our bodies, so Adam and Eve is basically us. That's all there's to it. Our bodies were perhaps lab created by the
Adam and Eve is not us. So Adam and Eve, in your view, lady, were the original humans. You're saying it's us. So they had sex and had children. Then who did the children procreate with and have sex with? Well, their mother? Are you saying, like Christians, that we're all a product of thousands of years of incest? Like, you're just a weirdo. You don't logic. You don't have logic. You don't have a logical mind. I saw through that as a child. Well, Adam and Eve, man and woman, one man, one woman. If they had children, babies, the babies grew up into, let's say, boys or a combination of boys and girls. Then what? Then what? Do you believe you're a product of thousands and thousands of years of incest? Are you retarded? You'd have to be.
these, whoever, call them, whoever created that, Nephilims, Anunnaki, whether or not they are Anunnaki, it's irrelevant.
Just all over the place. Anunnaki, Nephilim, whoever did that. She's just all over the place. She doesn't make sense. I think she might be mentally ill or something. She's kind of a freak in terms of her body, but mentally, I think she's probably mentally ill. Beyond just a grifter, I think she's mental.
Were perhaps lab created by these, our bodies. So Adam and Eve is basically us. That's all there's to it. Our bodies were perhaps lab created by these, whoever, call them, whoever created that, Nephilims, Anunnaki, whether or not they are Anunnaki, it's irrelevant. The bodies were perhaps lab created, but our souls are not, and they can't replicate a soul. And that's something you need to understand. So a soul cannot be replicated. You can try to copy paste a lot of things, but not the soul, which is why they're trying to splinter the soul apart and take us away from all the soul pieces that we deserve to pull back together. So the way I saw this entire lab thing, Adam and Eve being lab created, is basically like cotton fields in a lab. It was like kind of like these little, just like a cotton field. It's like one little white thing with so not that all people are white, it had nothing to do with that, but kind of like a cotton thing, but they can't replicate the spark, the divine spark. So we were all, and this is where it gets interesting. So Adam and Eve lab created, perhaps their body, not their soul, but we were all expelled from paradise, not just them. We were all expelled from paradise. So there's more to that story, which is worth a read. And here's another thing that I just found out a bit more recently. AI was wearing a snake ring. So this clone was wearing the snake ring, earring. Sorry, it was like an earring. And the snakes, for me, when they show up in sessions, they're usually not good. Okay, I know some people here on my old channel used to defend the snakes and be like, snakes are good, they're Kundalini awakening, they're blah, blah, blah. The snake is not a good, when I see the snake, it's not a good symbol. It means entities are trying to take over. So what if the snake in paradise really was AI? So what if that entire story that they're telling us about in the Bible, there's more to the story? You know, maybe the actual snake, it had nothing to do with the apple. Maybe the apple stands for something, like the fruit that's within us or whatever. I feel these are all just picturesque things they're talking about for real things that occurred. So there was a snake in this paradise. We were all expelled from this paradise, though. And paradise could have literally been the Atlantis, the original Atlantis, or Lemuria. So what if the snake in paradise really was AI? You know, the Nephilim fallen angel energy, and it was AI trying to take us out of there. And it did get us out of there. So we were all, in a way or another, expelled from paradise. We have to find out how. That's like the next prerogative, for me at least, how we were expelled from it. But yeah, it's so hard because we keep getting mind wiped every single time. It's like a computer program that keeps rebooting itself over and over again. And it's just we keep getting mind wiped every single time. We keep getting mind wiped every single time. We keep getting mind wiped every single time. It's like a computer program that keeps rebooting itself over and over again. And it's just similar scenarios, but different in different ways. It keeps playing out from lifetime to lifetime. So much on the cross. I'm sorry, I have to look at the topics here. The Adam and Eve lab story, the Bible gods, the AI gods. What else? Snake and paradise, something about anchors too. Okay, so the Vatican. All right, so the cross is in the way. I think that makes sense at this point. The cross is in the way. The cross is not something good. Okay, if you wear a cross, maybe you were around when Jesus was around and you see it as a symbol for that. It could have also been that it was a symbol of recognition though, or identity. That's someone else actually told me that. They were like, well, what if, you know, every religion or every cult or whatever, they need a form of identity and recognition. And so what if the cross was just that? And then it turned into this entire hype where the Catholic Church hijacked it and hijacked everything. The Catholic Church is what? It's the Vatican at this point, but Catholic name meaning is actually different. When you look up the meaning for Catholic, the word Catholic comes from the Greek phrase katulu, and it means on the whole, according to the whole in general. So let's just look up more definitions to the term Catholic, because actually Catholic is not a bad, it's not a bad word. Universal or of general interest, having broad interests, wide sympathies, inclusive, inviting. Okay, so in the essence of it, Catholic can mean that. I felt there were, yeah, it means universal, on the whole. So it comes from Cthulhu, on the whole. It's a way of life, a community. It comes from Catholicus. Was used, yeah, they're giving us a year here, but entity attachments, entity possession, entities, and how this ties into actual attacks. I want to talk about it in today's video. This might be interesting for quite a few people. I think it's definitely worth pointing out because it's showing up more and more in our reality, and it's helpful for people to recognize what's really going on. So I'm going to illustrate on a short example as well how this can happen and, you know, why exactly is happening. But let's just dive into what exactly is going on here, what is an entity attachment, and all of the things. First and foremost, it's important to know and to recognize that entities thrive off of the negative, and the negative meaning like really all of this lower stuff, such as fights, aggression, even killings, which is the more extreme part of it though. But for the most part, it's really just, you know, people getting into arguments, people fighting, having these really negative emotions towards each other. And most of these entities are very mischievous. As I keep saying over and over again, they don't care if your life gets ruined in the process of all of this. Once they attach, they want to ride off of that energy. In the case of whoever that person is, they want to ride off of that as much as they can. And if they can ruin a life while doing it, even better. For them, it's even better. So how do these entities attach? Very often what happens is that they are already attached to someone else, and this person could be in this lower state of consciousness, meaning a person could be just holding a grudge against another person. They haven't really worked through their trauma, worked through their own wounds. They like to be in a victim mentality, like to blame other people. That is one way of doing it. Another way is when a person drinks alcohol, huge one, entity attachment and also entity possession, like the word spirits comes from that. That happens with alcohol a lot. And then of course, also when you're intimate with another person, so intimate can be, you are just intimate for the night, for the evening, could be kissing, could be even more than that. Or you're actually in a relationship with them, being intimate with them on a constant level. And that's where it gets really hard when you're in an actual relationship with a person that keeps attracting entities, because either they are an alcoholic or they are someone, who just is in that state where they don't want to work through their own stuff. They don't want to work through their own baggage. And so these entities keep coming back to this person. And now you're involved with that person. So you're the one who, is kind of also the victim to all this. But simply sharing space is enough for an entity to attach. You could just be somewhere in a gym and doing your own thing, and an entity just kind of floats over and tries to attach to you or tries to attach to others. The other person has an entity, tries to start some beef with you. It can go very, very simple like that too. For most people, I do want to say, it can, for the most part, it is that maybe you're talking to a person, such as you're friends with the person, you talk to them, and they have an entity attached. And then the more energy you share with them, right? The energy is a currency, your attention is a currency. The more energy is shared, the more that entity is realizing, oh, they would actually rather attach to you than that other person, because they've been riding off of that person's energy for a long time already. So boom, bam, now they're on you. And then overall, when your energy field is open in those type of situations, again, you're with people you're supposed to be friends with, it can go very quick. But obviously it can happen anywhere, really. You can be in public transport, or you can be at work or be standing in the line somewhere. Although you might notice it more in those situations. It depends on how distracted you are. That's another thing, right? When you're just in a...
And I'm not the only one. I'm not here moaning and complaining. I know other people feel this way too. They just feel completely unheard. You're talking to somebody and you realize they didn't hear a damn word you just said, because they didn't care. They were hearing what you said, but they weren't actually listening. And it's very unfortunate, because I don't need any more triangulation. I don't need any more pinning against people and all that. And it's so weird that I did mention, okay, so you bypass this, like you bypass me actually feeling legitimately scammed, and also feeling very hurt that somebody would not only do that to me when I thought I was going to go homeless and I barely had any money to give and I was dwindling down to my last $200. The fact that I'm even open about this online is actually just wow. I should be more careful, but I don't care. These people have tried to destroy my life, but I use the word bypassing. Maybe I used it in regards to another situation, but what I'm trying to say is I would not trust any anonymous profile at all. And I would not trust an anonymous profile like the Demon Slayer. Like I said, I've been debating back and forth whether I should keep that last live stream up, calling them out. It's not even about my ego or anything involved like that. Like, oh, I have to have the last word, or I have to be right on this situation. It's like, no, that is totally abhorrent to treat somebody like that, that is going through it, that was going, and to pin me against, you'll know who I'm talking about if you've followed any of this, to try to say, oh, you're going to say that I'm Derek next. I'll just say it, you know, it's just so utterly repulsive. I have really a lot of room to believe that there's just something off with that person. Gravestone said, you should keep it up. I don't give a damn if buttholes are gonna complain. Well, thank you, Gravestone. That's confirmation for me, you know, that I feel okay to, you know, keep it up. There was a part of my heartstrings tugging, you know, like just wanting, I have always wanted to make peace with all of these people. But I have really, truly realized that certain people are actually complete and utter psychopaths. And when I was going live a bunch of times and I had all of those things going on where my live kept ending, I couldn't help but think that, man, I must be getting spiritually attacked or some kind of weird shit is going on. There's always something, you know, always something going on, but I do truly realize that even though I have a deeper understanding into some of the things that are going on, it doesn't make any sense to me that if somebody had ever been scammed in their life at all, they shouldn't be out here doing that to others. And that goes for anything, any harm doing, anything that you're in regards to hurting other people. And it looks like I'm being stalked and live streamed right now. Of course. I don't want to have anything to do with these people at all. And anytime that they choose to continuously watch my channel, stalk everything that I'm doing, I'm just proving a point. You know, this is just unbelievable what the lengths people will go to try to destroy other people. And all I truly wanted was peace, you know. All I wanted was for people to be okay, feel like they had a friend, and be understood, especially in the ways in which they wanted to be understood. But, I mean, here we are. It doesn't actually matter. It doesn't seem to matter to people what others what they're going through, what they're dealing with, all the struggles. And I'm not going to shut this live down. No one is putting fear into me because they're recording me and watching everything I do. I don't care about that. I care about getting the message that I know that I am supposed to get out. And, you know, question. Research. Look into everything. Understand that not everybody, unfortunately, has the good intentions that you do. But I just know I'm gonna have a stalker for life, you know? I'm gonna have a stalker for fucking life, and a lot of you people don't even give a fuck. This is insane. I wonder when it will catch up to the point where it goes back and forth to me recording somebody recording me. I don't even care where this person is. I just know that it's the definition of insanity to continuously loop in the same bullshit over and over and over again. Oh, there, he's not that far behind. This is just fucking insane. This isn't gonna stop me from going live, though. It just is more proof, you know. Unfortunately, this is what the whole internet has come to, is just a place where people go to harass others, and if you try to open up, if you try to share your story, maybe you have a message within you that's so powerful that the world really does need to hear, but you're gonna have this shit to contend with, and it might try to take you off your path, make you feel like I don't feel comfortable being myself and expressing myself. And I have to say, who cares about that? Do you and be you. Gravestone, you said that's the spirit kite. It is something that Stephen Killeen will never understand if he's gonna be someone with no life. Yeah, and they always go on about how, well, you're doing this live stream, you're doing that live stream, you're talking about this, you're always talking about other people, and it's like, it's all projections of the very things that they do. It's crazy making. And that's why you can't even pay them any attention. You have to starve these people. That's all they freaking want, is your attention. They love for you to talk about them, whether it's good or bad. I mean, sure, they don't like you telling the truth about them and what you experienced, but it's already there for anyone with eyes and ears to hear and see, you know, they're an abusive person. These people are extremely abusive, and they speak for themselves. They expose themselves. It's just ridiculous. I can do and say whatever I want on my channel, and I have to say, I would not, once again, I will say I would not trust an anonymous profile. And I'm not saying that about you, Gravestone, because, you know, I understand people want to have their anonymity on this platform for sure, considering how this platform and, you know, online in general, social media in general, having any kind of presence. I mean, if you're really going out there, you're gonna probably find a narcissistic personality, because, you know, they love the attention. And what good is social media for if not drawing a lot of people? Not obviously everybody, but it does draw narcissists to do all the horrific things that they do to others. Gravestone said, even John Madore is someone with no life after seeing his post about you and him in a courtroom. Oh, he just posted that? Yeah, he's been threatening me that shit for years, Gravestone. The thing is, a lot of these people, I mean, there's like only 2 of them so far, really. I have some of the worst cyber stalkers ever from Canada. For whatever reason, I don't know. I know some really great people in Canada, so it's, you know, I'm not hating on Canada or anything like that, but yeah, it's a form of actual harassment to constantly threaten people with, you know, some sort of like, I'm gonna take you to court. If there's no real reason for it, there's no legitimate reason. If you wanted to take me to court, then it would involve showcasing all the harassment, the swatting threats, everything. The already done police reports, and I don't care what people have to say about that. Like, oh, you went to like some sort of government type official, or you know, even the FBI, you know, that we know there's only so much that they can do. But at least it provides a paper trail and a track record, which is what I just was, you know, going off the instructions of lawyers, police officers, or different people within what online said to do. This is, you know, also online YouTube channels, different people that work in that specific area. Like, how do you go about, how do you deal with cyber stalking and harassment? And when does it become like a point where, you know, what does it take for anyone to actually give a shit? Does it take somebody ending their own life? And to all of you people who just say laugh it off, who gives a fuck, these people are clearly trolling you. You're too sensitive, you're playing the victim, you're crying, you're being a big baby, whatever. This is all gaslighting tactics, and this is all used to further abuse, isolate, degrade, and just dismiss the people who are victimized by this horrific shit. Gravestone said, I think it's because John Madore is a Gary Mosher ass kisser. Well, oh yeah, he definitely is. I mean, I witnessed him say that Gary Mosher is God. And I don't even want to give this person any more attention, but it's good, you know, you bring that up, Gravestone, because it's like I'm still further documenting this shit. They're never going to stop. And it shouldn't be this continuous loop that because I record what they do, or I document what they do, that they have to continuously go on about me. If I want to mention, they say, well, you're still talking about me. You don't shut up about me. Well, if I had stated a year prior, or maybe now 2 years, I can't even recall at this point, to leave me the fuck alone, and I want to talk about what I experienced and warn others about, you know, the things that I've witnessed and experienced, then I have the freedom to do that. Stop watching me. Stop being, you know, preoccupied with what the fuck I'm doing. That's why I made that whole live. You should be caring about what you're doing in this lifetime, not about what the fuck I'm doing. And for Demon Slayer to sit there and say, now you're gonna say I'm Derek next? I was told, and I know who this person is. They came on a different account, but I know who they are. They said you were the only, I'm not going to say who they are. I can't even remember their former screen name, actually. Oh yeah, now I remember. I'm not going to even mention it, hint to what it was, but there was a person, and there were other people too besides that person. But this person came to me and said, you were the only person when that person had no one. And there were other people there for that person, but this person said you were one of the only people there for that person, and no one else was. And I was like, wow, thank you so much for acknowledging that. I had no idea. And that made me feel even better that I was actually there for somebody who clearly, apparently, didn't have anyone. And I don't think that person really had anyone, because I don't know. Like, I can't say for sure, but I don't know, when you start berating and pushing everyone else away, I mean, I understand why people do that, because they feel like, you know, they don't trust anybody, they feel whatever, they have past traumas and everything. You know, I think a lot of people have done that in life to some degree, at least to some degree, but my intentions were never to harm anybody. I truly just, you know, wanted to be friends. But I did have somebody tell me, you know, don't look for people for friends on the internet. Don't trust people. And I completely agree. You know, I'm not looking for friends necessarily closely on the internet. I completely understand that. It would take even over a year at this point for me to fully be able to trust people. And again, I put out a video that by what's his name, Jordan. Oh, hey G, hey London, hey Trace with lay low. Yeah, lay low. I completely agree, London. I left you a couple comment responses. I don't know if you saw them, but I was telling you, do you have that video? All the videos that you did were amazing, but that one where you showed the salty siren, I thought that was hilarious, and I would love to share it on this stream right now because of who's watching me. She was all upset that, you know, I didn't take down any picture. Well, maybe I didn't go through all the posts and see that maybe it was there, but I remember specifically she was berating a woman saying, oh, she's thirsty or whatever, and she only has 14 likes. And it was like she actually had only 14 likes or whatever or less on a post. And again, doing the same actions that she was criticizing another woman about for doing. In a sense, that's exactly what it looked like. You know, they always criticize everyone else, but they're doing the same shit. They're such hypocrites. If you have, what's that video called? I know you had the social weirdo experiment, but since I'm being restreamed right now, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the video. You know, it showcased Aphrodite, Rose Starfire, and people like that. Is it on your London Man channel? Hey Kai, Grand Rising, hey all. Hello, G, so good to see you here. Dude, this is fucking crazy, but I have no, like, look, I don't want any issues with Demon Slayer. If you guys want to support him, like his channel, do whatever, have at it. You know, I said I think his heart is in the right place, but then again, I don't know. Because why the fuck did the Demon Slayer, and this is why I say be wary of anybody that is clearly fucking always anonymous. Why the fuck did the Demon Slayer go to Bex's channel and go, hee hee? That doesn't sound like something Charles would do. That doesn't sound like something Derek would do. That sounds like something that you know who would do, but that all sounds so crazy. Let me see. Okay, yeah, if you could actually message me, you know how YouTube has Messenger now? If you could message me that video, you know the one I'm talking about, it showed The Simpsons. Well, you've had The Simpsons showcased in some of these videos more than once, but oh my goodness, that shit was pure gold. And what concerns me too about the Salty Siren is, and I don't give a fuck if this guy's recording me and she's gonna hear this and flip the fuck out. You know, while I was recording previously my other live stream, I went and looked, and I didn't even pay attention, you know, to the chat and what all they were saying, but I looked and I paused for a moment, and I should pause that and go back and really screenshot that, because I believe what I had read was that the Salty Siren is somebody who works with children and is a teacher. This is I would assume, maybe, I don't think the profile picture she has is recent, but I would assume that this woman, if it is even a woman, is over 50 years old. In her 50s, perhaps. Maybe younger. That's being gracious. But this is a person who is in this fucking live stream, this guy's live stream all the time, harassing people, being the most racist, internally misogynistic, hateful being I have ever freaking seen. G said, these are such insane times. If you are a person that is awake to what is happening, consider yourself blessed. I know, G, I would want to think that, but man, oh man, it almost feels like a simultaneous curse. But at least we are aware that there is, I'm not speaking for all of you guys, but there is a hereafter. There is consequences for treating people badly, treating God's creations badly, treating anyone, all of creation. It's not always easy. It's not always fucking easy not to backbite. But I'm not here to gossip. I'm having this as a open public dialogue and discussion about people that have not only involved themselves with me, but they have involved themselves with others, and they have absolutely tried to ruin the lives of other beings. And it got to a point where people wanted to end their life. And people said, how could you believe these people? Because they've been talking about wanting to end their life for years. And it's like, well, because I take that situation very seriously regardless. And I've said this over and over again. There was an excellent video that I've shared multiple times that this guy is called Religious Camp or something like that, I think. And he has a really great video that talks about, in the Quran, in the end times, it talks about all of these things happening. Religion Camp. Yeah, here we go. This is the channel name. And if you're interested, just here, let me look it up. End times. I've shared this video many times. You know, I don't want my channel to be about other people, especially not these creeps. I want this channel to be about talking about things that really actually matter. But this is the video. It's really great. If you're interested in watching and knowing and understanding about things that are actually going on, and all of these prophecies, everything, check out this video. It's very insightful. You know, learn more about Islam. Learn more about other cultures and other religions. See where other people are coming from. Let's not judge. I've had too many people who are self-proclaimed Christians come to me and say the most off-the-wall things where I'm like, I don't think you have actually ever looked into anything that you're speaking upon. Gravestone said, the fact the salty siren is a teacher. I know, that's insane. It's alleged, I think. But I mean, like I said, I read the chat and I saw something about something about classroom students. But anyway, it says there's 2 people in here, but I don't know if London left. But London, if you can send me and message me that video, I would love to see that. And I would love to share that right now because I'm being recorded. So I'd rather feature you right now than me just talking. But I do have a lot to talk about. It's not just about, you know, people. If I am here to talk about people, it's because they are actually doing very heinous acts. And that's why I want people, like, anytime, you know, I'm not going to put any of you guys on the spot, but if any of you guys are speaking out against people that are doing harmful things in any community on YouTube, good for you. I applaud you. Call these horrible, monstrous, vile acts out. This is not okay. It's not okay to be silent when people are harming others. I personally don't feel comfortable sitting by and just observing and watching people abuse others. Gatekeepers Are Creepy said, check out the book, Behold a Pale Horse. It was written by whistleblower William Cooper, written over 30 years ago. He called out that jab would be put out to depopulate the world. Yes, and it's on YouTube, actually. For free. I found it. I need to listen to it. In case, you know, I like to read, but in case you can't, you know, it is for free. So is the Quran for free, online, on YouTube, in English translation. I'm trying to find it. Oh, cool, London. Cool, you're on here? Great. Yeah, if you can, that's awesome. I will share it immediately once you do. I will gladly share it. Because I do have things to back up what I say. You know, I actually witnessed things. I actually experienced shit. Gravestone said, while I don't watch religious videos often, but it's not horrible to dip into the water. Yeah, I didn't either. But, you know, I can't help but be drawn to things, and I'm even surprising myself, you know. It's truly wild, you know. The things that I never thought I would ever even look into or even understand, and even still, there's so much for me to understand. I still say at the end of the day, I don't know anything for sure. I don't know anything. And I think that's wise. It shows a wise person to be like, you know what, I'm not certain of anything, but what I am going to do is I am going to try to be the best character that I can be. I'm going to try to be kind to others. I'm going to try to learn from my mistakes, and acknowledging that I have faults. I'm not always going to be perfect, but I'm going to do my best. And if I sound a little bit odd while I'm talking, it's because we have this swamp cooler on and it's blowing right on top of me and I'm cold, but it's very hot. It's going to be in the hundreds today. So I'm enjoying the coldness, but I'm also like have a blanket over me.